Ja, ich mach den Kram schon mal an. Wenn Raffi dann da ist, kann der mir schon mal sagen, ob wenigstens alles funktioniert hier. Oh, ich wollte noch das... das kann ich... Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh. Oh, oh. Vielleicht klappt's doch nicht. Vielleicht klappt's doch nicht. Oh, oh. Was halten wir denn von 27? Oh, Twitch. Warum ist Twitch immer so nervig?
We got 5 minutes. How should we fill the time?
Okay, jetzt geht's. Mal sehen, ob es so bleibt. So, in 5 Minuten geht's los, haben sie gesagt. Oder hat Jared gesagt. Ich weiß selber noch nicht, warum ich das genau gucke. Ich mach mal eben kurz hier ein bisschen... Oh, ich brauche meinen Ton. Bim, 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 bom. Ich weiß noch nicht genau, warum ich das gucke. Ich weiß auch noch nicht, ob das funktioniert. Oh oh. Ich habe nur die Lautstärke geändert und schon haben wir wieder sowas. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy.
We're gonna test the stream gods and see if we don't get muted. So ready?
Ich befürchte, das wird nicht funktionieren. Nicht so, wie ich es mir vorgestellt habe. Oh Mann. Ich glaube, ich muss eins ausmachen. Ich weiß nicht warum. Eigentlich sollte mein Internet das problemlos mitmachen. Aber es sieht nicht so aus. Es sieht nicht so aus, als ob das was wird heute. Oh, ich stehe hier direkt in der falschen Ecke. Oder ihr seid in der falschen Ecke. Vielleicht mache ich es auch einfach wieder aus. Wo ist mein Mikro? Da. Komm zu mir. Oh, das ist viel zu groß. Warte mal. Pop, 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 pop. Pop, 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 pop. Ich glaube, das wird nix. Ich glaube, das können wir vergessen. Wir geben ihm mal ein bisschen. Aber das sieht nicht besonders toll aus. Nee. Nee, nee. Mache ich YouTube aus, mache ich Twitch aus. Was meint ihr? Ich stoppe mal. Ich stoppe mal eben Twitch und guck, was passiert. Was sieht nicht so aus, als ob das helfen würde. Dann starte ich nochmal Twitch und mache Discord aus. Und fasse jetzt nichts mehr an. Und schau, ob es eine Chance gibt, dass es funktioniert. Es ist gerade sehr leise. Ich weiß nicht warum. Also das liegt jetzt nicht am Stream tatsächlich. Wenn ich nichts anhabe, scheint es zu funktionieren. Chat-Test. Okay. Oh boy. Was war das? Ich habe irgendwas von Social Stream Ninja gesehen. Das klappt, das klappt. Naja, egal. Ich lasse es mal kurz laufen. Also was uns jetzt erwartet, ist theoretisch erstmal eine Präsentation zum Thema Character Advancement. Warte mal. Da geht es dann wahrscheinlich um Customization, die Geschichte, die sie gestern angekündigt haben, mit den sagen wir, es sind Tattoos. Irgendwas. Die Beschreibung war zu abstrus. Und neue Haare und Haarfrisuren und Haartechnik und so weiter. Das sah ziemlich cool aus tatsächlich. Dann haben wir eine Stunde später Live in the First Person. Ich gehe davon aus, sehr viel FPS-Kampf und ein bisschen was zum neuen UI und so weiter. Und dann derselbe Spaß mit Fliegen, also im Raumschiff. Hauptsächlich atmosphärische Umgebungen, soweit ich das mitbekommen habe, und ein bisschen Weltraumzeugs. Und wahrscheinlich auch eine Menge neues UI, bla bla bla. Dann ist erstmal eine Stunde Pause angesagt. Und danach werden wir dann wieder da, theoretisch, wenn es klappt, mit Living on the Edge. Living Conditions, Environments, Outlaws und Settlements und so ein Quatsch auf anderen Planeten wahrscheinlich. Sehen wir. Und dann noch irgendwas sehr Merkwürdiges, was verdächtig nach Pyro und so weiter klingt. Thema Pyro. Gestern wurde schon ein bisschen was von Pyro gezeigt. Ich kann den Trailer irgendwann zwischendurch mal zeigen, wenn es langweilig ist. Der war ziemlich gut sogar. Überraschend gut. Und Jared, der Community Guy, der vorhin schon kurz da war, hat durchklingen lassen, dass es eventuell nicht nur bei Pyro bleibt für heute. Also es gibt so ein paar vage Hoffnungen, dass sie direkt mit 1 bis 2, 3 neuen Systemen starten, was ziemlich cool wäre, weil das erste und einzige Sonnensystem, das aktuell im Spiel ist, kennt man halt irgendwann auch schon so ein bisschen besser. Und dann gäbe es ein bisschen was zu entdecken. Und dann würde ich das Ding auch tatsächlich mal wieder installieren, wenn das alles reinkommen würde. Die Frage ist natürlich, wann es kommt. Gestern wurde gesagt, Pyro ist bald zu erwarten. Heißt, Ende des Monats wird es für eine erste Ladung an Backern und Content-Creatern und so weiter freigeschaltet werden. Das wird halt nicht viel sein, aber dafür wird man sich auf YouTube schon mal anschauen können. Und die Leute können natürlich alles erforschen nach Gutdünken. Auf einer Art Testserver. Und danach wird es in den üblichen Waves freigegeben. Heißt, normale Spieler sind wie üblich ganz am Ende dran. Ich würde, wenn das alles klappt, damit rechnen, dass es noch vor Jahresende klappen könnte, was ziemlich cool wäre. Weil hätte mich vorgestern jemand gefragt, hätte ich gesagt, nie im Leben nächstes Jahr. Das wäre ziemlich cool. Und die zweite große Sache, die vorgestellt wurde, war die zweite Stufe vom Server-Meshing. Heißt, sie sind jetzt tatsächlich so weit, dass sie theoretisch den ganzen Kram, der auf unterschiedlichen Servern passiert mittlerweile, zusammenmeshen können. Heißt, eine Figur kann von einem Server auf den anderen Server rüberlaufen. Dann wird der alte Server mehr oder weniger runtergenommen, aber man kann auf dem neuen Server immer noch in den alten Server reinschauen, wenn sich da was bewegt und so weiter. Das war alles sehr technisch, aber sehr cool. Also wenn das funktioniert, so wie es jetzt demonstriert wurde tatsächlich, praktisch demonstriert wurde, könnte das eine komplette Umstellung für sämtliche MMOs in Zukunft bedeuten, weil wir dann einfach keine Server mehr brauchten. Dann hätte man quasi einen Megaserver, auf dem zehntausende Leute spielen können und man würde sich dann sehen, wenn man sich über den Weg laufen würde. Das wäre mega krass. Aber ich glaube es, wenn es im Spiel ist. Das, was gezeigt wurde gestern, war sehr überzeugend tatsächlich schon. Es sah aus, als ob es wirklich gut funktioniert und auch wirklich funktioniert, was ein Riesending ist bei Star Citizen. Das ist noch lange nicht immer so, wenn sie was gezeigt haben. Ich bin gespannt. Ich schau mal, ob ich gleich noch irgendwas davon zeigen kann oder ob es zu aufregend wird oder nicht. Oder ob wir das einfach morgen nachholen. Oder die Tage. Ich wollte jetzt einfach mal nur ein bisschen hier in die Citizencon reinschauen und gucken, wie lange ich es schaffe, ohne einzuschlafen. Fängt jetzt gleich an um 8, also in einer knappen Minute. Dann 9, 10, 11, dann ist die Pause, dann 12, 1, 2 theoretisch. Und dann ist irgendwann Closing Ceremony und die interessiert mich nicht besonders. Das, was mich interessiert, sind halt die Dev-Sachen, die hinzugefügten Features und so weiter und vor allem, wann man die erwarten kann. Aber zum Wann erwarte ich noch nicht besonders viel. Mal gucken. Jetzt ist leider ein bisschen spät für den Trailer. Das können wir aber noch nachholen. Das kriegen wir noch irgendwann hin. Lass mal sehen, ob mein OBS noch mitspielt hier. Theoretisch streamt er gerade auf beiden. Also das wäre der Optimalfall. Müssen wir da mal sehen. Vielleicht trudelt Raffi gleich nochmal ein, der kann testen. Ich habe leider Discord schon ausgemacht. Aber jetzt im Moment läuft es ja tatsächlich ganz okay. Ich wüsste nicht, was jetzt nicht klappen sollte, sage ich es mal so. Also solange es jetzt läuft, ist das schon alles okay. Twitch sagt, ich bin live, aber unstable. Das ist normal, weil ich eine höhere Bitrate habe als Twitch. Und YouTube scheint auch zu laufen. Also wir machen einfach mal. Und gucken, was passiert. Ich würde gerne den Chat auf die andere Seite schieben. Aber ich will auch nichts kaputt machen. Ich möchte gerne nach rechts. Ich finde rechts viel hübscher. Könnt ihr euch nach links verziehen. Ich muss nur mal sehen, ob ich den Chat wiederfinde. Aber ich glaube, der hatte so ein merkwürdiges Format. Das sind die Alerts.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the person who forgot to create himself an intro, Disco Lando!
Okay. Kann ich hier noch ein bisschen lauter für mich stellen? Ja.
Caffeine in the last 10 minutes. Welcome to Citizencon Day 2, everybody!
Ich mach's für euch wieder ein bisschen leiser. Sekunde.
Are you pumped? Are you psyched? Have you eaten 2 dogs? Get in your seats. It's about to start, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Day 2. I'm not going to take up any more of your time. Up first,
sollte es eigentlich okay sein.
Ian, Sean, Forrest, Andre. Give it up. Bone, start the show.
Okay, auf geht's. Citizencon 2700, keine Ahnung. 2023.
Hello there. Hey everyone, it's so good to see you all again in person. Thanks for coming out. So I'm Ian, I'm the art director for Star Citizen.
Hi Ian.
We're going to kick off the first ever Day 2 of Citizencon by talking about some of the awesome work done by the character team.
Okay.
All right. So first let's talk about life in a frontier system.
Es gefällt mir nicht auf dieser Seite, weil mein Mikro auf der anderen Seite steht.
The character designs. So we wanted to create something unique compared to what we've seen in Stanton already. We wanted to give a wider visual palette and a feeling of historical age between the different solar systems. So this chart describes the fashion pillars for humanity. We can see where all suits, armors, and fashion items should belong. In terms of material use, manufacturing technology, and novelty. So you can see Earth fashion on the left, Terra fashion on the right, and Frontier fashion right in the middle with a little bit of overlap of
Jetzt nehme ich aber halt schon echt viel Raum ein hier.
Frontier fashion is function over form. They are repurposed and repaired and generally are misfits rather than sets. Outfits are purposeful by having storage solutions.
Ist okay.
This implies survivability along the frontier. Okay, let's take a look at some of these assets in the game.
Okay. Zeigt Spiel, zeigt Spiel, zeigt Spiel. Das ist, glaube ich, keine Gegend, die wir kennen. Hi, Wolfi. Oh, dankeschön. Womit habe ich das verdient? Du bist doch eben erst reingeschnurrt hier. Okay. Wir sind bei allem, was mit Character Creations zu tun hat, glaube ich. Also achten wir mal auf die Klamotten, die ziemlich neu aussehen. Auf diese Stofftechnik, die gestern schon kurz demonstriert wurde. Auf Hautfarben, wie die sich verhält. Tattoos, Haarfarben, Haarfrisuren, Haartechnik. Die Gegend ist Pyro, das kenne ich schon aus ein paar Previews. Da haben sie immer mal wieder ein paar Screenshots von gezeigt. Aber frag mich nicht, wo genau. So tief bin ich nicht drin. Also ich könnte dir nicht sagen, welcher Planet und was und wie und wo. Das ist schon krass detailliert mittlerweile alles. Das kann man nicht anders sagen. Alles sehr Star Wars in Pyro. Das, was auf Microtech so Star Trekig ist hier alles sehr dirty und kaputt. Und Empire Strikes Backig, Mandalorian nicht. Nee, das ist Starfield. Das ist Star Citizen hier. Das ist das andere Spiel, das so gehypt wurde, aber am Ende nur eine mehr oder weniger spielbare Demo war, die seit 10 Jahren oder was regelmäßig geupdatet wird. Anderes Spiel. Auch Raumschiffe, aber anderes Spiel.
Let's take a look at a video we just developed internally, and this is for modular storage items.
Oh, heißt kleine Taschen und Kram, den man sich holen kann. Modular Storage Items. Ja, genau das. Ich kann es die Tage nochmal spielen, dann kannst du es dir angucken. Es ist nicht schlecht, es ist echt nicht schlecht. Es ist halt nur nicht viel drin. Also viel an Spiel drin. Es ist ein super Weltraumflugsimulator, aber sehr, sehr wenig drumherum. Leider. Ein paar Missionen, 2, 3 Questreihen und so. Und ein bisschen was zum Entdecken und Erforschen und Looten, aber ansonsten nicht super viel. Ja, okay, cool. Kleine Taschen, die man sich an... Ja, sehr gut. Das finde ich gut. Vorher hatte man nur einen großen Rucksack und der hat einfach nur das gesamte Inventar vergrößert und sah nicht hübsch aus und war nicht besonders praktisch. Und wenn man eine Geschichte verloren hat, hat man alle verloren. Und man musste halt immer diesen riesen Rucksack mit rumschleppen. Das ist cool. Kleine Taschen finde ich cool. Ich glaube insgesamt für die ganze Spieleentwicklung 600 Millionen. Aber das geht halt auch für die Bezahlung von knapp, keine Ahnung, 4000 Leuten drauf jedes Jahr. Zum Riggen, ganz normal Live-2D. Also Live-2D Cubism zum Riggen und Photoshop und Clip Studio Paint zum Zeichnen.
Now we've also been focusing on achieving a higher visual benchmark. So this is all driven by our new Layer Blend V2 Shader. Ja, okay, das sieht man, dass da ein neuer Shader drin ist und so weiter und so fort. Sieht gut aus. So to showcase this, let's look at a quick example asset.
Okay. Zeig es mir. Ja, das ist die Mütze, die wir gerade schon gesehen haben. Ja, selbst gemacht. Hat halt auch viele Iterationen gekostet. Da bin ich schon eine ganze Weile dran gewesen und immer noch dran. Von innen. Warum haben sie schon wieder 3 Tage verschwendet, um das Ding von innen zu machen?
Alright.
So detailliert. So ein Quatsch.
So as we saw in the video, the insides of the helmets
Ja.
are looking fantastic. Now this is us getting them ready to animate with put on and take off.
Okay. Okay. Ankündigung, dass ein neuer Helm irgendwann kommt.
So, in
Das
summary,
ist schon eher das
Frontier
Star Citizen,
Fashion
das ich kenne.
is expanding
Ich war gestern
the
schon sehr
visual
überrascht, wie viele
design
Sachen
palette
gezeigt
for
wurden.
humans, giving a more credible feeling of age and history when you travel across multiple solar systems. All right, now let's talk about something different.
Gangs.
Now we're going to talk about some of the gangs in Star Citizen.
Okay. Ninetales.
So, Ninetales have been one of the main gangs in the game. So far,
One of the
over
main. Es ist
105
die einzige
million
Main Gang.
have been taken out by you guys. So you guys have been busy. Great job. All right. So it was like, all right, now we're going to need to introduce a few more factions to the game, okay? So the first faction we're going to talk about is Rough and Ready. So
Okay.
the aesthetic of the gang was to be subtle.
Das ist neu.
They're understated in terms of clothing,
Neue Gang.
and they almost blend into their environment. On closer inspection, you'll notice their tattoos. These signify rank and progression within the gang.
Ja, übertreib nicht
Let's
so.
take a look at a quick video.
Niemand wird darauf achten, welche Tattoos irgendein NPC hat, der in 3 Schüssen tot ist und den man nur wegen Loot irgendwo mitnimmt. Du kannst damit Hände riggen, aber das ist halt... Im Grunde sind die Hände ein eigenes Modell. Das läuft jetzt, die Hände laufen über die Kamera und der Rest hier über das iPhone, also über 2 separate Kameras. Im Grunde benutzt VTube Studio jetzt die Hände als eigenes Modell und dementsprechend sind die auch einzeln geriggt. Gibt's ein paar gute Videos auf YouTube, wie das funktioniert, grob. Sieht jetzt hier auch noch nicht so toll aus. Also man kann es besser machen. Die sehen noch ein bisschen wack aus, die Hände manchmal. Aber ich finde es ganz gut. So für Chatting, Just Chatting Streams sind die ganz praktisch. Okay. Kann man Tattoos selbst machen? Interessiert mich. Kann man eigene Tattoos designen und vielleicht sogar verkaufen und machen und tun? Das wäre nämlich cool. Wenn ich irgendwo so ein Tattoo-Studio quasi virtuell basteln könnte, wäre das nett. Aber ich glaube nicht. Players will
I
be
think
able
they
to
look
earn
absolutely
tattoo
fantastic.
designs.
Okay.
And
So the
apply
Rough
them
and
to
Ready
the
can be
character.
found in
Okay.
some of the space stations around Pyro.
Also aktuell nicht.
Now the
Also
tattoos, like I said,
aktuell.
the
Aktuell
tattoos
ist sehr,
form a
sehr weit in der
progressive
Zukunft
design.
wahrscheinlich noch.
This illustrates the hierarchy within the gang. As a player, you'll be able to earn these tattoos and apply them to your character.
Mhm.
Okay, cool. The next gang we're going to talk about is Headhunters.
Auch neu.
So this gang is also located in Pyro. But
Alles
offers a
Pyro-Gangs. Ah ja gut,
completely
Pyro braucht ein bisschen was an
different aesthetic.
NPCs. Da gibt's ja noch nichts, ne?
More of a wasteland vibe with lots of personality, and this will translate into the behavior types. Now this gang is currently in production, but let's take a quick sneak peek.
Ja, in Production heißt, das kommt dann irgendwann in 2 bis 3 Jahren vielleicht auf Beta. Auf Alpha. Mit viel Glück. Okay, die sehen aus wie alle anderen NPCs im Spiel. Dafür hat's nicht extra neues Gang-Design gebraucht. Wirklich nicht. Gib dem Ding eine lila Mütze und schon ist es Ninetales. Ja, okay, das ist anders. Der Helm ist... Der Stil ist neu. Zugegeben. Dieser ganze Knochen- und Helm-Warhammer-Quatsch. Aber braucht das jetzt... Braucht das so eine Ankündigung? Ich weiß es nicht. Muss man das 2 Jahre im Voraus wissen? Ich weiß es nicht. Nein, Warhammer ist kein Quatsch. Okay. Ja. Euer Gesicht. Die gehen gleich noch. Das wird gleich noch Haut und Tattoos. Da wird gleich noch lange, lange drüber geredet, befürchte ich. Das wird, glaube ich, so das große Ding. Fairerweise sehen die Tattoos aber gut aus. Die sehen ordentlich realistisch aus. Was so diese verblassten Farben und so weiter angeht.
So Cosplay Competition next year. I can't wait to see what you guys come up with.
Ja, okay. Tja, das wird wahrscheinlich krass.
Alright. So they're looking awesome. Now the last gang we want to talk about is Dusters.
Die gab's, glaube ich,
So
schon.
Dusters are a criminal gang specializing in mining-related crimes. Now internally, I love the original Desert Nomad armor. You can see him here, right? Now I wanted to use it as a starting point to establish the Dusters design language. So here we can see...
Okay. Okay, die Rare ist
So here we can
nett.
see the Dusters gang lineup, showing armor leveling and rarity. So as a player, you'll have horizontal armor progression.
Okay.
This will define your role and playstyle.
Nach was?
Then you'll have
Von was
vertical
hängt das
progression.
ab?
This is your progression within that role and playstyle. For
Wie,
example,
Moment.
a common bounty hunter armor set will be weaker than a legendary, and as armor progresses in strength, it's harder to acquire.
Huh.
So harder missions, rarer drops, higher reputation. Now, as we're talking a little bit about armor sets, let's
Das ist
recap
gut
a
im
little.
Spiel. Es gibt ja so
So the goal is that
FPS
players should consider
Gameplay.
which armor to equip, based on the
Also die
role they
NPCs
wish to
sehen im Spiel
fill
jetzt auch
and
schon
the
irre
scenario
gut
they're
aus.
heading into. There will be also greater differences
Die animieren nur wie
between
scheiße im
different
Moment.
armor
Und die
types.
sind
So
reichlich
light,
dumm.
medium and heavy, and this will
Also
be
diese ganzen hübschen Rüstungen werden nicht viel bringen, wenn da nicht dringend an der Gegner-AI geschraubt wird.
Specialist, utility and support.
Okay. Ich weiß nicht genau, was das
And these will
spielerisch
define
soll.
the type of items that are quickly
Weil das gibt's halt im
available on
Moment
the
nicht.
slots of the suit. There will also be additional functionality to assist in your chosen role.
Und wieso
A matrix
redet er
of
jetzt
armor
davon,
type versus category
was passiert, wenn der
will provide a
Spieler in die
variety of
Gang
roles,
eintritt
with
oder
each
was die
providing
NPCs in der
best-in-class
Gang machen?
benefits. There will also be hindrances to out-of-role gameplay. For example,
Mir kommt's
if
vor, als
you're
fehlt mir
wearing
da
a
ein
heavy
wichtiges
armor
Stück
set and you're
Information.
trying to fly a little snub fighter, you'll have restricted visibility and less vehicle control.
Okay. Aber als ihr gestern den Helm gezeigt habt, konnte man den Helm überhaupt
So
nicht
in this
sehen.
scenario, like a flight suit armor type with resistance to milder G-forces would be
Ich
perfect.
glaube, das ist wieder ein bisschen mehr
So as we saw in Ellie's
Fantasie,
presentation
Schrägstrich
yesterday,
Träume als gestern.
hygiene simulates and
Oh
tracks
nein.
the
Oh
accumulated
nein.
effects of a
Oh,
character
da haben sich die
going
Leute
watch
drüber lustig
for
gemacht,
any
dass
length
sie
of time.
irgendwann sowas einbauen.
Poor hygiene
Das
can
interessiert
lead to
doch
disease,
niemanden.
lowered health and snarky comments.
Baut mehr Quests ein und nicht, dass man sich waschen muss alle
Hygiene
halben
decays
Tage.
faster if a character becomes dirty.
Ist das euer
requires dirty
Ernst?
clothing or armor, and visual
Oh,
effects are going to be
boy.
displayed on the character's skin, such as blood, sweat, and dirt. Certain usables,
alles
such
da,
as
bis
a
dann.
shower, will reset the character's hygiene and clean away all of those dirt effects.
Das ist
So,
so doof.
let's keep clean. Yeah.
Das ist so doof. Warum?
Okay, so that covers a quick recap on armor sets and hygiene. Let's get back to a video showcasing the dusters.
Ja, das ist alles cool, aber die sind halt normale NPCs. Oh boy. Okay, das wird kein langer Abend, wenn das so weitergeht, liebe Leute.
Awesome. So you'll be able to find the dusters scattered around various derelict settlements and wrecks in Stanton. And the dusters will be available Q4 this year. And with that, I'll hand you over to Sean Tracy. You guys have been awesome. Enjoy the rest of your show.
Ich weiß ja nicht.
Hello, everyone. All right, so I'm Sean Tracy. I'm the Senior Director of Tools and Tech Content here at Cloud Imperium Games
jetzt
in
kommt
Los Angeles.
Tattoos.
So today I want to talk about Starcloth. And Starcloth was
die
initially
Klamotten.
unveiled
Okay.
at a previous Citizencon, kind of in an early stage. So it's now rolled into full production, and it's used in both Squadron 42 and Star Citizen.
Okay.
So it's going to be seen on more and more assets, like some of the great art that you just saw.
Okay.
So what's really cool about it is that it's unified with the physical world, whereas before it wasn't unified and was based completely on character movement. Now, it's faster than the previous cloth setups, and in the end, it just looks a whole lot better. So today, I'm going to cover some of the tech, the pipeline, and we'll see some results. So let's get and see it in action.
Okay, warte, ich gehe mal eben 2 Schritte vom PC weg.
Trench coat.
Wo bin ich? Oh, Sekunde, gleich wieder da.
Cloth is hard. Guys have to run upstairs. They have to crouch. They have to prone. It's got to collide with the environment. And even more difficult, it needs to hold up in high-end cinematics. Cut that one just before some good spoilers, so. Yeah. All right, so how's it all work? Well, cloth uses 2 meshes, a simulation mesh or cage, and the render mesh itself. So vertex colors indicate how it's constrained to that cage, and thus the simulation. So for example, black vertex colors indicate a full constraint. Basically, it follows the skinning. White vertex colors indicate unconstrained vertices. So the movement is determined entirely by the simulation. And then we can do a blend of gray values that is used for fine transitions and blending and fall off in between the fully skinned and fully simulated assets. So in the end, These meshes are sent to the engine where we bind the cage to the render mesh, and then tech artists can leverage some of the runtime tools. You can see up on the image that the sim cage mesh has about 5,000 triangles, whereas the actual render mesh is about 45,000 triangles. So it's obviously much more efficient to simulate the sim cage mesh versus just the render mesh itself. So part of the technology is the runtime iteration support, which you can see in the image above me here. That's with all the red spheres. Here we're actually painting the collision radius of every single one of the vertices, and it allows us to fine-tune the simulation without having to add arbitrary collision meshes, though we can. We paint a variety of properties, so some of these other properties are mass or displacement. In the top right, you can see an example of the old legacy implementation using pendulums. And this uses joint chains and collisions, but assets with multiple layers like the one that you can see there, or ones like skirts or gowns, they were really, really difficult to do with pendulum simulation, but they are solved with Starcloth. So I mentioned it's completely unified with the physical world. And what that really means is that wind, impacts, object collisions, thruster backwash, all these kind of things actually react to the cloth reacts to these things, and so much more. So it's not just character movement. Now, it's a hyper-efficient simulation, and it's several orders of magnitude faster than the legacy implementation that we used before, and has a lot of easy-to-control parameters for tech art, which are compression, stretching, and bending. So as mentioned yesterday by Chris Rain, our senior lead physics programmer, we support soft-body tapered capsules, which are twice as fast as our ragdoll capsules. It's also key to solving one of the most important aspects of plausible cloth simulation, and that's mitigating the tunneling or the clipping that happens through a character. So it's very, very difficult to solve with pendulums. So with all this tech in mind, we can do really complicated assets like the duster and the one I want to show you now.
Was habe ich verpasst? Habe ich was verpasst?
So here you're seeing about 5 different
cool.
layers of cloth going on and self-colliding between each other. It's reacting to the planet wind, which is always changing.
Das sieht richtig gut aus mit den Klamotten. Ich hoffe, dass das relativ zügig reinkommt. Ja, und das sieht man auch. Ey, das ist echt gut gemacht. Auch wie das nicht klippt, ist wahr. Man mag über das Spiel sagen, was man will, aber die haben es drauf, auch wenn das alles ewig dauert. Ja, das sieht großartig aus. Das kann man halt echt nicht anders sagen. Das habe ich so noch nicht in einem anderen Spiel gesehen. Außer bei bis ins Detail vorgeplanten Charakteren. Oh, hi Raffi. Gar nicht gesehen, dass du auch reingekommen bist. Ist das so okay mit Ton und so weiter?
Hi everyone. So...
Ich weiß noch nicht, wie lange ich das aushalte. Gerade eben, die Veranstaltung vor den Klamotten war nicht gut. Okay, gut. Ich hatte am Anfang ein paar Probleme wegen Stream und YouTube und Twitch abspielen und alles hat geruckelt wie Sau. Aber im Moment geht's ganz gut. Das ist geil, das haben sie gestern schon gezeigt. Die Haare, die neue Haar-Engine, die ist mega krass. Wenn ich das richtig verstehe, kombiniert die so einzelne Strands, aber auch eine Art kleinere so Vektoren aus Haaren. Das ist so eine Mischung aus Vektorhaar und einfach nur, wie heißt das, diese Polygonlinien, die keinen Umfang haben. Das sah richtig cool aus. Da konntest du in Echtzeit das Haar quasi hinters Ohr schieben und so Scherze und das sah richtig realistisch aus. Technisch haben die es halt echt drauf. Die wissen nicht, wie man das alles zu einem Spiel zusammenbaut, aber technisch haben sie es echt drauf.
As a last note, I'll have a special announcement for you guys. Okay, don't want to spoil it, but you stick around. You're gonna love what we have. Okay.
Okay. So. Es gab gestern schon Ankündigungen, leichte Teaser, dass eventuell mehr als Pyro gezeigt wird. Also vielleicht mehr als ein neues System. Mal gucken. Es ist Tech-Demo und Tech, aber ich finde es auch,
fully rendered.
Ich wäre so gerne auf der Seite von diesen ganzen Hatern, die das hassen, aber ich finde das super spannend.
So,
Selbst wenn es nur
here it is
Tech-Demos
really
sind.
hard,
Flight
like I was
Simulator
saying.
ist im Grunde
It's
auch nicht mehr
AAA
als eine
challenge,
Tech-Demo.
basically. You see games that get it, games that don't. Some of them
Und ich finde, dieses ganze Drumherum spielt halt bei so Weltraumsims so eine krass große Rolle. Vor allem bei so einem Spiel, wie die es vorhaben. Es ist schon krass. Nein, ich sage auch nicht, dass du hatest. Ich sage, dass es wäre gesund, mehr zu haten. Gestern war krass. Gestern hättest du sehen sollen. Ich guck mal, wenn irgendwo eine langweilige Pause ist oder so, zeige ich dir mal den Trailer von gestern, falls du den noch nicht gesehen hast. Der war Hammer.
It does not end here, okay? It's the nature of CIG. We just keep pushing the boundaries, but
Und
like I
es,
said, we're really proud of
es
what we're
gibt
showing
ja ein
you
Spiel,
here.
fairerweise, nur es ist
Let's
nicht
dive in
viel
what made all this possible, okay?
an tollen Sachen, die man machen kann in dem Spiel. Man kann viel
on a high
machen,
level,
aber
basically. A successful
man
hair
muss sich seinen
requires
eigenen Spaß
three
machen.
fundamental elements, okay? There's the texture, there's the placement, and there's also the shader.
Okay.
If one of these elements fails, all of them do.
Okay.
Okay, so it's basically
So weit
you
komme
have
ich
great
mit.
texture, great placement. If your shader is wrong, no go. Really. And the same if the texture fails or if the placement fails. So really vital, really important that everything works together. But the good thing is, by
Ich freue mich
breaking down
jedes
the
Mal,
hair
wenn die
into
einen
these
Sprecher
three
haben, der
parts,
auch ein
it
bisschen
also allows us to
Schwung mit
actually
reinbringt.
go deep
Die haben
into
sehr
each
viele von diesen
and,
komischen
push the
Dev-Typen, die
quality
wirklich,
up. Or like
denen du
Chris Robert
sofort
would say,
anmerkst, okay, das
bring
ist
the
ein
high
Dev.
fidelity, right? So, on the texture end, there was a lot of changes. What you see on the top there, the common approach of a AAA game would be to have true black, true white on a transparency map, a bit of taper
Ja.
on the tips and roots, and call it a day. That's what happens in 99% of the games. Now at CIG, we went a bit further than that. We tested all the thicknesses that
Ich
were
hatte
actually,
gestern noch den Verdacht,
reasonable to test, of course. And,
dass sie das vielleicht
we came
alles
to
machen, um
realization.
irgendwann ihre Engine zu verkaufen nächstes
The hair
Jahr
doesn't
oder
need to
so.
be
So
thin
parallel
enough.
zu
It
dem
just
Geld,
needs to
das sie
look
von
thin.
Schiffsverkäufen
We
und
do
so
need it to
machen.
be thicker enough,
Aber sie
thicker
haben wohl gesagt,
than
nein,
real-life hair, because if you take one of your hairs,
Engine
you see
verkaufen steht im Moment
it's
nicht zur
really thin, right?
Debatte.
So
Ich
it
weiß
does need
natürlich
to
nicht,
be,
was da dran ist und so, aber
renderable. That means if it's really thin,
war
it will be
ermutigend.
subpixel rendered at some point with the motion and all
Und es
that,
wurden
we'll
nur
get a lot
2
of
oder so
artifacts.
Schiffe vorgestellt. Normalerweise
So that
ist
would
die
be
Hälfte
no-go.
dieser
We
ganzen
do need it to
Veranstaltung
be
Schiffsverkäufe.
thicker than in real life. But can we make it look thin? That was the question. So we came to the realization that from hair, or from scalp to hair, and from hair to the background, so these 2 points, the transition points, are the most important ones for the hair.
Ja.
So we aggressively tapered the tips, which is what you see over there, and added a gradient to it. So no longer true black and true white. Now, this is a lot of technicality. You will see practical examples of this.
Ich
but
mag
that
auch diese
allows that
Technikvorträge.
smooth
Es gibt
transition
auch so viele Leute,
and
die hassen, aber ich finde das
basically
super
achieve the
spannend,
result we expected.
wie sie das machen und
On the
was sie
placement
machen.
side, we came up with hair libraries, basically. Now, I could be here all day talking about hair libraries, okay? Because I'm a very technical person, and if you see me around the venue, feel free, I'm Andre. You can just come and talk to me about this. I'm not going to bother you all that for 1 hour about this, but I'm going to give you a very quick example that you all can relate. So imagine in real life, you have a construction business, and you could make one wall, one roof, one floor, and one window. You make it all work together, and from there, you're not only building your house, you're actually building the whole town, and then the whole state, and then eventually the whole universe, right? That's what air libraries are. Obviously, the result, if you could do that, it would be much cheaper, much faster, and above all, you wouldn't have a fruit salad of assets, which was what we had in the hair not too long ago. And by fruit salad, I mean several artists working through the years, each one of them applying their own workflow. Everybody's at different levels of quality, of course, different minds, different ways of seeing the same problem. So, at the end of the day, fruit salad, right? And we wanted uniform quality. So for that, air libraries are a great solution. We also decreased the time of production of hairs. So, it was taking us 20 to 40 days to create one hairstyle per artist, okay? Right now, it's going from like 3 to 5, 7 days per hairstyle, which is that
Okay.
great news, okay? So yeah, that was a major achievement.
Oh boy. Wann kommt der ganze Kram?
Cool. So
Nächstes
hair
Jahr?
libraries
Übernächstes
are just a
Jahr?
thing. We love it. It's not just picking up a texture and putting it there. If you do that, like you need to actually see the scope. Gladly, we have some of the best artists in the world on hair working with us, so we managed to achieve this at the scope that we wanted. Now, on the shader side, there was plenty of changes as well. Some of them are very techy, very
Oh,
cool
und
as
gestern
well.
haben sie
I'm gonna
gezeigt,
run
den,
through fast, some of
die
them so you
Server-Meshing.
guys
Das
can
hat
understand the
funktioniert.
scope of what we're dealing with.
Die haben es jetzt endlich
But,
so weit fertig, dass es funktioniert. Und das war
let's just
super
understand, like,
krass.
at bake time,
Das
so
war
bake
so
time
eine
is
ganz
prior
scheiße aussehende
to
Demo
runtime.
von 3
Runtime is
Räumen
where
und
the
so
game
weiter.
runs.
Die
Bake
liefen
time,
jeweils
we
auf einem
prepare the
Server.
asset to actually
Und
put
sie
it
haben
in the
demonstriert, wie
engine.
Leute
At
hin und
bake
her
time,
laufen
we
können
calculate
zwischen den
the custom
Servern,
normal and
wie
we
man
store it per
von seinem
vertex.
Server
So
das
each
sehen konnte, was auf dem
vertex
anderen
gets a
Server
custom
passiert,
normal.
wie das
That
interagiert und
makes,
so
in a practical
weiter,
sense, for those who are
als
not
ob
too
es ein
technical,
großer Server wäre.
it
Und
basically makes the card,
die haben
their
fast
card,
geweint auf der
not look
Bühne.
like a card. So
Das
the
war
normals
richtig cool.
help with the way the light
Wenn das
reflects.
so durchkommt, wenn das
We
alles so
try to do more
funktioniert, wie sie es
smoke and
gestern
mirrors on
gezeigt
it
haben,
and make
dann
it look not like
habe
a
ich vorhin
card
schon
by
gesagt,
just
das ist,
making it that way.
könnte
Now,
komplett MMOs changen. Weil du
on
dann
the
keine einzelnen Spielerserver mehr
ambient
brauchst.
occlusion,
Du loggst ein und
we
bist dann mit
store two
10.000 Leuten auf einer Welt.
ambient occlusions onto the color
Das
channels
war
on the
richtig
vertices
krass.
as well. Now each vertex on a mesh in any game
Und ich habe das
has
Gefühl, es gibt auch echt noch viele Leute, die noch nicht wirklich
to it, okay?
gerafft
You might use it
haben,
or not.
wie-
Imagine in
wie-
a car, you have your trunk. You can
wie-
use
wie-
it or
wie
not.
hieß das Wort
It's up
immer?
to you. You don't, it's
Shifting.
not silly to use the car without using the trunk, of course, but if you have a luggage,
nicht
you can
Monument.
put it there or in the back seat, wherever you want. Now we decided to use this because it
Mir
was
fehlt das
free.
Wort.
The
Paradigm
trunk
Shift.
was
Was für
already
ein,
there,
was
so
für ein
the vertex
Paradigm
score
Shift
was
das sein
already there,
könnte.
and we just decided
Was
to store
Spiele in
two
Zukunft
ambient
allgemein
occlusions
angeht.
on it. These two ambient occlusions work this way.
Und jetzt
Light
kommen sie
hair,
mit
like a
Haaren,
blonde
ne?
hair, obviously needs more shadowing, or less shadowing than a dark hair, right? And so we store two. The length of the card is now baked onto the last one, and that gives us a metric of where the card starts and ends, and allows a lot of cool things you're going to see on the videos I'm about to show.
Okay.
So, one last thing before we can start looking at videos is that, and this is really creative, total credit for the people, for the tools programmers. I personally had nothing to do with this. This was already at CIG when I joined. It's absolutely amazing. So, we have an hairstyle that was ready, that you can see over there.
Ah.
And we have a hair cap. An hair cap is basically a mesh on top of the character's head, which is invisible, transparent. It is just there. Sometimes we use it for shadowing. That thing has an UV. And so we project the hair, or where the hair starts, onto that UV, and gives us that image that you see on the middle, right? And so we now have a 2D space that relates to a 3D location. Meaning that if I want to have hair like mine, which is white on the sides and dark on the top, I could just paint this part and get it white on one side and then dark on the top, which is an insane advancement because cards normally are stacked on top of each other. So when an artist is placing cards, if you paint one card to make it white here, well, it's going to be stacked on top of the other and you're going to get spots all over the place and no control over it. So this allows us to give control. And what you see on the last image is the possible results. For example, now I can paint one side of my 2D representation of my 3D space and get this possible result, which is pretty amazing. So, next video, we're going to take a look at our tools, okay? This is not the way it's going to be exposed to you guys in the character customizer. You'll know more about that later, okay? This is the tools we use we are able to actually create the hairstyles. So let's take a look at this video.
Okay, zeig her, zeig her, zeig her, zeig her. Guck dir das an, das sieht so krass gut aus. Und du musst es gleich mal sehen, wenn es animiert ist. Oh, hallo Katze. Hallo Katze. Ah! Ich werde belagert.
You have the full range, so you can go for full white. These are melanin ranges, so realistic ranges.
Guck mal.
Fully white up to black.
Dann setz dich hin. Ja.
Obviously, you can go redhead as well. Get out of the way. You also have the dye feature where you can see all the things we talked about implemented. You can go a bit more wild on this.
Das Publikum. Ja, okay, das sind Farben. Zeig Raffi die Animation.
And this is why important, the length of the card is stored in those vertexes. And obviously you can fade it as well as much as you do. So all the possible combinations between the realistic melanin ranges and the dye layer, okay? This is how the occlusion is working, so you can see these shadowings, creating more negative spaces, more structure to the hair. And if you look at the temporal line here, you can see how this pixel depth of set helps us with the transitions as well.
Das sehe ich jetzt nicht. Okay.
By the way, did I tell you these are actually game-ready assets, ready to go to PU?
Okay. Okay, das ist krass. Das hätte ich jetzt nicht erwartet.
A bit better how the hair is working. That's why the boring part that I told you just before. You can examine these images with a bit more of an informed opinion. That is basically the example. Now, that's all very exciting, but we want to show you hairstyles that are actually in Star Engine and working. So that's the video we're going to take a look next, okay?
Das sieht so gut aus. Selbst bei kurzen Haaren sieht das gut aus. Da ist nix von diesem merkwürdig pixeligen komisch Haar, was alle anderen AAA-Spiele aktuell haben. Die Haare hinten am Nacken oder an den Ohren. Jetzt zeigt bitte nicht 20 verschiedene Frisuren, die sich drehen. Bitte, bitte. Ich möchte wissen, wie lang man gehen kann. Wie lang dieser Engine theoretisch die Haare noch realistisch gestalten könnte. Wenn man jetzt bis zu den Beinen Haare macht. Ob die immer noch realistisch fallen würden und realistisch aussehen würden und so. Der Undercut und so. Cool. Oh, da ist Raffi. Der Raffi nennen wir ihn. Den können nur sehr gute Friseure. Ich habe das Gefühl, wir wiederholen langsam die Frisuren. Ja, ist so ein bisschen leicht 90er Jahre Action-Serie. So ein bisschen Michael Knight meets Columbo. Das ist der Star Trek Cut. Ah, viel länger als schulterlang scheinen wir nicht gehen zu können. Dann. Sonst hätten sie schon längst irgendwas in der Richtung gezeigt, glaube ich. Okay, wundervoll. Jetzt zeigt die Animation. Gestern ging's noch.
Great, guys. So I can see by your feedback that you really enjoyed the die, so I'm going to try and direct things that way next time. Pretty cool. Okay, yeah, these are game-ready assets as well. Now, like I promised you, we're trying to make this diverse and get away a little bit from this type of hairstyles you just see now, which is a bit more military. And for that, we'll have the next video. Now, it's important for you to understand if there's any 3D artists, character artists, air artists out there, you will know. Some of the hairstyles you're going to see next are some of the hardest things you can do in hair for games. In a practical sense, if you can do what is going to be shown next and render it at 60 frames per second on an MMO, you can do pretty much anything.
Okay.
Okay? It's our glimpse into the future of what type of diversity we want to achieve. We're not only going for this style, but just showing you that if this style is one of the directions, then the full range will come. I hope you enjoy.
Oh, viele Filme und so dieses Mal. Wenig theoretische PowerPoints. Diese Citizencon ist echt gut. Ich meine, dieses Jahr haben sie liefern müssen. Und hätten sie es nicht, wäre die Community, glaube ich, komplett auf die Barrikaden gegangen. Aber die haben halt auch geliefert jetzt. Meine Herren. Oh, Dreads, die nicht komplett scheiße aussehen. Wow. Sind das jetzt... Funktionieren diese Models jetzt mit dem gleichen Haarsystem? Oder funktionieren die anders? Sind das quasi wie Kappen? Ah, da wünschte ich mir, würde ein bisschen mehr darüber erzählen. Das interessiert mich dann doch. Was ist das für ein Raum? Okay.
Thank you, guys. So yeah, like I've been saying, these pictures you see here, they are all rendered as you've seen in real time, depending on the light conditions and stuff. But there is no tricks here. This is actually how it looks. And that's why we're really proud. Like I said, it doesn't end up here, okay? We're pushing this forward. This is just to replace the stuff that was there. I'm pretty sure you guys were tired. Nobody at CIG was happy with what we had. I can assure you that.
No.
Yeah. Especially as an air artist, right? So, but we finally arrived. Now, we've seen all this. What does this mean in a practical sense for you guys? It's the question you may have.
Yeah.
Well, let me tell you really fast. We made over 75 hairstyles since like 6 months ago. On the last 6 months, we made 75 hairstyles. That is a lot. That was possible with all the changes we made. Yeah. Yeah. That is a great achievement. Now, we cannot hand them all to you right now. It's very simple. It's very simple. It doesn't end up here at the artist end, okay? After this, there's a tech art pass where they need to skin it. They need to make it work with hats, with goggles, with everything that needs to work, right?
Okay.
So it's a process that takes time, but we wanted to have a certain amount, a quantity that would be enough to replace all the stuff that it's there, give you enough variety for you to start, and that's what we're going to see next. Now, it also tells you when are you getting it. So, as a last note, I'll leave you with this video, and next, Forrest will come here to talk about it.
Ist das das
So,
erste Mal, dass
let's
wir
take a
ein
look at this.
Datum bekommen? Für irgendwas?
This is actually what you're getting. Into the view.
Oh, da habt ihr aber auch die langweiligste Auswahl ausgesucht. Okay. Wann? 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 Oh.
So
Okay, dann
before
müssen
the
wir das
year
demnächst nochmal wieder
ends, you're
installieren.
gonna get to enjoy these hairstyles. It was a
Um
pleasure to be with you
Hairstyles
today,
zu
guys, and
testen.
see you in the bus.
Es ist jetzt schon verdammt viel, was sie gesagt haben für 2024 und 2023.
Another round of applause for Andre and getting new hairs into the game. I can't wait to put new hair on my character, I'll tell you that. And for Ian and his awesome character team and the amazing characters they showed us earlier. Absolutely fantastic. I'm gonna run through this.
Das
We don't have a lot of
Audio-Mixing
time.
ist so weird. Man hört das Publikum fast nie und
I'm
es
gonna
klingt
talk
immer
to you
sehr
about
merkwürdig.
character heads. We've talked about hair. We have talked about outfits. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the heads and our pipeline and getting us from the actors that we hire to do the photogrammetry all the way to the game characters. So we have a DNA pool, expansion, and customization I'm going to be taking you through. We made a data-driven pipeline for adding new heads. So what is a DNA pool?
Ja.
DNA pool is just a bunch of heads that we put into the game. That way you can modify the ears, the nose, the chin, the mouth, and you could interpolate between all the different heads. A DNA pool.
Das haben wir aktuell doch
We
schon.
want to expand the pool and
Okay.
allow for more selection and range. So we scanned 60 new heads for our DNA
Okay,
pool. 60
okay.
new heads. And we processed them internally. We also added customizable facial features, skin tones, complexion, makeup layer on top, revisited the eyes. These characters look new and they look great.
Okay. Ich sag ja gar nichts. Himmel, schlag mich nicht.
All right. So our current pool, there's the 18 heads right there.
Okay.
But that wasn't enough.
Ich habe das Gefühl,
We
ich
need
muss die Hände
more.
hochnehmen, während der mit
That
mir
is our
redet.
new pool.
Okay, das ist ordentlich mehr.
Very exciting. Right now in the PU, when you're playing, see that center row? You
Der
get
Typ
9
ist super.
females and 9 males.
Als ob er mir was
And
verkaufen
now
will
we
und
get
mich
all-
gleichzeitig
we're gonna be getting
umbringen.
all these characters.
Okay.
It's for Squadron and the Persistent Universe. How do we do it? Well, we partnered with Clear Angle over in Pinewood, London. And they have this thing called the
Alter.
Clear Angle Dorothy Scanner.
Es gibt Sachen auf dieser Welt, ey.
The scanner improvements allows us to get shoots done in 4 weeks of sessions. Custom coded flash that just kind of does it automatically, all calibrated in seconds. To give you an idea, our old process for doing this took hours to calibrate.
Ja, das glaube
This
ich.
thing does it in seconds. Talk about state of the art. Average of 4 scan actors per day now. We used to be doing 1. What this means to you is we can get you characters faster. We can get you new heads faster.
Cool.
Polarized image data resulted in improved spec, blah, blah, blah. Those are awesome texture maps that we could put on the head. That way we can render them, make them look really good.
Bla 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 bla.
Photogrammetry
Oh,
captured
die
in raw
Augen.
images
Ach so, das ist
at
das Foto.
8K texture map resolution.
Nein, das ist nicht das Foto. Okay.
Hyper accurate scan results. Now, close your eyes if you're a little sensitive to light. This is the process we use to get the pictures, to build the photogrammetry, to calibrate the cameras.
Okay. Witzig.
All right. So we got some characters here on the screen. Those are all built using all these things that I've briefly mentioned. I want to talk to you a little bit about skin tone though. Skin tone's tricky because we want to apply it. We want to be able to customize it. We want you to have the ability to do whatever you want.
Huh.
So what you see is some really weird looking characters. We see a head with some yellow. Yellow's good in this case. What we're trying to do is we're trying to find the average skin color. Once we find the average skin color, we can figure out what that skin tone is, and then we can apply it. The blue means it's further away from the average skin tone. So when you apply your skin tone, it has less influence, keeping those high details, keeping the colors,
ich gleich einen Test
the
schreiben.
blemishes, the imperfections. That middle one, that white head, that's where we get once we've extracted the data. It's now ready to apply the skin tone, which you see at the end.
Okay.
All right, so here's a little more detail what I'm talking about. We knew that we were going to get a pull for these heads, this pool of all these different awesome shapes, noses, ears, lips. But now, with what we're doing currently, you can see that we have calibrated all of our source photos of our actors. And with that, we could figure out exactly what they're supposed to look like. And then once I extract and do the average thing, I'm able to get a value. And that value translates into a skin tone. And that skin tone translates into a chart that you can customize your character with. And what's great about this is as we grow our pool and we get more heads, we get more skin tones. So our skin tones aren't based on, you know, whatever it should be. What should it be? What does it look like? These are real data. These are real data that we get from these incredible clear angle scans and the incredible tech that is brought in by our staff. And the skin tone will grow along with our head data and along with our heads. And there's an example of me just applying it and showing that in practice. And now here's another look. Here's a couple more characters that I put together with
Okay,
this
die
stuff.
Gesichter sehen krass besser aus als vorher und die sahen vorher schon gut aus.
And here's what's great about that. I did that with our brand new character creator, character customizer for Squadron 42.
Okay.
Every head you see in here, which will also be applied to the persistent universe, so all heads are in the verse.
So oft wie heute schon oder gestern schon von Squadron geredet wurde, glaube ich, wir kriegen am Ende noch ein
And as you can see
Release-Datum.
right here, here's a little scene I put together using the outfits, using the hair, using the skin, using the heads. And I did that all with the new character
Aber ich
creator.
weiß nicht, wie früh das
And
sein
here to
soll.
show you that, if the live demo of the character creator, I'm going to bring back my good friend Sean Tracy.
Gott, der Kerl hat morgen so Halsschmerzen.
Thanks, buddy. Give me. Oh, it's awesome. All right, so what's this all mean to you guys? Let's show ya. Time for live demo.
Ja. Zeig her.
All
Zeig her.
right. So, I want to welcome you to the Biotic Corp Calliope machine. All right, so here you can see we've got the, whoa, I'm getting feedback. You can see we've got two body types that I can select from at any
Okay.
point in time.
Okay.
So we're going to start in right away. Now, you might recall how the character creator currently works. You would have a whole bunch of source heads from our
Yeah.
DNA pool.
Yeah.
We would select one of the facial shapes.
Ja.
And then we'd blend it up or down, depending on how much you wanted that certain facial shape. Now,
Ja.
this was pretty good, but it's not the most intuitive of systems.
Das ist
So
richtig.
instead, what we wanted to come up with was a much more intuitive way to control this. And what we've now introduced is sculpting mode.
Oh. Okay.
So it's quite interesting to know what's going on behind the scenes, and this wasn't an easy problem to solve, but our animation programmers and tech artists and everybody came together, and they figured out a way to basically make it so that from the DNA pool, we are making a selection based on what you want out of it.
Okay, das
So it's
wechselt
going on
quasi.
between all the different options. Now, I'm going to start making some changes here right away. So I want to wind up the nose. You can see that it's all very intuitive.
Und
it's
dadurch,
fast
dass
to
der
use.
nicht, dadurch, dass er nicht
I'm
an der
gonna make the
Physik
lips a
macht,
little
sondern
bit
nur die
bigger here.
Modelle wechselt quasi,
There we go, something like that. I think
kommt
that
da auch
looks
kein
pretty
völlig
good.
unrealistischer Müll
I'm
bei
going to
rum.
adjust the brow here, maybe make a little bit of a heavier brow.
Das ist cool.
Now we can adjust the eye shape. We can go more almond eyes. We can go more oval. We can have a heavy lid. You know, I can find a whole bunch of different options within here.
Okay, das ist krass.
So here we're starting to look pretty good. I want to give him a little bit more of a hero chin. And there we go. I'm liking that. Yes. That's cool. All right. So not to spend too much time on that, I want to show you some of the other features. And speaking of features, we go to our skin tone. So finally, you're not just selecting a preset skin tone.
Oh boy.
You can move through the whole gamut of the lookup table.
Endlich
And this
ein
is
ordentlicher
melanin
Editor.
and hemoglobin at the same time. So at the very top of it, I've got a texture slider. So instead of the whole head sort of selection, we can go between all the different textures now.
Okay.
Like Forrest mentioned, we're going to have 30 of these for one body type and 30 for the other body type. So here, I'm kind of liking, what am I liking? Oh, I like this one. So here, and I'm just going to set a skin tone that I kind of like. Something like that. That's cool. All right. So the next step in our skin tone is the complexion. And complexion, we've added freckles.
Yay.
So here I'm just blending in and I'm blending out the amount of freckles. Now I've cranked it all the way to the top just so you guys can see it. But for my character here, I'm going to keep it kind of subtle, like this, but quite a few of them, something like that. We've also got sunspots. Now this is, a little more weathered skin. We'll give this sort of look. And we've got a whole bunch of different blemish masks planned for you guys, whether that's sunspots or liver spots or anything to that effect. Now, I'm going to give this guy kind of a weathered look because I think the skin tone looks pretty cool like that. Yeah, I'm digging that. All right, so next up, eyes. So no longer do we have the green and the brown, just the full selection.
Okay.
You've got a full RGB chart of
Okay.
what you want to select. So if you want to have bright
die sehen
green
gut aus,
eyes,
die Augen
if you
sehen
want to
gut
have
aus.
hazel eyes, if you want to have blue eyes, if you want to have any of these eyes.
Okay.
This is all very, very nice. So again, we can go with deep browns. We can go with sort of a steely blue, which I'm kind of digging for this skin tone. I quite like that look. That's cool. Oh, well, we'll get into some funky colors. Don't you worry. All right. So one of the other things we've added, and it was mentioned before, we've added a makeup layer. And with the makeup layer, we're totally inclusive. Any of the body types can have makeup. Now, I don't want to spend too long on it here because we're going to get into it in a couple minutes. But I just want to show you sort of blending that in, blending that out for this particular body type. So next, as Andre talked about, we have all the hairstyles that you could want.
Wann kommt der Kram?
So I'm just going to pick a couple different ones. There's a reality for some of us and another reality for another one of us. There it is. That's what I want my reality to be here. Something like this. I'm digging the mohawk, though, for this one. He's got a bit of a Mr. T look to him. I kind of like this. Yeah, I pity the fool. All right. So it might go without saying that we've got beards now. So if you want to select a full beard, you can select a full beard. If you want just mutton chops, you got your mutton chops. You want your handlebar, you got your handlebar. All right. So we've got all the different beard types that you could want, and we're going to add as many as you guys really want. So I'm kind of digging the full beard for this guy. Yeah, I'm digging the full beard for this guy. Even further to that, we've got eyebrow selection, which is, I mean, you could go with no eyebrows. That's a very real. You could have bushy ones. You can have a little bit more, you know, normal, kind of straightforward ones. But it was mentioned before during the hair and with Forrest's discussion that we've got the hair dye as well. So with the hair dye, you can affect all the hair at once, and right now I've got all selected, so I can go through the gamut of all the different
ja, das macht
hairs,
Sinn.
melanin that you can set. So here I'm just going to darken it up a little bit, and if I wanted to dye the facial hair, I could just dye the facial hair all by itself, setting a dye color here, something like that. But in the end, I'm really digging the jet black on this particular one. So I'm going to frost these tips a little bit. I think that's going to look kind of cool. Let's set a bit of a blonde here, turn up the dye amount. And then what's really cool about this, and I'll show this in a minute, is that we can actually control the fall off of it. So again, if I just want this on the tips, I can just blend it right about here.
Okay. Ja, das ist cool.
So there we go. He looks a lot different than how that started, and I think that's actually pretty fun. Now, there's a lot of stuff in here, and I can't wait for you guys to explore it and spend as much time as you want customizing and expressing yourself as a character. So once you're done, you've got to sign off a personal declaration that the physical appearances that the calliope process has allegedly caused are okay with you. So let's go to our next body type. All right. So I'm going to go to town here real fast, right away. And you might think it looks a little off or so, but I don't know. We're going to get there. Let's make some changes here. Going to adjust the bridge of the nose, maybe a little bit of the cheekbones here. That's maybe a little extreme. Let's go back here, something like that. And I'll make the lips a little bit smaller here, and I'm going to lengthen that chin for a little more of a triangle kind of face here. So you can see, you can tweak to your heart's content. You can spend a lot of time doing this. And I don't really like the brows. I like a little bit softer of a brow for this particular character. That's looking pretty good to me, actually. So next, just like we did before, we go into features. We can do the skin tone. I'm going to select a certain texture here, just because we got to get going on time here. Let's go. Something around here is looking pretty good to me. Cool. All right, we go into the complexion the same way that we did before. So we start with the freckles. And I kind of like a real freckled appearance on this particular
Okay, ein Durchgang hätte gereicht. Also,
And I'm gonna turn down the
ob man das jetzt zweimal komplett zeigen muss, weiß ich nicht so genau.
to the eye color again.
Aber es ist schon cool. Ich bin froh, dass das Spiel endlich einen vernünftigen Charaktereditor bekommt.
I like the green kind of
Das
look.
vorher war echt nicht
And we
besonders
get to the makeup.
spannend.
Now this is where I wanted to spend more time. Now, I'm arguably not very good at this.
Ja, du brauchst dich nicht bei mir entschuldigen
but I
dafür.
will do my absolute best to show you guys
Wir sind noch
how
eine ganze
you
Weile
can-
hier.
how you can use it.
Oh.
So first is the eyeliner. So the eyeliner, we can do any color. You can go as crazy or as chill as you
Geh
want.
aber mal eben kurz Richtung
But for this
Fenster.
particular, I'm gonna go quite dark here, just in the dark sort of fuchsias and purples. Here we're doing the inner lid eyeshadow, and that I'm kind of keeping the same theme, I think. Yeah, and then we're gonna do the same thing with the broad eyeshadow. So again, we can go as crazy or as calm as you want. So what I've had good success in doing is kind of having it cranked, and then I just pull it back to a little more of a natural blend, something to this effect here. Next is the lips. We can do the exact same stuff on the lips. Now what we have is a whole bunch of different makeup masks, and you've got 3 different channels within those masks, so basically 3 different colors that are affecting different areas of it. Now for the lips, we can go with the same sort of theme if we wanted, and I think I'm actually kind of
Was
digging
passiert
that.
da bei mir?
Let's go on the lip liner, a little darker. And then lips are a lot more glossy, so we can increase the gloss there, so that looks a little more like a lip gloss. Yeah, that looks pretty cool there. And then, like I was doing before, I kind of just pull it back a little bit. And there we are. So next I think we're good. Yeah. I think we're good. I have no business doing that, that's for sure. Same thing on the hair, again. We've got a whole bunch of different hairstyles. These will all be shared between the two body types, but for this particular demo, we've got the ponytail, we've got the slick back kind of look. Yeah, I'm not finding one I'm really digging yet. Ah, yes. Yes, now we're talking. All right, so cool. Now, again, we're fully inclusive here, guys. So, if you want facial hair on any body type, you got facial hair on any body type. That is up to you guys.
Ich sehe, was die Absicht war. Ich weiß nicht, ob der Absicht die richtige Person war, um das rüberzubringen. Wo bin ich? Hopp, 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 hopp. Nix. Nochmal die gleiche Variante in weiblicher Charakter.
I'm gonna turn up the dye though, and I'm gonna try to carry my same theme forward here. There we go. And then I'm gonna give it a bit of a fall off, as we can do, so it's just on the tips there.
Okay.
So let's see that in action.
Next.
All right.
Das ist schon
So
cool.
now,
Auf jeden Fall Welten besser als das, was man vorher machen konnte oder nicht machen konnte.
I think she turned out, definitely. So, you go to a review, sign off your declaration again, and head to game. So, you know, I'm really lucky to be able to sit in front of this. And again, it was a huge amount of work from tech art, engineering, designers, and specifically the Squadron feature team that has done all this work.
So viel Gerede über Squadron,
is that we
da
use
kommt
this
noch
now
was.
internally as a tool. That's why it's me up here demoing this. This is our tool internally for creating all these heads, for creating all the NPCs in the verse. Because as Chris put it one time, he doesn't want his NPCs to look lame. He wants them to look cool. And this gives you cool looking characters. Thanks a lot, guys.
Bekommen wir denn jetzt auch so einen Editor? Oder bekommen wir den gleichen wie vorher, aber mit den neuen Köpfen? Das habe ich noch nicht so ganz... Goddammit, Jared. Das ist von gestern. Die haben gestern... Die haben gestern die Kleiderphysik simuliert, indem sie über ein Programm so einen Ball über die... Das, was er halt gemacht hat. Ach, Deppen. Okay, nächstes Ding.
Everyone. You know, it's a...
Schluss mit
Too
Haaren.
early? No. It's a real pleasure to be here.
Wie sehen wir denn aus mit der Zeit? 10 Minuten zu spät angefangen. Na
Thank
gut.
you all. But my name is Jens. I'm here from Manchester. I'm going to talk to you about some improvements to play traversal. So we're going to start in 0G, where we've been rebuilding the EVA experience from ground up.
Okay.
So the first thing you should see is that we've made the exit from gravity less disorientating.
Okay. Das ist Pyro übrigens, da im Hintergrund. Das haben sie gestern gezeigt. Das ist die erste Station, die man in Pyro sieht.
We made it.
Oh, man kann vernünftig landen.
Alright, so we made the re-entry much more forgiving. So this EVA has a new prone lateral pose, and this is really important to us because it allows us to get close to surfaces and it allows us to walk across them.
Ja, das hattet ihr schon mal irgendwann
See that in this
gezeigt.
video here?
Oh, aber es sieht besser aus als vorher. Okay.
Okay, and as it gets to the end, we're going to jump off. Okay, here we go. Into that, and this smaller profile lets us get into spaces we couldn't get into before, or not easily with the old EVA. We're going to traverse through here, thread the needle, and also the collision is much more forgiving. We're gonna slide off at slower speeds, so we're not going to be spinning away. Okay, big reveal. Love this station. This is amazing. And we're also adding grips, so in the interiors, you might be able to hold on to grips to do interactions and walk between the grips to get better control. Now,
Okay, was jetzt passiert?
so now prone has long been a problem motion set for us, right? But taking these EVA posing solutions we saw, we can now rotate around the camera without any lateral translation. So we're not rotating around the hips anymore. And it allows you to aim much better.
Wie sieht das... Okay, ich wollte gerade fragen, wie sieht das von außen aus?
We don't need to worry about the external collisions
Okay, das ist cool.
right? We're not going to get pushed
Das
around.
ist cool.
Of course, prone isn't all about looking around. We want to traverse as well. So we're going to head down this vent. And here we put in a new collision style. So this is all about letting you have control in narrow, small spaces, smaller than this. We're going to be able to push around the corners. We're going to go run tight bends.
Okay.
And we're going to be able to reliably go up and down slopes. And this is where prone
Das ist
led the
gut,
way.
dass er das
So
nochmal
we then
gesagt
took
hat.
this and we put it into the EVA.
Slopes
So if I
und
turn off
Prone
gravity
war
here,
nicht gut
which I'm not
zusammen.
gonna
Moment.
do, but if I did, the EVA would have been able to traverse the exact same place. And by having these motion sets so similar, we can exchange success between them. And that could then be done to other horizontal sets, like prone light sets, for example, like the water Will showed it yesterday. We might be able to take you swimming there one day. So.
Okay, okay.
Okay, we're gonna move from the horizontal to the vertical. So with ladders, we put in some new subtle and significant improvements. So we got midpoint markups that lets you enter the ladder at anywhere. We're gonna let you look around so you can do
Auch neu.
360s.
Cool.
We're gonna let you lean on the ladders so
Ah,
that
die
you can
Klamotten
avoid
sehen super aus.
obstacles or
Diese
peek around corners.
Stoffphysik sieht super aus.
And this all got a full new animation set. It looks amazing, especially with all this beautiful star cloth.
Ja.
You know, you got both the hood and the cape there. It looks amazing. Okay, so with combat, we wanted to add more speed to the encounters. So what we've done is we've removed the weapon penalty, so you can move at the same speed with and without the weapon on.
Okay.
We've reduced the inertia, so you're going to be able to push up to your desired speed faster. And this is already in 320 and 321, and we've got more things like this to come.
Cool.
Right, so I didn't just want to talk about improvements. I've hinted at swimming, but I'm going to show you a different feature, right? So sliding. So with the power slide, you inject a burst of speed. This doesn't just take you from A to B faster. You're going to have a reduced profile. You become a smaller target. It doesn't come for free. You know, you're sprinting, so that's going to cost you stamina. You're sliding, that's going to add some stamina cost. And when I do it back to back like this, my heart rate is just pumping, 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 right? So you got to be a bit careful. You can't just slide your whole way from the hubs to the space.
Okay, cool. Macht Sinn.
Okay, so another thing that is really important to us is that with the slide, it's a short duration, but we want interactivity as soon as possible. And that's true for all our motion sets. We're going to go through all of them and give you interactivity. So with the slide, we want you to be able to aim around as soon as possible. The moment you hit the ground, you're going to be able to aim around, all right? And the direction is locked, so if I was to slide from one end of the
Okay,
stage
das
to the
könnte
other, I would be sliding this
viel
way, but I would be
ausmachen,
looking this
was die
way,
Spielbarkeit
right? You
angeht.
guys, hey? But while I'm sliding, I can hip fire, and as I come out in the exit, I can ADS, I can lean, I could go back to sprint right away, so I could do back-to-back slides, like we saw in the last video. Okay, so moving beyond traversal, just to finish this section, I want to talk about new hazard. Now you saw this yesterday in the UI demo.
Ja, Strahlungsschaden.
I lost my thought. Bone, can you press the button?
Oh nein, nicht bauen.
That's it. Okay, radiation, right. So radiation, for that, is a new addition to this active status system. And we need to look at the bottom left here. So in the middle, you got the amount of radiation that being pushed on your body. If you have a directional source, it's based on your body surface and your distance to that source. So by going behind the cover here, I can completely cut off all the radiation. So I can use that. And then on the left, we have an icon that has a shield around it. Now, that shield works in two ways. Right? First of all, it comes from your outfit. So depending on what you're wearing, you're going to have a better or less accurate shield, right? It has a threshold. As long as your radiation doesn't exceed the
Schild,
threshold,
okay.
the shield will hold true. It'll scrub all the radiation off, and you can stay there as long as you like. But as the shield starts peeling off, when the radiation gets higher, the shield will peel off. and the radiation sickness kicks in right at the end of the video here, and my health just deteriorates super quick. So yeah, that's not great. Okay, so we're gonna see some more radiation in the next section. So I would like to welcome Inesh up on the stage. Thank you very much, everyone.
Cool, macht alles Sinn.
Why are we showing that? Okay. Hello everyone, my name is Ines and I'm a gameplay programmer here at CIG. And I'm here today to tell you all about, thank you. And I'm here today to tell you all about the features we've been working on to improve the player interaction experience with the physical objects in the world. So let me start by telling you what we've made to make it easy for you to identify and interact with these objects in the world. We have
Das haben wir, glaube ich, schon mal irgendwann kurz gesehen. Da gab es zumindest mal irgendwelche Ansagen oder ähnliches.
This, combining with scanning, will help the player to easily identify the interactable objects.
Ach, bei der Pyro-Demo war das, glaube ich.
Algorithm that our interaction system uses to determine the current item in focus. So you'll have a smarter detection and selection as you move around and look around the scene. So the prompts will show you the active interaction and the key bind that you can use to quickly trigger it, like you see on the pictures. So we are trying to minimize the friction of the player to interacting with these objects. You no longer have to go into interaction mode to bring up the cursor, then drag it over, and to select using the inner thought.
Große
so we're
Änderung.
removing that.
Große Änderung. Kumo, die fängst du sowieso nicht. Kumo beobachtet hier schon wieder eine Fliege.
So what happens if an
Und er
object
tut
has
so, als
more
wäre er ein
than one
Jäger.
interaction? Well, for that, you can just simply
Während er liegt und
have, and this
Katze.
will bring you the new interaction wheel. So this is our new interaction wheel. It will be focusing on the item. And you can see that up to 2 of the interactions have a star icon. So this is related to another system that you are bringing to you that we call in the default item actions. So this allows us to have a primary interaction, that's the one that shows on the prompt, and a secondary interaction. So these are default actions that you can easily trigger using shortcuts.
Okay.
So these actions will change based on the combination of the item, the player, and the environment state. And although designers do choose the default actions that we bring to you, you are fully able to customize them to fit your preferences and playing style. So let's take a look at this in action.
Zeig.
Here you can see the prompts that change depending on your focus. So let's bring up the wheel. And I really like my plushes, so I want to inspect them when I find them around. So I'm changing that to my primary. And you'll see that does not affect only the item they're interacting with, but any item that falls into the same category.
Okay.
Go next. Okay. So I've shown you some features that improve. Thank you. So I've shown you features that improve the readability and easiness of interacting with the objects in the world. But the other part of our focus was to bridge the disconnection between the player and the object you are interacting with. In a fully physicalized world that we want to provide you, a tactile experience is very important to sell the experience. So we've introduced a new system that allows us to play animations on the player of actually reaching out and physically touch the objects in the world. Yeah.
Okay, macht Sinn.
So our main goal was to give you a better immersion, but at the same time minimizing the friction and the control we take away from you. So this really was an exercise between code, design, and animation to give you the best experience possible. Let's see some of this in action. And pressing buttons has never been so satisfying and fun.
Okay.
And I just kind of like go.
Okay, das ist nicht zu langsam, das ist gut. Wie sieht das aus, wenn ich scrolle in einem Menü? Zeig mal, wie das aussieht, wenn ich einen Hangar auswähle oder so. Das wird natürlich nicht da sein, ne?
Okay, so let's continue with this theme of tactile experiences. The next thing I want to talk to you about are usable interactables. So usables are objects that have existed in our game for a very long time. And you know, designers have had a variety of tools to build these really interesting and complex sequences for the AI. But up until now, what we could do for the player was very limited. So this past year, we've been building up our tools that provided for designers, that designers could build these really interactive experiences, but for the player. And the advantage of using the usable system is that anything that the player will be able to do, the AI will also be able to do. So let's have a look at a simple demo that one of our designers put together to see what we can now achieve.
Okay. Zeig.
So in this scenario, the player has to go forward and can't go forward because of the toxic water. So he has to go over to the valve to turn off the water. So before we could maybe play a simple animation when you interacted, but now designers can give full manual control to you. So you, by pressing the specific inputs, you will be driving the system. So, but this is not enough. We needed to be able to give designers a way to translate what the player is currently doing and affect other objects in the world in specific ways. So this is what is happening here. As the player is turning the valve, is controlling the flow of the water that's coming from the pipes. And what should happen when the player is no longer in control? Do we want to keep the state, revert back to the initial one, or maybe trigger something else altogether? Well, it's up to designers to define the type of experience they want to bring to you. So let's finally turn off that valve. Rush over before
das Ganze aufgeregt.
Broken valve.
Okay.
Just turning off, and then see another small example. Let's go. So yeah, we'll see another small example.
Und hier die Minimap oben haben sie auch vorgestellt. Die ist sehr, sehr cool.
You have to manually interact with that pump.
Den Scanner haben sie auch gestern gezeigt.
So you'll have to time your inputs to slowly open the door. So this is just a small taste of the level of interactivity that we can now have with these objects. We had really nice results for Squadron, for the mess hall line, and you know, I can't wait to see what the PU designers will create and bring up to your hands. Thank you. Okay, let's quickly talk about kiosks and terminals. And let's be honest, it's really hard to interact and get a good view of these ones. So we made a small little changes to make it easier for you. We've created a new focus mode that will walk the player to perfectly align with the kiosk.
Ständig.
So we can better perfectly frame
Jeder dritte Satz ist Squadron. Eigentlich muss da noch irgendwas kommen. Squadron Pyro.
Until you actively chooses to leave. So
und das wird wahrscheinlich erst alles in den letzten paar Veranstaltungen kommen, befürchte ich.
And look at that. When you trigger it, I'm like, yeah, so this is a very small quality of life improvement, but it will make it much easier for you to interact with
Ja, definitiv. Das ist cool.
And you know, finally, let's talk about looting. This is our new looting screen. It's not replacing the inventory, but it will be used when you're looting a body or any other lootable that you find in the world. It was specifically designed to improve this experience. So since looting is a common action during FPS combat, especially if you haven't fully prepared ahead, we wanted to make it as easier and quick as possible, so you could spend the minimum amount of time to grab any items you need from your target. So it displays the current loadout and a simplified version of the inventory. Looting favors speediness, while the inventory is there so you can fully manage your loadout. So we're still actively working on it, and this is especially on the UI and art, but I want to give you a little sneak peek how this all works.
Okay. Ach, auch Video. Kumo. Was machst du?
Okay, let's go over to diverters. So you see the player loader is on items are on the bottom. The
Oh, das braucht, glaube ich, noch ein bisschen Arbeit, damit man auf den ersten Blick sieht, was ist und so weiter. Das ist cool, aber ich hätte jetzt nicht aus dem FF gewusst, welches Inventar was ist.
So yeah, you can quickly press to just equip or swap. You can even use your mouse wheel.
Ah,
if you
das
want to
Equip,
change
das
the
Instant
target.
Equip
You
ist
can,
gut.
yeah, drop anything,
Das
swap,
war
start anything,
gebraucht.
just really quick actions. And you'll see in a minute that we also can trigger ammo repooling. So this will grab all available ammo, either from your target or from your inventory, and will fill up the magazines in your loadout.
Okay,
and drop,
cool.
And get rid of any empty magazines.
Cool.
So yeah, looking really good. Yeah, so it's looking really good, and I can't wait to see the final art. So that's all from me, so thank you so much for listening, and I hope you have a great time.
Wundervoll. Oh.
Right, hello everyone. For those who cannot remember, my name is Jens. And I'm now going to talk to you about some changes we made to our stealth gameplay. And I'm going to give you an update on weaponware. Right, so takedowns is an important part of our stealth encounters.
Ist es?
So this is where we're going to add some player skill progression. So it's going to move you through different action sets. You're going to start out by struggling. You might fail. Of course, this sort of added time and the extra noise you're making is really going to increase the risk of detection. You're going to get faster the more you do it, and then you're going to reach maximum efficiency.
Okay,
Check this one out.
Skills.
So he's so fast you can barely see him do it, and then he guides the body to the floor, so it makes almost no noise, right? We're going to explore some more variation beyond our unarmed and our knife takedowns, like sedative injection pens and contextual takedowns. So this guy on the railing here, let's see what we can do about him. So by using the environment, we can do a more efficient takedown than maybe our skill level would have allowed. And it certainly looks a lot cooler. And we're going to be able to use this to get to enemies that might be otherwise difficult to get to with our normal takedowns, like a pilot strapped into his pilot seat, you know, sneak up on him and take him out.
Schleichen funktioniert halt nicht im Spiel. Was ist...
Okay, so
Baut ihr dann erst noch Schleichen
in
ein?
that last video we incapacitated that enemy a lot. I'm going to introduce you to a new weapon, a new item, sorry, and that's the restraints. So with the restraints, okay, let's take him down first. One more. Oh. Okay, so with the restraints, we're going to turn him over, we're going to cuff his hands, we're going to cuff his legs.
Okay, damit macht dieses Prisoner-Ding auf jeden Fall endlich Sinn.
Now, if he wakes up, he can't chase us down, right? But he could call out for help. So what we're going to do as well is we're going to add places in the environment where you can stash a body. You can hide them, either unconscious or dead. And that way, it should be easier to remain undetected and keep you in that stealth bubble. Now, this is another thing we talked about in the UI demo, which is the ping. And we saw it in Inesh's presentation, how she did a short ping to highlight a door pump.
Ja.
Now, of course, we allow you now to charge up that ping. And by doing so, we can see further, and we can see through obstacles, and we can populate more information into our data bank that then shows up in our box outs here. So you get the name, and you maybe get the race, and maybe the faction. And you can use this information to figure out where is the weak link, which enemies can I take down without being discovered. There's a risk here, okay? So there's a charge up time, means you can't do it all the time. It's going to recharge slowly. You see the bar at the top slowly going down. Until that goes all the way down, I can't ping. I can't even do a short ping. And it's going to spike my emissions or my signature. So an enemy with the right equipment or tech level might discover me. Okay, so let's move on to some talk about weaponware. So here we're going to see a simulation of a weapon getting more and more worn over time.
Ach, Weaponware, okay.
We're going to expand this beyond weapons to other FPS items like your armor, your clothing, your helmets. In actual game, this would be triggered by weapon usage, right? So the more you fire your gun, the more worn it's going to get.
Damit kann ich zum Beispiel so gar nichts anfangen. Das sehe ich als mehr oder weniger verschwendete Arbeit an, so leid es mir auch tut. In dem Spiel verliert man und wechselt man so oft die Waffen, dass mir völlig egal ist, ob da irgendwo ein Kratzer drauf ist oder ob das dreckig wird.
this one out. There you go.
Von
So
mir
the
aus.
geometry isn't the only thing that's going to change as your weapon wears. So here we're going to see a pristine Gemini pistol in the little window and a worn one in the big window. And you can see the visual effects. It's belching out smoke here because it's very worn, right? It's telling you, you know, it's time to get this one changed. And you should be able to hear the audio as well. It's get growlier. Okay, on to some consequences. So it's not all visual, so we're going to start with misfire. So the first thing that's going to happen is you press the trigger, your gun doesn't fire. The second thing that happens in this video.
Okay, damit wird's interessanter. Okay, okay.
I hope you guys know what's happening. So he goes, and then it goes click. That's the bullet getting lodged in the chamber, right? So we've got to fix it. So it's telling us to fix it. We're hitting the button, Our enemy's firing
Okay,
on us.
damit
So
macht das mehr Sinn.
options. You
Okay,
don't have
gut.
to fix it. You could hold your gun, you could pull out a new gun. You could use that new looting interface.
Hast du nicht?
show
Ja, wir
to-
müssen das
to
nochmal
grab a better
installieren.
gun.
Wir müssen das nochmal spielen irgendwann.
Okay.
Sobald die Sachen drin sind. Sobald irgendwas Neues drin ist. Ah, wobei,
Okay, I'm
gab ja
gonna
jetzt ein
finish this
Update.
section
Wir können das
with
nochmal
the features
installieren.
that's tangentially related to wear, and that's the dirt accumulation.
Morgen vielleicht.
So here again, we're going to see a simulation of dirt.
Übermorgen muss
accumulating
ich zum
over time
Ikea.
on the-
Übermorgen
on the
hole ich
same
mir ein
rifles
Schreibtischding.
we saw before. But in the actual game, this would be based on your activities and the environment you're in. So if you're running around in a sandstorm, you're rolling in mud, you leave your gun outside proper storage, it's going to accumulate dirt.
Oh, da muss ich die
and
Joysticks
that's
wieder
gonna
rauskramen. Wo
increase
habe
the
ich
rate
die?
at which it's wear.
Einer steht
So
da.
The dirtier gun is,
Oh.
the faster it will wear out. And this is true for other biome accumulations, like frost. So let's take a look at this one as well.
Ja, ihr braucht jetzt nicht alle.
Okay, so yeah, so in the future it's going to be really important that you keep your guns clean and repaired. I'm now going to welcome Zach on stage, and he's going to talk to you more about the FPS weapons. Thank you very much.
Das sind alles coole Sachen. Nichts davon ist irgendeine Sache, die wirklich das
Hello,
Spiel,
I'm
also,
Zach Priest.
wie sagt
I'm
man?
a senior FPS game designer.
Du
I'm
weißt,
here
was
to
ich
show you
meine.
the new interesting
Keine
FPS things we have
keine
been
neuen Arten von
So,
Quests,
if you
keine
play modern
neuen Arten
shooters,
von
you'll have noticed
Gameplay.
the quality bar has gone through the roof in
Also
recent years.
nur
Things from
Add-ons
visual
zu
recoil
Gameplay, das
to
es gibt, so
VFX, just
sozusagen.
overall general weapon feel. As you know, we recently did a pass on our weapons to get them a bit more up to speed, but we couldn't hit that quality
Aber
bar
alles
that
cool.
we really wanted to.
Ich
Because guns are violent
kann nicht mal
in nature,
allzu
we
sauer
couldn't portray
sein.
that as much as we wanted to.
Alles, was
So,
sie bisher gezeigt haben, ist ziemlich
We made a
cool.
new tool, and it allows us to show the violent nature of weapons while creating greater weapon-to-weapon variety. So this new tool also integrates better with other systems. For example, you just saw like wear and dirt and things like that. And I'm extremely proud to show you the new weapon recoil.
Okay, Recoil.
So this is the old P4. It kind of falls a bit flat. You're not really getting that like oomph that you want, but you've probably shot this a million times.
Und jetzt
Now
geht
the
die
new P4, it has
Okay.
these nice little bop downs, and you feel it getting close to the camera, and the overall aggression of the weapon is a lot more there. It feels a lot more visceral when you fire it. This new tool gives us granular control over the movements of the weapon. So essentially what we have in one of our tools now is almost an animation tool where we can control the rotation and the location of things. So this is the old PA SMG. This is a new one. And in general, it's bringing the house down now. So recoils are just, in general, easier to tweak now. And they're a lot more impactful, and we can create weapon variety in just far new, more and interesting ways. Cool.
Okay, wundervoll. Das
Thank you
reicht
very
nicht
much.
mehr dazu.
Cheers.
Ach, Einzeit.
We also have new procedural animation over our ADS. So previously, if you play right now, you basically have a linear pose-to-pose transition. And sure, it's there, but now we layered some of this procedural stuff on top. So for example, if you have an SMG, it can come up a lot quicker, it can flick up, you feel really cool. LMGs can be a lot more heavy. So before it basically just do, move from pose to pose, but now we can keep it longer down here, bring it up slowly, and overall it just feels like you've got an LMG or it feels like you've got an SMG. We're just using things like, ease in and ease outs and just give more life to the overall weapon. Oh. There we go. And we also have new iron sights. So sci-fi weapons are chonky. They're full of detail. They look really cool, but a lot of that detail can potentially get in the way sometimes. So you've seen, this is a change to the Kana, where we have raised the weapon sight and given what we call the target acquisition window more room to breathe. So if you're aiming at somebody, you can just generally see a lot more, so optics aren't a crutch anymore. So you can see this on the Ravager, and you see this on the Custodian.
Okay.
Now, weapon functionality changes. So as you imagine with the new recall tool, we're going to do a pass on all the existing weapons. They're going to look and feel great. But while we were looking at our weapons, we also realized that some things don't necessarily, align with their manufacturer, right? You look at something like a Gemini pistol. Now, Gemini overall is rule of cool. Like, that's what Gemini is supposed to be. So the LH86 pistol should be fully automatic, realistically. So we have a video to show you of the pistol. And as you can see, it goes ballistic when you fire it. The magazine count has also increased to allow for that just crazy feeling that the pistol gets. Cool. Cool. Thank you very much.
Cool.
Right, and moving on to our new Vault weapons. So, it's the other video. That's the optic one. There you go. Thank you. These are the Vault weapons. So Vault is primarily based around controlling a heat of a weapon. These weapons have the potential to overheat. And if they overheat, you'll be unable to fire.
Huh, okay.
And they will enact differently. So some weapons will just basically be beams from the get-go. Some will go into beams. Like you see, this one goes into a beam once it reaches a certain level of heat. And it's really fun because these are quite powerful weapons, and you basically want to manage the heat and keep it in that ideal spot. Okay, cool. And scope improvements. Now this was shown yesterday, but I want to dig in a little bit more with this one. So, to get if anyone plays a modern FPS, they know that optics are just gorgeous now. In all modern shooters, they look fantastic. And as you can see, we have zoomed in optics in the center.
Oh,
so
okay.
And then we have other things like parallax, like you see in real life. And they look gorgeous. And so in general, all our sights and scopes have been overhauled to be more realistic with things like parallax, pincushion distortion, and things you'd expect from having a scope in general. And it differs manufacturer to manufacturer, right? So some things are purely digital, some things are purely physical. So if you get hit by an EMP grenade, for example, we're using something like a television sight, like something like Cluey might have, then your optic would turn off. Right.
Macht Sinn.
Thank you.
Ja, sieht cool aus.
Cool. And weapons are ultimately as only good as they sound. I'll be quiet for this next bit. But as you know, we've done a lot of work on our audio propagation systems and just in general how guns sound. We've also switched out some noises and made them feel a lot more beefy.
Von mir aus, das ist nicht so mein professionelles Verständnis, keine Ahnung, wie eine Weltraum Maschinenpistole klingen soll im echten Leben.
Fantastic. I think all of California heard us there.
Was ist mit meinem Mund?
In real-life combat scenarios, you often grab magazines from other surplus areas. We want to simulate that in our game.
Warum tust du mir das an?
So, to show you this, we have something called backpack reloading. If you run out of ammo in Star Citizen, you have to open a menu, put things on, it's a little bit clunky, it's a little bit awkward. So if you have magazines in your backpack, you will now be able to grab them at the price of a longer reload animation. You will also be able to tell when you have a backpack reload coming up because it will be displayed on the inventory with the backpack symbol. So there's no surprises, no catching of, you have all the information you need. And this has been shown, and it's been teased a little bit, the dynamic crosshair. Now, no more third-party dynamic crosshair, well, crosshairs now. So, if you have a look at this, this is our new crosshair.
Okay, was ist das? Warum?
It's a crosshair that fits the aesthetic of Star Citizen. It's a crosshair that follows the barrel of the weapon, so you'll see exactly where a bullet is going
Irgendwas stimmt
to
da
land.
nicht. Moment.
And it's projected from the visor using AR. Some visors won't have access to this crosshair, but some will use modified combat lenses. So if you don't want to use the crosshair, you can just use a different visor. As you can see, it works with recoil, and overall it just looks gorgeous.
Okay, besser, glaube ich.
Cool. Cheers. And on to more data things. We're going to provide an improved PvE experience. The accuracy calculator for NPCs is coming over from Squadron 42. Some people have been playing it in the venue and here, and I've been harassing them, whoever's doing the hangar mission, to get their feedback, and it has been overwhelmingly positive. We also have new NPC archetypes, what we're temporarily calling the Juggernaut, which is basically a very high damage resistant enemy that has an LMG or a shotgun. As soon as they see you, they fire, they walk up to you.
Okay.
And overall, it's been playing amazingly. And I'm really happy for you guys, well, I'm really excited for you guys to get your hands on it at one point. PvP, we want to increase the time to kill. This allows for more varied weapon balancing. You know, we can lay it into like sort of different aspects of the element more. It leads to higher skill ceiling and less unfair deaths. It will no longer be a game of whoever shoots whoever first. Speaking of which, force reactions. We're reworking them. We're aware it's frustrating, and we are going to rework the system to work beautifully. And we're also working on some other highly requested PvP
Das
changes.
klingt alles nach dauert noch 2
Very
Jahre.
happy to say a lot of this work has been dialed in. Squadron 42 is in a very good state, and we're bringing this to you soon.
Very good state und soon.
Now, over to the AI director, Fran, to share some exciting updates on combat AI.
Ich glaube, wenn sie ein Datum geben, wird das irgendwie Anfang 25 oder so,
Hi,
Ende
everybody.
25.
So,
Und trotzdem werden die
I'm
Leute
Francesco
jubeln,
Gucci,
damit
as you
weil es
said,
endlich ein
and I'm
Datum
the
gibt.
director in CIG. It's a great pleasure to be here with all of you guys. It's fantastic. So, what we're going to do today is to explore how all the work we've done for Squadron 42 is going to flow into the Star Citizen experience. So we wanted to make the AI presentation about how you guys are going to experience the tech and the features we have been working on. So from the player perspective, you've seen how many new opportunities you have. And now it's interesting to see how the NPC are going to react to that. So the goal of Star Citizen is to build a breathing and living environment where your actions matters, and the NPC you will find in the universe needs to have the same opportunities and same limitations that you have. So when we play a game, we want you to spend the time that feels memorable, that feels special, right? Something
Worum
you can
ging's jetzt?
remember and
Ich
talk
habe
about.
eine Sekunde nicht aufgepasst.
So we want you to give you a challenge to overcome, but also a challenge that is fun and doesn't feel repetitive and boring. So when we look at FPS Encounter, we want to build variety. We want to give the designers, like Zach, the ability to craft combat scenarios, not just to put NPC in the level. And we need to make sure that he can tweak something such that he can experience the unique play style and the play space that you have. So Star Citizen can benefit from tons of unique environments. So for those environments, we want you to have different type of fun. So what we look at today is some of the tools that they have to achieve this goal and bring the AI to the next level. So the first tool we're going to look at today is the NPC trait system. So we spoke about this in the past, and we have now available for designers the initial set of traits they can use to influence the behaviors.
Okay.
So those are some of the ones that are available to the designers.
Okay.
Today we're going to focus on the combat traits, because we have traits that also apply to the peaceful situation and the social environment, but those are the ones that influence NPCs during a combat scenario. And traits, you can imagine them as characteristics NPCs have or don't have. So through the usage, we can make sure the combat feels different from one encounter to another.
Ja, macht Sinn. Das ist eine gute Idee.
Tech-wise are just traits.
Endlich unterschiedliche NPCs, die sich unterschiedlich verhalten.
Instance, character classes, but code can also apply them automatically based on
Aber wenn sie schon mit so Tabellen anfangen, glaube ich, das ist noch weit entfernt. Und man sollte denken, das sind Sachen, die sie eigentlich für Squadron haben müssen. Und zwar rechtzeitig vorher haben müssen. Vielleicht gehe ich auf 2026. Ende 25. Okay.
So, let's imagine we want to model a pirate faction, something that you can actually experience in the pyro playground. So we want them to feel aggressive, but also not very trained. They are not very military. So how do we do it with the traits? We can start adding to this faction either the aggressive or reckless trait. Those are traits that increase the risky behaviors. So for example, fighting more in open space or expose themselves longer when they are in cover. We can then assign to some of those pirates the ignore fire obstruction trait. As you've seen, for example, in Chris Rain's presentation during the CTG demo, like we have now destructible environment. So what the NPC will try to do is to keep shooting at the position the enemy has been hiding into. So you will see destroying environment, but you will also see them being less careful and managing their ammo.
Das sind alles, ich glaub's, wenn ich sehe. Ich weiß, wie die NPCs in dem Spiel sind. Und das,
so this trait is, for example, meant to convey the inability to control their weapon when they are emotionally engaged in the fight. And what it will cause is them to trigger the weapon much longer compared, or you know, also just a bit longer compared to what the behavior is asking. So being bad at preserving their ammo means they will also run out of bullets much quicker. So this offers interesting opportunities for players because they can now shoot at them while they reload or while they scavenge the environment. So traits are building blocks we can use to define how character, faction, or encounter should feel. And designer can now create a wide variety of encounters for you guys to enjoy the game. So I want to paint a picture for you guys. So this is the bunker mission in Pyro, right? And we have a set of enemies that are defending the environment. So this is imagine an infiltrate and destroy mission. Those guys are there defending the bunker. You need to take it over. You need to basically kill them all. You are now fighting against enemies that they defend the environment. So before we go to the next slide, imagine the same environment, very similar enemies, but different traits, same behavior. So now you are defending an environment, and they are aggressive towards the environment. They want to take it. So what you will see here is that created a mix of enemies, some equipped with, for example, shotgun and aggressive traits. Now they will push towards you. They will force you to take actions and to react to them. They reload. Some will cover up. Obviously, this is with God mode on, so Zach was not dying. So this is possible to set up with a tick-off box. But this is not just enemies, because in Star Citizen we want you to hire your own crew members.
Wir haben keine.
And those crew members, those characters, will have different personalities, different traits, different training level that they can build up.
Das wird im Leben nichts. Nie. Da werden sich die Leute hier
so that you can pick the one that either match your playstyle or compensate your playstyle.
In 10 Jahren Entwicklung machen die NPCs immer noch nichts. Nie im Leben werden sie da keine intelligenten Crewmember und Gegner haben für Nie. Außer das kommt echt erst in 10 Jahren raus.
Usable tag, behavior tag. And as Jens showed you, players now can just not only kill enemies, because before our NPCs would just die, but now you can take them down, you can restrain them. So the eye perception needs to carry all this information about the different actor states. So it needs to know if he's down, but if he's still alive, or if it's just, somebody that you need to wake up. So a medic in the regular combat flow can, when it's safe to do so, and at the right time, attempt to heal his mate that can be helped. So now you can imagine guard patrolling the environment, you take down a character, the guard finds this body on the ground. He doesn't know if he's alive or not. So he can go there, he can check it, check the pulse, see the state, and if he can be helped, he can basically execute the right healing process. If he needs a med pen, he will use the med pen. If he needs to shake him to wake him up, he will shake him up. And if he needs to unrestrain him, he will unrestrain him. And your crew members can also do the same with you. So if you are down in critical condition, they can come and help you out. We'll see now an example of this, where two factions are fighting. And you will see that at the right time, when the guy retreats, this guy
Es gibt
can
einen
go there and heal his
Skyrim-Mod
mate.
mit ChatGPT. Und der sieht verdammt witzig aus. Aber, was war denn da? Ich wollte den installieren und irgendwas ging... Ach ja, man braucht einen Account und so weiter. Und hier, das kostet halt. Und das war es mir dann doch nicht wert. Aber es gibt einen Mod, mit dem man mit jedem NPC in Skyrim sprechen kann. Und der nimmt dann... das sind drei verschiedene Stücke Software, die zusammenarbeiten. Eins ist ChatGPT für die Dialogerstellung. Eins ist ein Programm, das die Stimme des NPCs rausnimmt und quasi filtert auf eine neue KI-Stimme. Dann nimmt der Mod aus den bereits vorgespeicherten NPCs einen Datensatz und sagt ChatGPT, wer der Charakter ist und so weiter, wie der wahrscheinlich redet, was er weiß, was er nicht weiß, wo der herkommt und so fort. Und ChatGPT macht dann einen Text auf jede Frage, die du stellst. Und dann wird das an diesen Stimmverzerrer zurückgeschickt und du bekommst es dann in der NPC-Stimme zurück mit Mundbewegungen und allem. Das sieht irre aus. Aber hat halt noch einige Macken, dauert alles manchmal ein bisschen und kostet halt, weil du auch für ChatGPT einen Account brauchst und so. Und dann nach Menge bezahlst. Aber prinzipiell sah das ziemlich cool aus. Muss ich zugeben. Kannst dich abends mit deinem NPC ans Lagerfeuer setzen und stundenlang Geschichten erzählen.
And once they decide to do so, obviously they don't have bullets, so they cannot fight you. What they can do, they can also switch to their sidearms. And the sidearms is less effective, obviously compared to the primary weapon, but it is still better than nothing for them to protect themselves while they go around and they loot the environment. So we'll see here an example.
Also ich meine, fairerweise, er zeigt es schon im Spiel. Auch wenn das Dev-Umgebung sein sollte, aber es ist schon mal, es ist etwas, was es gibt und nicht eine Geschichte, die da zusammengeträumt wird. Das ist ja schon mal was wert. Das ist schon mal wesentlich mehr, als sie sonst immer zeigen. Es gab auch bei jedem Ding, was sie bisher angesprochen haben, zumindest irgendwas Ingamiges, was sie dazu gezeigt haben. Nicht nur irgendwelche schwarz-weiß super in-progress Whitebox Dev Server, sondern tatsächlich in-game.
Grenades are a great tool. NPC can now fully react and use grenades in the environment. So grenades are a great tool, especially when an NPC needs to counter a player that is camping or a player that is hiding or saying a location that the NPC cannot reach. So grenades force the movement and keep the action going. But they're also very dangerous. You've seen in Ali's presentation and my presentation that a grenade can make electronics explode, ignite a fire, and then the fire can propagate in the environment. So NPCs need to properly understand the environment and not jump into the fire and get damaged. So how do we do that? Is we have a new full system to handle hazards. Basically, hazard on the technical side
das interessiert mich halt jetzt echt wenig. Dieser ganze FPS-Kram, also Kampf-FPS-Kram, interessiert mich dann, wenn ich im Spiel sehe, dass die FPS-Kämpfe einigermaßen spaßig spielbar sind. Und das sind sie halt vorne und hinten nicht. Da funktioniert halt nichts. Das ist ein einziges Bugfest. Und manchmal kann man Glück haben und es läuft ganz okay, aber ganz okay ist halt auch echt das Beste, wie es laufen kann. Und dann kommt er mir hier mit verschiedenen NPC-Strategien und so weiter, wenn die es gerade mal schaffen, durch einen komplett geraden Gang zu laufen. Ich hoffe, da versteht man, dass ich da nicht ganz super optimistisch bin. Oh, das Feuer sieht cool aus. Das Feuer hatten sie schon eine Weile vorgestellt. Das ist ein sehr cooles System. Das kann auf sämtliche Oberflächen übergreifen, die als brennbar klassifiziert werden. Inklusive Wände und Decken und so weiter. Und das sieht echt cool aus. Und das brennt dann, bis es keinen Sauerstoff mehr hat, sozusagen.
So this is a subset of the things that we worked on and we wanted to show you today. Thanks very much for listening. And now back to Jens.
Ja. Hi Jens.
Right, I want to thank Ines, I want to thank Zach, and I want to thank Francesco for joining me on stage today. We want to extend a massive thank you to everyone who contributed to, supported us, and made it possible to show what
Aber
we showed
nur
today.
die bezahlt haben.
With relentless optimism, we're looking forward to bringing you this all to the Star Citizen and more. Okay, we're going to leave you with a quick peek of a demo in Hangar 14 of Checkmate with some of these new features.
Okay.
Enjoy.
Das ist eine ziemlich große Umgebung. Wo sind wir da? Okay, das ist das neue Loot-Ding. Okay. Wie lange geht die Demo jetzt? Ich habe das Gefühl, ich hätte alles gesehen, was ich sehen müsste. Oh, man kann gegen Wände sliden. Das habe ich vorhin tatsächlich überlegt, wie das dann funktioniert. Die neue, die Time to Kill ist auch okay? War das ein neuer Mad-Pen? Eine neue Mad-Spritze? Okay, jetzt zieht sich's ein bisschen. Wegen mir reicht's jetzt. Natürlich einmal übers Visier wischen. Klar, okay. Okay.
Right. Thank you very much. I urge you all to come and join us in the Pyro Playground pit and have a go at Hangar 13 in Checkmate. It's a really great encounter. Thank you.
Und ich glaube, damit gehen wir in die Pause. Ja.
Up next is Taking Flight with Yogi, Inez, and more. Let's get it started.
Okay. Oh, Moment. Ach so, das kommt nach der Pause. Oder was? Oder nicht?
Hello, everyone.
Doch nicht.
My microphone? Okay. Can you hear me? Fine.
Wo ist mein...
These are the wrong slides. Hang on. Well, hello, everyone. My name is Yogi Klatt. I'm a principal...
Ah nein, okay, der ist noch vor der Pause. Alles klar.
And I focus on space flight and space combat. I really love my job, so this is why I'm really excited to show you the progress.
Höre nach wie vor zu. Ich gehe mal nur eben kurz in eine andere Ecke.
Two things I need to say here. First thing is, we're doing a live demo, and the build is about 12 hours old, so there is a good chance. There is a good chance for bugs, which
Bei Star Citizen?
well,
Nee.
if you see them, just look away. It will be fine. The second thing is, I'm not flying myself today. It will be Brent Gunzinger. He's using a setup of 2 VKB sticks, so left and right HOSA setup from VKB, and he's also using the fantastic Toby device. So we'll swap during the presentation between using head tracking and not using head tracking. Yes, so, but the good thing is, the relationship between you and your starship, it doesn't start when you take off, it starts way before that. There's a lot of stuff we do now in pre-flight.
Wenn man nicht aus dem Hangar rauskommt.
So please welcome back Ines
Oder wenn das
Kaldas,
Schiff
who will
irgendwo
walk us
verschwunden ist.
through that process.
Is this working? Yes. Okay. Hello, everyone. It's a privilege to be here back on stage to tell you all about what you can expect about the player interaction experience inside your cockpit. If you like, I've told you before how we've been working towards improving the player interaction experience all across our game, and we wanted to bring these improvements to what happens inside the cockpit. So we wanted to give you a greater immersion and. Okay, yeah, the slides are not, sorry about that. Yeah, so you want to give you a greater immersion and give you a closer experience to what pilots go through in real life, not only when you're flying around your ship, but the moment you take your seat at the cockpit. So to achieve this, we've created, when you enter your ship, you'll be put in what we call a new relax pose. So in this pose, you'll have free look enabled, so you can easily look around the cockpit.
Ines ist fleißig heute.
And your dashboard. The prompts will be showing over the buttons, so you can easily find the ones you have to interact. And you, the pilot, have to press all the different buttons to get your ship ready for flying.
Okay.
And the character hands will be lowered away from the control stick. So all of this blends neatly into our new player animated interaction system, whereby any button is now physically pressed.
Okay.
So this new system uses what we call a CDIK approach. This stands for Code-Driven IK, or Inverse Kinematics.
Ich glaube, ich finde das cool, prinzipiell. Ich weiß aber nicht, ob das gut ist für die Immersion, weil du halt an deinem Joystick oder auf deiner Tastatur komplett woanders hin greifst, um irgendwelche Tasten zu drücken und so. Das macht wahrscheinlich im Endeffekt nicht viel aus, aber das ist so das Erste, das mir einfällt. Das finde ich bei Knöpfen an der Wand einfacher. Aber wenn du da sitzt mit 2 Joysticks und der Spielecharakter drückt da irgendwelche Knöpfe über deinen Kopf und so weiter, weiß ich nicht.
Well, you'll see the new enter sequence. And you'll see the new animations we have been working on.
So, hier. Okay, soweit, so gleich.
So you can see now that you won't directly grab the control stick. You'll be put on this relaxed pose with free look enabled.
Das ist
and you
gut.
can see the different prompts appear over the buttons. So let's get this show started and get your ship ready for flying. So Brent, if you could close the canopy so we don't go flying around with that open.
Ah, okay, es ist jetzt nicht so.
Power our systems.
Okay.
Oh, look at that. And finally, turn our entrance. Yeah, so you are now ready for flying. So we will be bringing all of this to all of our ships in our fleet. And that's all from me. So please join me in welcoming to the stage Tony to tell you all about the new UI.
Okay, neues Flug-UI. Gestern schon leicht angesprochen und heute dann wohl mal ein bisschen mehr. Sieht nett aus auf jeden Fall.
Hi everyone, my name is Tony. I'm Senior UI Programmer here at CIG. And I'm here to explain some of the spoilers that you saw yesterday about our new ship UI.
Ja.
So, are you ready to see the ship UI
Ja,
in action?
zeig her.
Right. Bone, play the demo.
Nein, nicht Bone.
Brand, continue with the demo.
Okay, gut.
So, as you can see
Bone
already,
war gestern auf der Bühne und der ist der war anstrengend, der Mensch.
And less clutter views so you can focus during combat. This also means that the UI elements are now more relevant to the situation, linked to the operator mode. For example, when we change to scan mode, the crosshair has scanning information about your target, and even the MFDs have changed. Some of these elements can be customized, but we'll see more about that later.
Okay.
For this demo, we're showing the UI developed for this Gladius. Basic information related to navigation will always be available on your view, and this Gladius displays all of that with holograms around the dashboard. But other ships may have different layouts and styles, on brand with the manufacturer. For example, the Drake, that makes more affordable ships, rather than fancy and probably expensive holograms, may use physical screens, dials, and light indicators. This dashboard shows your current speed.
Das ist cool. Unterschiedliche UIs für unterschiedliche Schiffe finde ich gut.
On both far sides, we have status indicators.
Das war viel zu wenig, fand ich bisher.
Like if your landing gear is on, or any other flight systems. Worth mentioning that we have prototyped these for the demo, so right now they're holograms, but on the final design, these are going to be physical screens. On the far left, on the top of the dashboard, we have the indicator of which master mode and operator mode are you on. So let's change that to combat and talk about these new MFDs. So we have reworked all of these MFDs from scratch with brand new views using our UI technology building blocks. We can still navigate through these MFDs using the classic mouse interaction, holding F and then moving the mouse. On the left here, we can see the scanning view, which is going to show information that you obtain when you scan a target. It may show information about the ship name, the pilot name, or even the current operator mode of your target, so you know if they're just chilling around or they are ready to fight you.
Zeig die Kommunikation bitte.
One, we have the target status, which will focus on emissions, damage, and orientation of your target. We'll see that in action later. The next one, continuing to the left, will be the self-status, which is contextual. So during navigation, that will show your current fuel, but during combat, like right now, will show information about your guns. You can click on the gun, and you can see basic information about that. You will see the name, and you can also see in which group they are assigned, which Yogi will explain later. On the MFD on the right side, we have the power management, where we can distribute the power of different systems of the ship. You can click on the triangle and move it around to change the distribution, and you can turn down the total power of the ship that will generate. The classic key bindings that you all know already works, so when you change the power management, you will see now a triangle on top of the radar to show you the changes.
Okay.
Now, instead of using mouse, you can also use key bindings to select MFDs and cycle through the views, which might be faster when you are in certain situations like during combat. And for those pro players out there, we have added about 100 key bindings, and I mean 100, to navigate through all of these systems. So you can fully customize how you want to navigate through them.
Oh boy.
And I really hope that's more than enough to use on your keyboard, on your HOTAS, or even on your game class setup. But if you need more, just let us know. Anyway, I think you're not going to need even those many shortcuts. For each operator mode, we now persistently save which views are shown on each MFD. So you can customize what's important to you for every situation.
Okay.
So as an example, during combat, you might want to have target information on your MFDs, but maybe when you change to quantum travel, have your current fuel, spend some time on the configuration screen, for example. Let's talk about this configuration screen. We're going to have now here a variety of options, from customizing UI elements to enable systems of the ship. We may see some of these later in action with Yogi. These settings are now available on this screen, not in the global settings of the game, for quick access. So just as a warning, expect changes on the settings that you already know, but we'll tell you all about it when we have it ready. And the important bit about this is that they will persist to your ship. So you can keep different setup of which UI elements and even ship systems enable for how you personally use each of your ships. Now, some of you might be thinking that this Gladius doesn't have enough MFDs. Can we enable the top setting? For those of you that you want to see even more information, you can now cast versions of these MFDs to your helmet.
Ach, da oben in der Ecke. Ah. Oh, das ist cool. Das ist cool.
For this, you're going to need to equip the appropriate helmet, so it's connected to your ship and I can get all this information.
Also für jeden Schiff einen eigenen. Das ist cool.
You can use the key bindings, as I mentioned before, so you can select.
Also quasi so ähnlich wie man die Karten runterlädt, kann man eine Connection mit seinem Schiff herstellen und dann. Finde ich gut. Das finde ich echt gut.
If you're aiming at the target or if you're moving with your head tracker, those views are going to be always with you.
Wie komme ich da ran? Kann ich da auch mit F gedrückt halten?
You can customize your experience and have it ready for every situation that you're encountering.
Oder sind die reine Displays?
Always displaying the relevant information to you. So for example, during combat, you may want to have all the UI elements enabled, all the pips, all the crosshairs, so the information of your ship on the physical MFDs, maybe focus on the target information on your cast, so they're always on your view.
Okay, die sind
maybe when you
nur
go to quantum travel, you can turn those casts off, so you can enjoy the view.
Nur View oder halt Tastenbelegung anscheinend.
That's all for me.
Ist cool.
Now
cool.
we have MFDs ready, and let's bring Yogi back to tell you all about flying your ship. Thank you very much.
Cool, schöne Verbesserung.
Okay, at this point our ship is fully powered up, ready to fly. Pre-flight is complete. So Brent, please take off, put the landing gear in and bring us out.
Das sind viele Live-Vorführungen. Auch Videos, klar, aber vergleichsweise viel Live-Kram.
Space is big, and the sense of speed is always produced by, small things going around you. So although it's not very visible here, the VFX team has actually added space dust, so in the future you can tell where your ship is going, even without looking at instruments.
Sehr gut.
Another thing we're focusing on as well is G-force reactions. So Brent, if you could come to a stop for a second. When your ship is sitting like that, and you strafe left and right, you have these small head motions that basically make your head and your body react to the G-forces they're currently enduring. We're actually increasing them now. We also added rotational G-forces into the mix, so if Brent is now rotating the ship to the left, you also can see that your head is swaying a little bit. Things get a little bit more interesting when Brent is actually taking boost into the mix. So we now boost forwards, we now added a camera shake, we added FOV changes, and this all then plays together with the other things like, the other exhaustion effects that we have.
Okay.
So overall, the ship should now feel a little bit more reactive than before. The same thing, sorry.
Ich glaube, da gibt es Leute, die drüber meckern. Ich find's cool.
At the same time, we reduce the extensions that the look-ahead code is doing. So We basically narrowed it down a little bit so it mixes better with GeForce reaction, so that even when you don't have a head tracker or something like that, it will still feel pretty good.
Cool.
But this is just a minor change. We also improved the flight controls themselves. So take a look at the speed gauge, for example. It's a little bit twitchy today. What that speed gauge is telling you, the number that's currently moving, is what kind of speed goal Brent is actually putting in. If he puts his stick all the way forward, the left one, you will now be able to see and read the number that you're asking IFCS to speed and forward momentum. This also allows us to bring back the sticky throttle we had pre 3.5, where now, if you play with mouse and keyboard, you can press W and S to increase and decrease your speed and let go of the key, and the ship will not automatically come to a stop. Of course, this is all completely configurable, so you can enable that or not if you want.
Okay.
Oh. Okay, Brent, give me some hard flying now, like blackout and all that. Okay, so another thing we changed in the flight model is that we actually looked at the tricoding exploits. These are really important for PvP and racing players among you, because tricoding gives us a mathematical problem that we're trying to resolve. On some ships, when you tricode, you get actually up to 50% more acceleration. That
Ich weiß nicht, was tricoding ist.
Actually makes a lot of the ship difference meaningless. So we're cutting back on those. So a first implementation of that is already available in the master mode testing areas in 3.21, I think. But we're improving the algorithm right now so that it actually is less punishing in future master mode builds. This is actually a current version, so
die Station ist so hübsch. Ich möchte wissen, wie groß die ist von innen. Was man da machen kann.
Okay, so now the biggie in the room. We're talking master modes. Master modes is by far the biggest change we're doing on the ship gameplay. In general, all of your ships will be put into, or will get a master mode setup. And the master mode is affecting basically everything surrounding everything on the ship. The ship itself, the flight model a little bit, but specifically the items and what they do. And there are two master modes we're going to talk today about. One is SCM, which stands for Space Combat Maneuvering, and the other one is Navigation. So let's look into SCM. SCM is the mode that Brent currently has active. So you see the, Brent, can you go into the indication, please, for the master mode? Just point with the mouse there, if you can. Yeah, so this is your current master mode. It says SCM. When you use SCM for basically all the gameplay that is not traversal. So combat, mining, salvaging, you're using it for that. You have full access to your combat system. Your shields are working, your thruster boost is fully active, your weapons are working. It's the high performance, high alertness mode that you're in. However, we will heavily restrict how fast we can go. We can go with your ship. Okay, Brent, go to
das ist quasi die Antwort auf
zu
schnelle Schiffe in Dogfights und so weiter.
But it's still pretty fast. However, you can extend that speed. Brent, if you just go forward and boost. So the Gladius can extend up to 550 meters per second. On this slide here, you can see the speed spaces we're talking about. So if you're just flying around in SCM, which is like the max speed of your ship, you can reach the 225 meters per second. If you boost, you can reach up to 500 or 550. However, that boost space is not spheric.
Aber was hält mich davon ab, in einer anderen Phase als SCM einfach zu schießen oder zu meinen?
For space combat maneuvering, or for dogfighting in general, because it discourages backstrafing, it actively actually punishes backstrafing, and it creates more interesting combat maneuvers. The PvP players among you, they basically call this encouragement to closing the gap, which is basically more forward-centric combat, which is much more exciting than backstrafing and just trying to get some shots on. It also forces you as combat players to commit to the decisions you did earlier in the fight. So it's going to be, we think it's much more exciting.
Na gut, muss man ausprobieren.
Okay.
Was sind die anderen Modi?
So, in short, you pick SCM when you need to fight, when you want to fight, or when you need to fight, right? The thing with the master mode switches is that they do not happen instantly. They take a while to move over. So we're now going to put our ship into the second mode, which is navigation.
Okay.
So navigation mode is basically the opposite of SCM. What this does, it gives you a high-speed, low-performance mode. Your shields, they will collapse. Your weapons will not be able to fire. Your defensive systems will...
Oh, okay, man kann
not
gar
be
nicht...
functional.
Oh, okay.
But you have higher speeds. So in nav mode, you can still reach the speeds of what you have currently in the PU, something, I mean, depending on the ship, sometimes 1,000 meters or 1,400 meters per second. But all your regenerative systems, so regenerating the weapon capacitor, your thruster boost, will be inhibited. So this means when you want to go fast, you need to be very, very careful when you want to swap over.
Okay, das
so
macht
imagine
Sinn.
you're in a fight and you want to escape. You should not do it right away, because if you just swap to navigation mode,
dann ist alles aus.
you're being left with no shields.
Ja.
And the first thing that will go offline when you are hitting with distortion gun
Ist Shields.
is the quantum drive.
Ah,
That's
Quantum
important,
Drive.
because the quantum drive will spool automatically up when you enter nav mode, and it will then unlock the higher speeds.
Oh, also kann man nicht mehr
So, this
Quantum
means
aus dem Kampf
when you're in
rausmachen.
nav mode and you're fighting, you're very vulnerable, so you should get out as fast as possible.
Okay.
Luckily, navigation mode not only allows you higher speed, but also
Wie lange dauert es, bis sie das erste Schiff verkaufen mit dem Feature, dass es auch im Kampf Quantum machen kann?
That is nav point that you see there on screen. This is the point where I want to go to and quantum travel to.
Okay.
Before we do that, I need to quickly explain what this is about. So currently in the PU, when you quantum travel from A to B, you're actually not really moving. You're going on a spline and you're teleported in every frame along that spline. So there's basically no meaningful gameplay we can add there.
Ach so.
The new quantum travel experience is fully physicalized. Physics is always on, which means when you quantum travel from A to B, you're actually accelerating using our awesome physics engine. And because it's physicalized, it gives us a lot more meaningful gameplay we can play with. So Brent will start the quantum travel in a second. What will happen then is your quantum drive will initiate the jump. You will see an effect that distorts the space around you.
Ja, das haben wir gestern
and you will
gesehen.
accelerate forward.
Sieht
During
cool
the
aus, der neue
acceleration
Quantum.
process, and so this is the time until you actually reached your cruise speed. The ship will experience forces, and you as a player, you're responsible to counter these forces. So there is an element of failure. Okay, Brent, let's show that. And take your hands off.
Also jetzt hat er die Hand nicht am Stick. Und das Schiff geht leicht nach rechts. Oh, das ist eine coole Idee. Und dann fliegt man aus dem Quantum raus, oder was? Fuck. Das heißt, man kann sich jetzt nicht mehr einfach ins Hintere vom Schiff verziehen und Quatsch machen? Finde ich das gut? Finde ich das nicht gut?
So what you just saw is basically the failed attempt to quantum travel.
Huh.
Brad wasn't countering the forces, therefore he was thrown out, the quantum bubble collapsed and threw you out. Your ship doesn't like that. IFCS needs 5-6 seconds to recover from that, during which time you're just tumbling, right? So and this is not just like dependent on your skills. If you think selecting a proper quantum drive doesn't matter in the future, think again. You want to take care of your quantum drive, you want to repair it and keep it in good shape. So
Was passiert, wenn das jetzt komplett physikalisiert
your
ist?
travel will not necessarily be faster,
Wenn
but
ich
it
von A
might be
nach B
harder.
Quantum
Okay, so Brent showed how it's
und
done.
jemand anders von B nach A, stoßen wir dann zusammen? Oh, aber ich kann doch jetzt nicht, wenn ich von einem Planeten zum anderen Quantum Drive, das dauert doch gut 5-6 Minuten. Da kann man doch nicht die ganze Zeit komplett aufpassen und gegenhalten und so. Das treibt einen doch in den Wahnsinn.
The bubble is locked. You can now go hands off.
Ah! Okay, das ist cool. Okay, das ist cool. Okay, das ist nett.
Okay, so there's a second variant of quantum travel, and this is for short-range jumps. Sometimes you jump somewhere or you go somewhere, and you see the next point of interest is like 1,200 kilometers away.
Ja.
We're not going to force you anymore to travel that by hand.
Oh mein Gott, danke.
We'll use a technique called quantum boosting. It's a quantum
Ach stimmt, da wurde schon von geredet und keiner weiß genau, was es ist. Ja, zeig her. Ist das so wie bei Elite?
When you use quantum boosting, the process is practically the same, but the quantum bubble will not stabilize itself, so you need to be hands-on for the whole time.
Macht Sinn.
And the speeds are naturally, slower, but it's not slow, it's still quantum traveling, right? Okay, so Brent, can you boost to, reinforcement needed. Yeah, let's go there, let's boost. Oh, actually, sorry. Thank you. Okay, so what Brent is currently showing here is, I think I forgot to mention, quantum boosting works in every direction. You don't need nav points.
Oh. Das ist cool. Also wie bei Elite.
Brent is awesome, thank you. Okay, so now, please boost to reinforcements needed. So if there's enough
Was passiert, wenn man auf in Richtung eines Planeten...
The quantum travel system will pick that knife point to go to.
Okay.
Welcome to Pyro 3.
Ha. Das ist cool.
As you can see, there's a lot of UI happening right now. There's a lot of context there. And this is not an online demo.
Bist du nur da, Raffi? Kriegst du das noch mit?
That means all these units there, they're friendly and hostiles. They're probably fighting with each other, which is a good segue to talk about AI improvements. And there's one man who can tell you all about AI.
Okay.
This is the man with the nicest legs at CIG. Well, please welcome Diego Marty Mason.
Was ist das? Ach, da beschießen sich welche.
So who's excited to see the new AI changes? Hi everyone, as Yogi said, my name is Diego Marty Mason and I am the AI programmer focusing on the fly combat. Over the past year, we've been working on delivering a thrilling experience to the AI encounters. Let me first walk you through our journey. We first started looking at the current AI behavior in the PU. We quickly realized how uniform fighting was and how we were not using all of the tech available to us to make a more interesting experience. We had the foundations and we wanted to learn more about how you, the players, do your combat encounters in the verse. So we did this by getting combat recordings, analyzing videos, and internal playtesting, where we were hammering each other for hours. It was fun, unless you went up against experienced fighters like they are. Anyway, with all of these data, we started crafting the first prototype, with the focus of bringing that human behavior into the AI brain. When the first version was ready to be tested, I handed it out to one of the best internal pilots in the team, Yogi. So Yogi, what do you think about my first prototype?
It was an exercise of humility. It was an exercise of humiliation. I hated it, and I blame Diego.
So this was due to the AI being able to keep a good range control and a perfect orbit around their target while maintaining a constant firing solution. Come on, it's a computer. We learned a lot from our initial prototype, and it really helped us to define what we wanted to deliver. A combat experience where the AI, yet challenging, makes mistakes, just like us, humans. We want players to leave every combat encounter with a feel of satisfaction by encouraging you to keep on the move and make use of the vehicle systems available to you, so you can at least try to win the fight. Let's see how we brought this new iteration of combat to life. We broke down in multiple stages. The first one, interception. Then the main engage phase, which we broke in different tactics. Strafer, Jouster.
Okay, das ist jetzt weniger aufregend.
And finally, disengage. Let's switch to the
Ich verkriech mich nochmal aus dem Rahmen hier.
As you can see, Brent has encountered a skirmish. Let's talk more about the combat flow there. Okay, we will start with interception.
Ich höre aber noch.
After acquiring the target, the primary aim is to close the gap with the target. If the AI is already near the target, the interception phase is skipped completely. If it's too far, it will tell the AI to use the new master mode to swap into navigation mode and make use of the full speed to chase. Swapping back to SCM mode when we are in a striking distance. That leads us to our second phase, engage. Here the AI selects an adequate tactic based on combat environment. These are choosing via the traits and tactic selector system. You've heard more about them in the previous talk by Francesco. So let's talk about the strafer. As this is a 6 degrees of freedom game, it's the natural combat shape adopted by pilots. We have related the same behavior to our AI, ensuring also that orbits are close and adding variations to include rolling. Strafers will break combat if they cannot keep an orbit. So now we see how the Hammerhead is being attacked by Hornets. These Hornets are jousters. Jousters consist of performing straying attacks whilst outputting a lot of firepower, blowing through, smooth turning, and repeating. We added variations for the more skilled pilots, like skid roll attacks, that provide a spiral-like flight path. Jousters are also good at monitoring for back strafers, so if they cannot get into strike distance, they will just break. And finally, the Chaser. Now, Brent is going to get there in a second, but the Chaser is going to be the Cutlass, which is following one of the Hornets and is allied with the Hammerhead. Now, we are really far away, 10 kilometers. So the Chaser, it will try to always stay on the target 6. The idea is to force the target into a defensive stance by making them turn into the Chaser. This maneuver will be seen mainly in squads and atmosphere combat. The final phase, which can happen at any time, depending on the combat situation, is disengage. This phase is triggered based on constantly listening to multiple events in parallel. To name a few, critical health, damage to shields, or weapons depleted. There is also a shorter version of disengage that we call pace break.
Das Fenster ist auf, die Katze ist auf der Fensterbank, die will rausgucken.
Nature of the combat encounters. These pace breaks are short, and the main objective is to perform a simple maneuver to gain a new advantage position and strike again. This new flow is what encompasses the core of our new AI fly combat experience, in combinations with AI traits that will give designers the tools to tailor each combat encounter in the verse. Like, for example, they can choose the ace traits that will allow AI pilots to make use of all of the ship's angular velocity so they can keep a more precise orbit. So for some of you out there, it's going to be a good challenge. While we've been mainly focusing on fighter behavior, we've also started
Davon
to
werde
follow
ich
the
halt
same
nichts
process for other
merken.
ship types, like gunships and capitals. In the near future, we want to deliver an experience where going against a capital ship like an Idris is a tough fight. That unless you bring the right
Ich
combination
hätte gern mal noch ein
of
anderes
tools, meaning
Cockpit
ships are
gesehen.
equipped to take down capital ships, you will
Die
get
so ein
the
bisschen
wallet
voller
by
bepackt
the
sind und
powerful
so,
targets.
wie da das neue UI aussieht.
Now, after all of the feedback, in our first internal playtest, we've received a lot of constructive and positive feedback. And Yogi's not longer being destroyed by the AI, so I think he likes it a bit more. Thank you, everyone. I hope you enjoy the new AI. And back to you, Yogi.
Thank you, Diego. Okay, so now we're going to talk about, we heard about how AI makes my life hard. Now let's talk about how to return the favor. We're talking weapons. So, the weapon and aiming systems in squadrons, they went through a lot of changes. I can only mention a couple of them.
Irgendwas ist mit meinem Mund nicht
them
richtig.
relatively quickly.
Der ist
First
immer ein
thing
Stück
on
auf
our
und ich
to-do
weiß nicht
list is
warum.
basically weapon tuning. At the moment, almost all
Vielleicht liegt's am
weapons in
Licht.
the GU are practically
Weil
the
vorhin
same.
war das noch
In
nicht so.
Squadron, that's not the case. Almost all weapons have different properties. They have like different projectile velocities, different DPS numbers. But they're not just different in terms of these numbers. They also feel different. Remember the Cinch cannons from like a couple of years ago? They were they were very powerful weapons, but they were extremely easy to use, which made them meta weapons.
Ah, ich würde gern
we're gonna bring
vorspulen
the Cinch
können.
cannon back.
Das ist jetzt echt nicht so
But we
meins,
make
glaube
sure
ich.
that the amount of work you put into these cannons in order to employ them is on par with the other guns. So there's a lot of stuff that we're going to do to make sure that weapons have a lot of pros and cons and avoid meta. Specifically for this build, Brent is equipped with a nose, I think close and laser repeater. Can you fire it once? Yeah. And the other weapon he has is he has 2 weapons on the wings, which are
Ich bin auch nicht in den Waffen so drin, dass ich da jetzt irgendwelche Unterschiede erkennen würde, ganz ehrlich. Wie sieht's denn überhaupt aus? Theoretisch sind die noch 20 Minuten dran jetzt. Dann eine Stunde Pause. Und dann Living on the Edge. Living Condition and Environments von Outlaws und Settlers. Also wahrscheinlich gibt es ein paar neue Bilder von Pyroplaneten und so weiter, was man da alles für Bauten erwarten kann. NPC-Basen und solche Geschichten würde ich vermuten. Und eventuell auch die ein oder andere Stadt oder Dorf oder was auch immer man da besuchen kann. Keine Ahnung, man weiß halt noch nichts. Und dann Destination Adventure. Neue Interactions, Missions, Gameplay und mehr. Das wird dann Pyro definitiv. Und vielleicht, wie heißt es denn? Dingsbums. Weiß schon. Das Ding, auf das alle warten.
I need to go back. Okay, there's actually some stuff not there anymore. I don't know. What happens when you aim with your crosshair over the pip? Is that you actually not aiming at the pip. The legacy system gives you a pip which does not show you where the weapon needs the pip. The new aiming system
Snacks suchen muss ich auch gleich noch, aber das mache ich gleich in der Pause.
Where the weapon sees them and reprojects them on the target. That means the aiming information you're getting is actually much more precise. And this is a very interesting. Sorry, I said the completely wrong thing. I'm sorry, I'm nervous. Okay.
Kenn ich, habe ich auch schon gehabt bei Präsentation. Habe ich auch schon gehabt. Kenn ich.
Okay, sorry.
Falscher Notizzettel.
Controlling ranges. In the future, all the weapons will get much longer ranges. Size 1 weapons will fly to up to 5 or 6 kilometers before the despawn. The way how we do this, is we're adding spread. Because spread is for us is a very good indication on how to control the ranges. This is not a one-to-one relationship there, so don't worry, you won't get like spread with like 20 degrees offset or something like that. Don't worry, right? But if we compare the spread of the weapon with the target size, we know when the weapon is in range. We know when you actually are close enough so that the majority of your hits can hit, and we're telling you that via the aiming system now. So, Brent, let's go back to the demo. If you get a green pip and a green crosshair, it means you have a high chance of your weapons hitting the target. If Brent takes a little bit of a step back and waits until the pips and the crosshair turn red, this does not mean that the ship is out of range. You can still hit it, but you might waste bullets. This also has the benefit that, I'm not sure if you saw that before, but if you look at how many bullets are in the air, you're actually getting a lot of bullets, a lot more bullets, and it just looks a lot better. Okay, Brent, just kill these guys now. Bam! Oh well. Okay, so that was this one. Okay, a thing you might have seen is that Brent is loaded with size 3 guns on size 3 gimbals. That means we're removing the M-1 system.
Okay, warum?
The reason for that is
heißt, dass du auf Größe 3 Gimbals nur Größe 2 Waffen einbauen kannst.
And the new aiming system is flexible enough to deal with these differences. So we're just removing it and keep going. So, next point, pip grouping. If you have different weapons with different projectile velocities, you will get different pips. Because merging the pips makes no sense for us anymore, because the weapons are going to have vastly different projectile speeds.
Okay.
So if Brent, for example, enables all the weapons now, you get separate pips. So let's talk a bit about pip optimizations here. And this is the thing I messed up before. Again, who is an Aries? If you aim at your target you get a pip, right?
Ja.
Your average owners know that. You aim at the pip, you shoot, you miss. And this is because the pip is not being shown where you need it. In the future, we're actually offsetting the pip where the weapon sees it and then reproject this onto the crosshair.
Okay.
Like that.
Okay,
When you
macht
then
Sinn.
hit, you hit.
Macht
when
Sinn.
you then shoot, you hit. And this is of course also communicated by the aiming system. So when the pips turn green and when the crosshair turns green, just shoot. Okay, so now to the actual best part. We cannot take down this hammerhead. It's too big for us. But we can cripple it. The weak points on the hammerhead are the turrets. The way we're going to do this in the future is with precision targeting mode. Brent?
Oh ja, das war auch schon eine Weile angekündigt.
Enable precision targeting mode. There we go.
Ha, okay.
What this does?
Ah, und jetzt kannst du
it
ein
does three
eigenes...
things. You get this full zoom on the target. You get a lower RPM of your weapons, which increases or decreases the spreads for more precision, and you get the painting mechanic. Anywhere where you put your crosshair on that ship, it will tell the gimbal system where to aim at. So if Brent now attacks the turrets, your aiming system will automatically lead the shots.
Okay.
Bam! One turret down. Okay, so this hammerhead now understood that it's not good, that doesn't stand a chance right now, but this will be the way how you in the future will fight against sub-targets and so on. The good thing about this, it also works even without painting the target directly, so you can do very, very precise warning shots.
Das wird die Piraten freuen. Die PvP-Piraten-Leute, die können dann tatsächlich wieder ein Triebwerk kaputt schießen und so. Das ist cool.
And we're going to look at Pyro 3. Okay, Brent, switch to nav mode and bring us down to that landing spot. So Pyro 3 is also called Bloom.
Bloom?
It's a very big planet with a nice atmosphere.
Bloom oder Bloom?
And, oh, something wrong with throttle?
Was machen meine Hände? Ich weiß nicht.
Oh, well,
ich habe nicht drauf geachtet.
wrong
Was haben sie gemacht? Ach so, hier. Ich habe mich an der Hand gekratzt. Die Hand juckt. Mein Händchen juckt.
I said gameplay demo might have bugs. Okay.
Das ist wahrscheinlich ein Mückenstich oder sowas.
Yeah, steeper angle, that works. Okay, so the thrusters on your ship. They do not like the vacuum of space. We're talking spaceships here, right? And we have thruster efficiency curves on these thrusters. So at some point, especially the MEF thrusters, they will cease working because they don't like atmosphere. They will overheat very, very quickly.
Fliegt er jetzt mit diesem
what happens when you go down to a planet
neuen Antrieb rein?
and you want to rotate your ship?
Das geht so schnell.
With your thrusters off. Well, we'll see. Can you go to external view? Can you waggle your tail?
Oh, oh. Wir haben Klappen.
Okay, back first person. Okay, so what you see here is the new aerodynamics model. Because obviously our left stick is somewhat damaged or so, we can't be as fast as we want. Actually, Brent, can you try W and S on the keyboard instead? Oh, it doesn't work. Oh.
Oh.
No, doesn't. Yep. Okay. No, the stick is affecting us. Okay. Anyways, we're gonna go down as far as possible. So the new aerodynamic system is a complete replacement of the aerodynamic system that you currently have, and you need your control surfaces to actually turn the ship around.
Okay, ich glaube langsam, das liegt an dem Licht.
And therefore, the slower you become, the
ich weiß nicht, was passiert, wenn ich es ausmache.
Control surfaces will be in order to turn your ship. So we can demonstrate this. So if Brent just sits here and yaws left and right, you will see he cannot go further than that. That is in line with what real airplanes
Angst, dass es dann zu düster ist.
when they're trying to use the rudder.
Das scheint ja noch zu funktionieren.
Left and right.
Runter von deinem Fenster beim Urlaub, das ist schön.
He can roll and he can pull to actually change his direction.
Oh, Entschuldigung. Nochmal eben die Katze über den Haufen gerannt.
Okay, so just for this demo, we added a button. The button is called thruster disconnect, because at the moment in the PU, when you go through a planet, you're using the thrusters to rotate. We're not doing that anymore. So Brent, disconnect the thrusters, please, and put the ship into a purposeful stall. A stall happens when the airflow over a wing ceases, or over a lift surface ceases.
Okay.
And then at some point, you will not have any authority anymore, and your ship will not turn and so on, and you will basically fall out of the sky. That is naturally a state that every plane wants to avoid naturally, right? And this is happening right here.
Oh, dann
Brent
fällt
is
man.
not able to use the control surfaces right now because the ship is in a process of stalling.
Oh shit,
However,
dann
the
hast du auch
airflow
direkt einen
will
Flugsimulator
pull the
mit im
nose back
Space
into the
Simulator.
wind, and once you have enough speed, he can actually, well, he gets authority back over these control surfaces.
Oh, wie oft wir da abstürzen werden auf dem Planeten, Raffi. Wir haben das schon ohne Flugmodell
What you
geschafft.
can actually do, you can do aerobraking, you can do pure gliding if you want to.
Wie sieht das
You
denn
can even
aus?
do like competitions like,
Falsche
I don't
Hand
know, like
erkannt.
drop
Hallo?
ships out of orbit and then see how far they glide. This is all possible with a new system. So let's talk about the problem. How do you come to a stop now? To come to a stop with the new system, you need to purposefully put the ship into a stall. But don't worry, when we don't have the thrusters disconnected, IFCS will help you. So you're gonna bring down the speed more and more until you're reaching stall speed, which is about now. And then the thrusters will kick in and catch you.
Okay, na gut.
That means, however, you are now in a state that the thrusters don't like, right? So at the moment we have turned this up, but in the future you will not be able to hold this for long. So if Brent, for example, now from a hover, strafe is left, more left, more left, more left. The wind flow again pulls the ship over, and you go forward again.
Ha. Ich werde so oft abstürzen.
Okay, so now Brent, now show us how to come to a hover, and do we have some water here? Oh yeah, there's our point, okay.
Ah, jetzt simulieren sie direkt. Hier, das musst du da sehen. Das ist das neue Wasser-Verdrängungs-Physiksystem-Ding. Das sieht richtig cool aus.
Okay, so there's our landing point.
Also ich schätze mal, dass sie das jetzt zeigen, wenn sie schon mit Wasser ankommen.
Can become a little bit slower, I don't know, 100 meters per second. So we're trying to land somewhere here. Whoa, look at this. Yeah, that water is great, like, awesome. Okay, so now we're coming to a, so now Brent will try to land with a broken throttle.
Mach doch mal Außenansicht, ich will das Wasser sehen.
And yeah, he's aided a little bit here by the landing gear, so he has landing gear out, I think, because that automatically enables precision mode at the moment, so that you're a little bit slower, but you can of course like turn this off as a player.
Okay, das ist auch
And then
cool.
you come smoothly down to a landing. The best way to land your ship is in decoupled, because you can just like very smoothly land it on the surface. And clunk. And now you're gonna power down the ship using the new interactions. Engines off first. Then we're in the relaxed pose again, as Ines showed before. Power off. And the canopy off. No, open, not off. Don't put the canopy off. And get out of the ship. And probably go for a swim or something. Okay, that was a bit of a buggy, bumpy ride, but thank you for taking the time with us. And we'll see you in the verse. Thank you.
Okay. War ja doch noch
Thank you
ganz
so
okay am
much,
Ende.
Yogi. Everybody, it's time for lunch. We'll be back around 2:45. So get yourself some food, get yourself some drinks, get yourself some snacks, stretch your legs, and then be back in Hall A when we come back. Because from this point forward, you're not going to want to be anywhere else. We'll see you at 2:45, everybody. Take care.
Okay, das würde für uns heißen, knapp 11:45. Mache ich das Ding auch so lang? Lasse ich es laufen so lang? Oder sparen wir uns das komplett? Und gucken auf unsere Kappe. Ich mache erstmal einen Screenshot von dem hier. Dann kann ich das nämlich schon mal bei mir theoretisch... Nein, das war falsch. Muss ich jetzt speichern, wie doof. Naja, mache ich nachher. Ich könnte noch ein bisschen Mario spielen. Ich könnte noch ein bisschen Mario spielen. Ich muss mir mal erstmal was zu trinken holen. Und wahrscheinlich auch ein paar Bonbons. Also gib mir 5 Minuten, dann bin ich wieder da. Und dann überlegen wir uns was. Ja. Ich habe keinen tollen Übergang für den Pausenscreen leider, den muss ich noch machen. Wie mache ich das jetzt am besten? Wenn ich den jetzt auf... Warte mal. Kann ich einfach hier für euch ausstellen. Aber ich höre es dann immer noch. Ich mache es mir ein bisschen leiser. Und sollte ich eigentlich hören, wenn es weitergeht. Ich bin aber im falschen Dingsbums. Ja. Weg. So, theoretisch sollte das funktionieren. Okay. Hörst du das? Nee, noch nicht. Achso, die Switch ist noch gemutet. Citizencon Pause mit Mario. Twitch. Und OBS. So, und das sollte eigentlich funktionieren dann. Wo waren wir denn stehen geblieben? Ach ja, wir wollten in die nächste Welt. Hier gibt es erstmal noch ein Abzeichen. Delfinkick 2. Nein. Ah, okay. Kann man durch Steine. Au. Ich will das Ding. Ne, hast du nicht geschafft, schade. Okay, da sterben aber einige. Okay. Wo soll ich? Hier. Wo sollen wir hin? Ach, da. Ja, wir haben einen verpasst. Das habe ich mir schon gedacht. Egal. Das ist nur einer dieser Tests. Die kann man immer mal wieder machen. Alle haben zusammen das Ziel erreicht. Habe ich da Punkte bekommen? Was sind diese Herzen? Was machen die Herzen? Nein. Drei. Oh, Unterwasserrennen. Mist. Hätte ich vielleicht doch das Ding benutzen sollen. Okay. Au. Oh, da hätte ich die Dinger nutzen sollen, die Strömung. Oh, die rufen sogar meinen Namen. Gimme. Ich hoffe, ich höre den Browser noch im Moment. Oh, was jetzt? So. 8 Stück habe ich. Oh, was ist denn hier los? Oh, das sieht cool aus. Ein bisschen wie die aus Mario 2, hä? Nur nicht Baumstämme. Oder? Konnte man in Mario 2 Wasserfälle hochschwimmen? Nee, da waren die Baumstämme. Oh, da unten müssen... Wie komme ich da jetzt wieder hin? Von unten? Nee, so nicht. Wie komme ich da hin? Ach, hier. Oh. Oder auch nicht. Okay.
Macht Spaß.
Dankeschön. Aber wo ist das, das Dings? Das Dingsy. Ha, geht's jetzt hier weiter oder unten weiter? Mal gucken, was das hier ist. Okay. Oh, dann braucht man diese Frage, Ausrufezeichen, Blocks, aber ja. Ohne die wären wir hier jetzt nicht reingekommen. Meine ich doch, dass ich da was gesehen habe. Na toll. Ist unten was? Ne. Ich hab das Gefühl, wir sind schon am Wonder-Ding vorbei. Andererseits eine ganze Menge Checkpoints. Ah! Doch nicht vorbei. Oh. Ja, okay.
Saubere Arbeit.
Soweit, so gut. Kann ich diesen Dingern was tun? Nein. Komm on! Runter vom Schreibtisch, ich sehe nichts. Merzikatz. Was hast du schon wieder gesehen? Er jagt immer noch die Fliege. Mir fehlt jetzt aber noch die dritte Münze. Und da ist das Ziel. Nee, da komme ich nicht hoch. Mist. Mist, wo war die dritte? Hast du was gesehen? Irgendwo gab es noch einen anderen Weg, oder? Naja, die Welten in der Mitte, haben wir gesagt, nehmen wir erstmal nicht so ernst. Erstmal weiter zum nächsten Gebiet. Güldenfälle. Uiuiuiuiuiuiui. Haruru. Hübsch, hübsch, hübsch. Okay, kriegen wir hin. Ach, hier gibt es erstmal unseren Free Samen. Okay.
Ich glaube an dich!
Ja, mit dem Ding. Okay. Was gibt's denn bei dir? Wundersamen. Und sonst nichts. Noch ein paar Aufsteller kaufen. Moment, Ballon? Es gibt wieder einen Ballon? Oh nein. Okay. So, was haben wir denn hier? Suchtrupp. Hüpfertest. Hüpfertest? Ist das ein Test oder ein Level? Ne, sieht aus nach Level. Au! Das ist ja auch dagegen gerannt. Ach so. Ach so, ich verstehe.
Die machen dich nach.
Was ist das hier oben? Oh, da unten ist die. Ich hab's gesehen. Wollen Sie nix? Au. Okay, die sind dezent nervig, wenn man nicht weiß, von wo sie kommen. Au, okay, ich dachte nicht, dass sie so hoch springen. Was passiert, wenn ich drauf bleibe? Okay. Nein, nein, oh. Aha. Was jetzt? Okay, damit habe ich nicht gerechnet. Ah. Okay.
Was geht hier vor?
Achso, du musst mit hier auf den Fahrstuhl. Komm. Hä? Ah, unter dem. Okay. Schaffst du es, Mario? Es ist so ein bisschen, es ist Dark Soulsig. Könnt ihr mir sagen, was ihr wollt. Okay, wir haben alle 3 Dingsies. Warte, ich komm zu dir, Mario. Hopp. Sorry, ich war zu lahm. Aber ich weiß immer noch nicht, wofür diese Punkte sind, die man da bekommt. Das finde ich aber nett, dass wenn man mit mehreren Leuten an die Fahne springt und nochmal extra irgendwas bekommt. Ich weiß nur nicht was. Aber das ist schön für diesen Pseudo-Multiplayer-Modus. Hoch. Okay. Tschüss. Verschnaufpause. Oh. Unsichtbare Blöcke. Wir spielen Mario Maker Fan Levels. Okay. Ich habe Schlümpfe. Erwähnte ich, dass ich Schlümpfe habe. So, jetzt geht's hier oben. Gehen wir mal erst hier lang. Oh, was seid ihr? Ist das Wasser giftig hier? Nein. Au.
Was ist gerade passiert?
Ich hab mir Wasser. Okay. Da unten ist wahrscheinlich irgendwas drin. Ups, das wollte ich gar nicht, aber es passt ganz gut. Sehr gut. Oh, kann ich hier Wasser tanken? Ja. Ja, das scheint nichts zu sein. Die Musik ist nett hier. Ja. Ja, ohne Elefant ist man hier ganz schön aufgeschmissen. Okay, da haben wir unsere Münzen. Sehr gut. Ach ja, da waren wir auch noch gar nicht. Okay, was gibt's hier? Okay, nach oben. Oh. Okay. Locker. Dankeschön. Wo sind wir? Wo sind wir? Okay. Okay. Das war's. Das war's. Bist du schon wieder? Einem. Ein einziger. Ist hier gar kein Cooper? Bowser Junior? Oh, das ist ein Autoscroller. Was machen wir denn hier? Ach, das war's schon, oder was? Oh, ich dachte, das wäre ein Level gewesen. Ich weiß gar nicht, warum. Warum sieht das hier aus, als wäre hier noch irgendwo ein Geheimgang? Nee, anscheinend nicht. Naja, alles gut. Ja. Fump-Abzeichentest. Sammle beim Drücken Kraft und springe dann höher als gewöhnlich. Ach so, ein Mario 2 Sprung. Ah. Das ist cool, der Mario 2 Sprung ist ein Abzeichen. Op, 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 op. Reicht das? Ja. Wollen wir den Mario 2 Sprung? Oh, kommt her. Wollen wir den Mario 2 Sprung lieber haben als die Ausrufezeichen? Blöcke? Der könnte ganz schön praktisch sein.
Der letzte Sprung.
Ah, okay. Nein, ich bin so blöd. Aber guck, wir haben es alle geschafft. Der Multiplayer ist witzig. Ich habe nicht dran geglaubt, aber der ist tatsächlich ganz nett. Mach mal. Vielleicht können wir das echt gebrauchen. Ja, verschluckt. Zwischentest mit großen Sprüngen. Was erzählst du, Blümchen? Ah. Jetzt bin ich da oben. Nee. Okay. Au. Nein, 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 ich bin an dem... Oh, Mist. Oh, komme ich wieder zurück irgendwie? So. Ah. Ach, da ist der... No. Ich möchte erst wissen, was hier ist. Tut mir leid. Pop. Oh, nein! Uff. Ah. Egal. Kann ich dich anpacken? Oder muss ich den wohin leiten? Wahrscheinlich eher wohin leiten, ne?
Der springt und springt.
Da ist schon wieder eine Röhre. Oh, hier geht's wahrscheinlich weiter. Nee, warte, ist das Ding jetzt weg? Muss man den von ganz... Oh. Das ist aber doof. Das ist aber doof. Okay, ich habe vergessen, dass die noch da sind. Okay, immerhin die habe ich. Och Mann. Nein, 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 nein. Okay, das war schwach. Aber jetzt kann ich hier wieder hin. Okay. Oh.
Der springt und springt.
Und jetzt? Hä? Ich verstehe nicht ganz. Darf ich den berühren? Nein, darf ich nicht. Hä? Ah, okay. Oh. Oh nein, ich bin ein Springi. Wo muss ich hinspringen?
Zeit für Finale.
Aha, okay.
Das Feuerwerk war großartig. Schade, dass es vorbei ist.
Sehr schade. Oh, jetzt sind wir hier wieder. Okay. Doch noch alles gut ausgegangen. Ich wappne. Ich wappne. Wir haben hier noch nicht die Special Stage gefunden. Ne, du gehst noch ein bisschen. Achso. Oh, der kommt hier runter. Davon habe ich leider nicht viel. Ja. Nein! Oh. Oh, da komme ich gar nicht hin. Ah! Komm ich... Ah, da hätte ich den da oben besiegen sollen, ne? Mist. Na gut. Oh nein. Ah! Ungünstig. 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 Okay. Okay. Naja gut, die Dinger können wir in diesem Level eh vergessen. Gerade mal so. Was sagt denn die Uhr? Okay, in 5 Minuten knapp geht's weiter. Dann... Lass mich hier mal wieder meinen Kram umstellen. Und so. Und nicht die Fensteraufnahme. Wo ist mein Browser? Da. Er meinte Viertel vor, oder? Also theoretisch müsste es dann jetzt gleich weitergehen. Dann nochmal alle schön aufs Klo. Bisschen was zu futtern holen. Und dann geht's gleich los. So, dann mal alles wieder umstellen. Miau, miau, miau. So, jetzt solltet ihr wieder Ton haben. Miau. Stream läuft noch, okay. Okay. Grazie. Ich habe das Gefühl, das wird nicht Viertel vor. Ich habe das Gefühl, das wird eher wieder Punkt. Oder sogar Viertel nach. Was natürlich doof wäre. Und kann man den Trailer raufen lassen? Hast du den Trailer schon gesehen, Raffi? Falls du noch da bist. Warte. Oh, ich muss auch meinen Stream nochmal umbenennen. Okay, Trailer habe ich. Lass mich noch eben den Kram umbenennen wieder. So. Warum? Achso, okay. Wie kann ich denn mal eben fix die Fensteraufnahme wechseln, wenn wir auf den hier gehen? So, hier. Soll ich kommentieren? Ich weiß nicht, ob das Sinn macht. Das fing halt alles an mit so ein paar Sachen, die wir schon kennen. Hier, das war natürlich für Starfield extra mit drin. Achso, du siehst es nicht. Ah. Ich verstecke mich hier. Von wegen Seamless Transitions und so weiter. Ich verstecke mich. Warte, ich gehe einfach mal raus hier. Das sind alles noch bekannte Sachen. Er hat halt damit angekündigt, einen Trailer zu zeigen, was alles schon im Spiel ist oder so, ohne anzudeuten, dass auch neue Sachen kommen. Auf dem anderen Stream geht es jetzt wieder los, aber im Moment ist nur Pausengerede noch, also lasse ich das mal laufen so. So, und jetzt kommen halt neue Sachen, die nicht angekündigt waren. Oder jetzt gleich. Ob die Höhle neu ist, weiß ich gar nicht genau. Ich habe so eine Höhle zumindest noch nicht gesehen, die so an der Seite vom Berg eingebaut ist. Aber das kann auch sein, dass es einfach in einem der letzten Updates kam. Die letzten 1, 2 Updates habe ich, glaube ich, verpasst. Das war auf jeden Fall schon drin. Das war auch schon drin, glaube ich, der Bodennebel. Und gleich kommt, gleich irgendwann. Die Flüsse sind relativ neu. Und dass sie so hübsch aussehen, noch neuer. Aber ist schon drin. Das ist, glaube ich, auch nicht neu. Es kann sein, dass die Wälder dichter sind als vorher, aber ich bin nicht sicher. Jetzt kommt gleich was Neues. Pass auf. Die Tessellation und die neuen Details sind neu hier. Da bin ich jedenfalls relativ sicher. Achtung. Achtung, gleich. Pass auf, pass auf, pass auf. Hm. Muku. Mukühe. Endlich. Und alles, was jetzt kommt, ist neu. Beziehungsweise noch nicht im Spiel. Und jetzt für diese Citizencon angekündigt. Oder so gut wie alles. Ja gut, nein, das ist nicht neu. Die waren schon vorher drin. Die Musik ist cool. Das ist der neue Dingsbums Drive. Der wesentlich cooler aussieht als vorher. Das hier war auch vorher schon drin. Oh, wir haben nicht mehr allzu viel Zeit. Der blöde Trailer ist so lang. Ich spule mal ein bisschen vor. Ich weiß nicht mehr genau, was da... Oh, hier, das ist cool. Hier auf Horizon. Erst kommt noch ein bisschen Bekanntes. Da. Seewale sind drin. Und dann kommt, glaube ich, schon der Sprung nach Pyro. Ja, hier. Im Moment ist noch Gelaber auf dem anderen. So sieht dann der Sprungpunkt aus. Und dann sind wir in Pyro. Dann machen sie einen Rundflug um die Station. Ich spule nochmal. Innenleben der Station. Und das sieht schon sehr viel anders aus als in den anderen. Aber immer noch alles schön beschildert und so zum Glück. Was kam dann? Hier die Tattoos und so weiter. Darüber hatten wir es ja vorhin schon mal. Sorry, wir müssen uns ein bisschen ranhalten. Dann kam noch ein zweiter Planet auf Pyro. Dann kam hier das Feuerdings, das haben wir ja auch schon gesehen. Echtzeitschatten von Wolken auf Oberflächen. Bababababam. Hier, Stützpunkte, bla bla bla. Die Seen sind neu. Wasser auf Oberflächen. Hier so ein neuer Landeport. Dann kam das coole Wassergedöns. Hier, pass auf, das ist cool. Das sieht derbe gut aus. Das ist cool, da bin ich sehr gespannt. Dann kam zerstörbare Gegenden, zerstörbares Gelände. Physik, wenn 2 Raumschiffe zusammenfliegen und so weiter. Okay. Und dann hier die Klamotten und Echtzeit, dynamisches Blut und Tränen. Ich weiß noch nicht warum, aber das war's im Grunde. Kannst du nachher nochmal in Ruhe angucken. Jetzt lass mich mal wieder umstellen. Weil es geht gerade weiter. Wo ist mein OBS? Da. Und zwar wollen wir hier hin. Okay. So, und wir haben jetzt ein bisschen was verpasst, leider. Aber ich weiß nicht, wie viel.
And to do this, we established, so one of the core design philosophies is granting the player the freedom of choice to do what they want to do at any point throughout their experience. And we do this by establishing or defining multiple pathways or archetypes that we call primary,
ja, Schweiß und Blut. Ich habe überlegt, das ist bestimmt witzig, wenn du Leute verfolgst und die in Echtzeit Blut verlieren, das dann auf dem Schnee liegen bleibt und so, falls es so weit geht. Was der Schweiß soll, weiß ich nicht genau.
Where it gets more complex is when you have, such as with this outpost here, when you have multiple goals.
Ach ja, hier ging es um Outposts und die, ja.
Equally important to the player at any given point. This is where we need to have a bit more design put into it with, for example, the landmarks that serve as orientation points. So to help you orientate yourself wherever you are.
Noch jemand, der ganz nervös ist. Du merkst immer genau, wer schon viel geredet hat vor vielen Leuten und wer noch relativ pustig ist.
The second path is, these are secondary pathways, so these are alternative routes. And these are options that are offered to you as you traverse the area on the primary path, for example. And so you may know this as a tourist when you go to a new city and you look around the corner and you see an alleyway that sort of looks nice and it evokes your curiosity and you want to investigate. In a combat setting, these are covered approaches or opportunities for you to flank the enemy to get to your goal, which could be this building on that sketch. Versus more open spaces, when you have, in a combat setting, in open spaces, you tend to be a bit more stationary because you want to feel more secure, unless you're in a vehicle. The third path is tertiary pathing. So these are more hidden infiltration routes, especially discoverable throughout the rundown stations that Anna will be presenting later on. And these are mostly discoverable to the Identify. You can explore these, find loot or different routes to traverse.
Aber wozu? Das Ding ist halt, ich finde das schön. Ich freue mich, dass es neue Stationen gibt, dass es neue Planeten gibt und so weiter. Aber warum? Wozu? Was will man da machen, wenn es noch es gibt noch kein wirklich tolles Liefersystem oder so, was wirklich cool ist. Man kann wenig entdecken und so weiter, man hat nichts davon. Es gibt wahrscheinlich keine ordentlichen Quests oder ähnliches, die dahin führen. Also das ist alles cool als großer Sandkasten, aber da fehlt halt immer noch der Bums dahinter, dass es wirklich ein Spiel ist. Und irgendwie sieht man davon immer erschreckend wenig bei diesen ganzen Präsentationen. Das finde ich ein bisschen schade.
So being able to power up or down certain sections of a security system. In security systems,
hat man zwar ein cooles World of Warcraft mit der kompletten Welt und allem, aber ohne tolles Handelssystem, ohne tolle Quests, ohne richtig gutes PvP, abseits von World PvP und mit 3 Events pro Jahr.
It's basically your relationship with factions, and factions are the UEE in Stanton, or outlaw gangs, especially now in Pyro. And this will define
aber ja, wenn jetzt wirklich bald, wieso vergesse ich den Namen immer?
Will define how you experience the location that you're in a more
Squadron
social
kommt,
context or in a more
mag sich das ja ändern. Dann hat man ja zumindest einen coolen Singleplayer-Modus hoffentlich, zumindest für eine Weile.
We talk about reputation gates as well, especially in the later presentations. So in the case of the food court, in the rundown station, we have multiple floors. So the first floor is the gang floor, and that might require you to have a better relationship with the owner of this location, which then will give you unique mission givers that you can go to and accept a mission that are offering you missions themed after the faction or the owner of this location, but also give you access to unique gear, collectibles, ship weapons and items. You might have seen these locations in the demo.
Unique Gear ist auch so ein Ding. Es wäre so cool, wenn es cooles Unique Gear gibt, aber man will es halt nicht ausrüsten, weil das beim ersten Ton weg ist.
And our main goal right now is to not have that divide between social and gameplay as much as we do in Stanton, but mix it up a little and make that dependent on the reputation that
ja, anscheinend geht's da ja ein bisschen drum.
Or the owners of these locations. And yeah, we're looking into more content. As you've seen listed there, there's a bunch of new stuff coming as well. With the later presentations, for example, with the logistics hubs,
raids?
The second portion, we're also looking into raids. But yeah, that's it for me. I will pass it over to Eddie now.
Raids.
Hope you've enjoyed this.
Ja, also Dungeons. Dungeons. Alleine schon so 2-3 Spieler-Dungeons wären doch schon cool.
Hi everybody.
Wenn sie schon Raids machen, da kann man auch was für kleinere Gruppen machen.
I'm an assistant art director on Star Citizen for locations.
Dann mit coolen Loot und so. Das wäre doch schon mal eine Riesengeschichte.
All of the footage we're about to see comes from our current stable builds. So all of that beautiful tech, all of those features that we've seen in the last 2 days is coming from our tech development builds. Now, all those features are going to make their way to you, of course, eventually. But that is the reason you're not going to see some of them in the builds today. I just wanted to get ahead of the comments a little bit there. So with that said, what am I going to be talking about? Well, I'm really excited to show you that the hard work that the Sandbox One team have been doing to expand our new outpost locations. I'm going to start by going over how we've expanded the library and what that means we can now achieve with the new locations, and then how we achieve that variety from the library by categorizing our locations into both archetypes and themes, and what that means for you as a player. So, I don't know if you remember this, but at Sitcom in 2021, we showed this new style of outpost for the first time. Now, at this point, we had our art style locked in. We'd worked on our library of content to the point where we could make smaller locations like this one, but with a limited amount of variety between each one. And this is what that library of modules looked like at that point. We'd established our main building modules as well as some of our larger buildings and a number of smaller secondary and dressing and standalone.
Ich verstehe es einerseits, dass alles immer so lange dauert, aber andererseits bei dem Riesenteam und bei den prinzipiell nicht allzu viel Sachen, die sie machen müssen. Also ja, das ist alles sehr detailliert, aber du weißt, was ich meine. Sowas bringen andere MMOs einmal im Jahr als Add-on raus.
In terms of breadth and depth. And what I mean that we go broad
mit
by making
kleineren
more
Teams.
modules with different purposes. And we go deep by creating multiple
ist immer
thematic
so,
overlays for each of those modules
ich
as well.
verstehe es, aber ich
I'll go
verstehe
into
es auch
that-
nicht.
I'll go into what that means a little bit in a minute. But the challenge of a sandbox location like this, as you can see,
Und gefühlt geht die ganze Arbeit immer hauptsächlich in Schiffe, die dann 4 Jahre in Entwicklung sind, damit sie die an Vorbesteller verkaufen können. Und das ist halt das Deprimierende an dem ganzen Ding. Und ja, ich weiß, dass die Schiffsleute nicht an den Häusern hier unbedingt bauen, aber sie können. Sie können.
So every individual part has to take into consideration all of those design philosophies. So every single module has to take into consideration those design philosophies that Khan mentioned. But we also have to make sure that they work with those same principles when an artist or a designer combines them into any one of a number of different layouts. So the more ingredients we have to work with, the more recipes we can create. But with that complexity comes the challenge of keeping everything harmonious. So we like to think we've done a pretty good job with that, but that's me. Using this expanded library, we've been able to increase the individual location
Ja, das ist alles cool, aber was habe ich von dieser coolen Mini-Stadt, wenn darin nur irgendwelche NPCs rumlaufen, mit denen ich nichts tun kann, außer sie zu erschießen? Und dafür 20 Mal die gleiche Rüstung zu bekommen. Das ist
with a localized and personal feeling mission types that might see you moving around a single settlement to complete objectives, or doing short hop missions between clusters of settlements on a single planet. So you might head up to a ridge to repair some wind turbines.
Du weißt, was ich meine, oder? Ich will ja auch nicht drauf rumhacken, aber es ist schon...
You might be stealing or destroying vehicles for the criminal gang that you're working for. But in the art department, we always say, show, don't tell. So let's stop looking at slides and let's have a look at some of the locations in game.
Gestern hatten sie mich schon fast so weit, es gibt wieder eine neue... wie heißt das Ding? Warte. Wo ist es? Hier, es gibt eine neue Cutter-Variante. Das Ding, das so ein bisschen aussieht wie das Spaceballs Wohnmobil. Nur halt ein bisschen cooler, raumschiffiger. Für, weiß ich nicht, 40 Euro, 50 Euro. Die auf Exploring getrimmt ist, mit einem großen Radar oben dran und so. Und ich war schon kurz davor, mir die zu holen. Bis mir dann aufgefallen ist, Moment, die gibt's noch ein paar Tage, warten lieber ab.
Thank you.
Ja, das Spiel fehlt. Das Spiel. Ich weiß, was du meinst.
So, what flavors of Outpost did we just see there? Well, we categorize them in 2 different ways.
Aber das ist, bei diesem Event ist das schon unzählbar viel mehr Spiel, als du beim letzten Jahr zum Beispiel gesehen hast oder vorletztes Jahr. Das ist schon lächerlich, wie viel mehr das diesmal ist. Auch wenn es nur Kleinkram im Großen und Ganzen ist. Sachen, die du wirklich machen kannst und so. Und nicht die irgendwie nur ein paar Schritte in der Grafikerstellung verändern, von denen man nie was sehen wird, sozusagen. Das zahlt sich jetzt anscheinend alles aus mit tatsächlichen Dingen, die ins Spiel kommen. Okay, aber mehr Mission Types ist cool. Mission, das ist Content. Damit kann ich was anfangen.
We don't want these locations to just be a glorified shop or repair station. So there's to be more secondary activities to do locally to an outpost that are also defined by its archetype. So you may find scrapyards can offer salvage-related gameplay and missions. Trading posts can also offer delivery missions.
Aber wenn er schon wieder mit Can und so anfängt.
Farms can offer crops and fauna as resources.
Klingt schon wieder alles so nach... Ich wünsche mir gerne, dass das irgendwann so ist. Und nicht, okay, das kommt nächstes Jahr.
And these are the thematic overlays. Now at the moment we have 2 main themes. Internally we call these independent and outlaw. So themes offer additional variation on top of the archetypes to inform the look and feel of a location. Not just visually, but which people you'll interact with there, how they'll respond to you based on your rep, what types of missions you'll have available to take on. So themes don't change the fundamental architecture of the space or the archetype of a location, but they do drastically alter the mood and feel, as well as altering the gameplay experience significantly. And again, let's take a look at the first of our themes, our independent theme.
Okay, zeig her. Ist das jetzt nur auf Pyro oder wird das auch in der alten Welt so sein? Weil das ist alles Pyro. Das ist die gleiche Kneipe, die sie schon vor 2 Jahren gezeigt haben. Ah gut, die Außenposten werden wahrscheinlich wieder alle relativ ähnlich aussehen. Fairerweise.
Cool. Thank you.
Okay.
So, as a neutral player, the independent theme presents a much more social, visual, and gameplay experience. The primary visual read across both themes, so across both Outlaw and Independent, comes from those common architectural forms, and they're generally all more rounded and soft in shape, and the building manufacture techniques are more robust and primitive, with single-story dwellings built from stucco and bare metal. But for this theme specifically, we use soft textiles, warm lighting and color palettes, foliage, decoration that layer on top of those utilitarian structures to give that sense of home. And I use the word home for our independent theme quite a lot because we really want to get that feeling that this is home for the people that live there despite those harsh realities of frontier life.
Das ist jetzt also nur
in contrast to that, we have a theme that lies in a direct opposition to the independence, which we call the Outlaw theme. So let's take a look at that now.
Sowas wie die ganzen kleinen Stationen, die man jetzt auf dem Planeten findet. Und wahrscheinlich Bunkerersatz. Das sieht aus wie ein Bunkerersatz. Diese komischen Städte da. Das Spiel, wenn du überlegst, dass du in dem Spiel jetzt in dem Moment einfach rausgehen kannst in ein Raumschiff und in den Weltraum fliegen, das ist irre, was das für eine Technik hat. Aber, Punkt. Die Bunkermissionen sind auch das einzige... Nicht das Einzige, das Spaß macht, aber das Einzige, was einem so ein bisschen komplett vorkommt. Und die haben nichts mit Raumschiffen zu tun. Irgendwie kommt mir das Ego-Perspektiven Creative Team um einiges beschäftigter vor als das mit den Raumschiffen. So viel, was sie jetzt gezeigt haben, war alles First-Person-Kram.
Once functional settlements being completely overrun by the various criminal elements that inhabit the system. And visually, we have themes of a regressed and subverted civilization. So we layer on top of the architecture these spiked and aggressive forms, and we have evidence of a squalid living arrangements, and lighting comes from fires or poorly maintained fixtures. Some spaces are going to be recognizable as deformed versions of the independent theme, but some have been completely changed to more nefarious purposes. And while both themes employ all of the various alternative pathing and traversal considerations that Khan detailed just earlier, the outlaw spaces are weighted more towards combat. But just because these spaces are more dangerous and the experience can be more combative, that doesn't mean that the archetype of the outpost is lost. So if you as a player choose to be a criminal working up your rep with a headhunter gang, you'd be welcome at the trading posts, and you'd be able to buy and sell items or take on missions. But you probably won't then be very welcome at the independent-themed locations, and that's where you'd get your combat experiences. So while the outlaw theme looks very different, the functionality of those archetypes still remain.
Was passiert, wenn ich
I've talked about the kinds of outposts we've been hard at
als
work
Outlaw
on.
in
I hope you've enjoyed checking them
Independent
out over the last 2 days in the
und
Pyro
da alles
demo.
niedermähe
It's really
und
made
dann
me
kommt ein
very pleased to see people
Independent-Spieler, der
playing the
eigentlich nur
content at
einkaufen
last,
will
so
und mit Leuten
thank you for
reden
that.
will.
But where are we heading from
Hat er
here?
dann keine
Well,
NPCs mehr?
I hope it should be obvious that we're going to get these out for the first Pyro release. We still have some final optimization and polish passes to do across the whole library. We're also going to be expanding the amount of these locations throughout Pyro and beyond, and our tools allow us to do that very quickly now. And we've got the library as well to do it. And the new outposts are not limited to the Pyro system. They're completely system agnostic, so you can expect to see these outposts in other systems as well. And of course, we're going to look to add more ingredients, more of those modules to the library as well, to further expand the variety and depth you'll be able to see at these new locations. We want to encourage more on-foot gameplay within a small ecosystem of a planet to give that more localized and personal feeling experience. Our goal with these locations, as with many of the others we're going to hear about today, is to continue to work on the gameplay so that every location offers a rich playground to explore. And I guess I'd like to finish just by thanking everyone for listening today. It's really great to see you all. And I'm going to pass you over to Nick, who's going to talk about some locations who are coming in the nearer future. Thank you.
Okay.
Bonjour tout le monde. Juhu! We are French Canadian on the here. Cool. All right, guys. My name is Nicolas Pinchot. I'm from Montreal. I'm assistant art director, and I'm here today to show you the next new derelict settlement we did. But just before that, I just want to say thank you to everyone who worked on that mandate. You guys made an awesome work. I'm super happy and proud to be here today to show you that, all of you guys and to the world. So let's cut to the chase and let me present you the new derelict settlement.
Okay. Cooler großer Turm, der aussieht, als könnte man ihn komplett beklettern. Das sind alles relativ normale Häuser. Nicht viele Häuser, nur Überdachungen im Grunde. Ich habe einen Baum einpoppen sehen. Meine Immersion ist dahin. Was ist das? Bar. Okay. Das ist witzig. Sieht aus wie so eine Bohrinsel. Ist der ganze Kram dann auch zerstörbar? Könnte man da mit einem Bomber rüberfliegen und einfach alles kaputt machen? Oh, das ist so ein Turm. Der Turm in der Mitte sah aus wie dieser Undock-Turm, den sie heute Morgen, irgendwann gezeigt haben. Gestern, mit dem neuen Schiff. Vielleicht kann man da mit dem Schiff andocken. Das da rechts scheint das große Haus zu sein. Das geradeaus war die Bar. Da ist so ein Pflanzzelt. Oh, mehrere. Das sieht cool aus. Also zum einmal durchlaufen, erforschen ist das geil. Ist dann halt ab dem 10. nicht mehr so ganz spektakulär, aber ist zumindest mal was anderes als diese ganzen Basen, die es aktuell gibt. Muss man ja fairerweise auch sagen.
Pretty cool, guys, eh? By the way, we made more than 4. It's not just 4. We made more than that.
Okay, cool.
So we split those settlements in 2 categories, social and hostile. In the social one, we will have drop-off mission, shops, food, loots, and drinks. And hostile one, obviously, will be more focused combat. Let me show you what it looks like.
Das sieht nett aus mit dem Licht. Das ist cool. Ich würde nie sagen, das sieht nicht cool aus, aber es wäre cooler, wenn man da auch ein paar NPCs findet, die einen Quests geben und so weiter zum Beispiel. So in einer Höhle in der Nähe sollten die anfangen oder flieg mal zu XY. Halt so ein bisschen lokaler. Und nicht diese 0815 besiege 10 Gegner anstelle X Ding. So dass man da auch mal andere Leute trifft, die da auch gerade am Questen und unterwegs sind. Das wäre nett. Und ich sehe auch nicht, dass das irgendwie unschaffbar schwer wäre oder so. Naja. Das weiß ich. Aussehen tut's cool. Ist ein cooles Element. Und ist endlich mal ein komplett anderer Stil als das, was jetzt so drin ist. Was witzig ist, ist, dass sie sich bei den Schiffen so krass viel Mühe gegeben, dass da alles möglichst... Du hast ein Klo, du hast eine Küche, du hast Badezimmer, du hast sinnvolle Schränke und irgendwelche Gruppenquartiere, die du überhaupt nicht brauchst. Aber bei diesen Festungen und so weiter gibt es immer 3 Räume, 20 leere Räume und wenn du Glück hast, eine Bar. Und einen großen Lagerraum zum Pakete abliefern. Und das war's. Weiß nicht, finde ich witzig. Dass sie da bei den Schiffen so einen Wert drauf legen, dass es alles realistisch und bewohnbar aussieht und bei Städten, die realistisch und bewohnbar sein sollten, oder bei so kleinen Außenposten überhaupt nicht.
A lot of new location on planets, links with nice mission and good gameplay. And the most important, all those locations will be in Q4 this year, available in the game.
Okay. Okay.
So thank you very much. I will let now Adam to show you more good stuff. Thank you.
Dieses Jahr.
Hi everyone. Hi. So, welcome to Rust Up Stations. I'm Adam Sanders, lead environment artist for EUL1. We're excited today to show you our efforts for the Pyro Rest Stop Stations. So, what are Pyro Rest Stop Stations? Well, these are stations reinvented. These have new themes, archetypes, and gameplay to support new and interesting experiences. Aside from the social aspects, there is gameplay and exploration on the location. I've hoped you had a chance to play the demo over the past couple of days. I know I've spoken to a few of you. It's pretty good, right? Yeah? It was a sneak peek of our
New
current progress.
narrative and experience.
Let's kick off with an
Okay.
overview of the Pyro system. For the Pyro system release, we plan on 6 planets and 26 stations.
Okay.
Including jump point stations that connect for Stanton and future systems such as Magnus.
Beinhaltet das Monde.
Rest stop stations are either in rundown or abandoned states. Citizens of Pyro, the Rough and Ready Outlaws, and Xeno Threat may control these. Our focus today will on the Rough and Ready owned, Pyrotech Amalgamated, Fuel and Resource Station, Planet 2, Lagrange Point 4, otherwise known as Checkmate Station.
Das ist jetzt die wir schon die ganze Zeit, ja, die wir schon die ganze Zeit gesehen haben. Checkmate. Die sieht cool aus, keine Frage. Alles sieht cool aus. Ich freue mich auch schon drauf, mal neue Rüstungen und sowas alles zu sehen. Neues Equipment, das ein bisschen anders aussieht. Aber was bringt's, wenn ich das nach einmal gegen den Baum fliegen schon wieder alles verloren habe? Klinik. Essen, Essen, Essen. Ich sehe noch kein Klamottengeschäft. Oh, okay.
So to create a richer experience from rundown stations, we have 3 key points. So increased reputation gives you access to new areas, unique gear, and mission givers.
Okay, müssen wir ein bisschen an Reputation
It also relates to
tatsächlich.
basic functions such as the hub clinics, which need at least a neutral standing with their owners. Combat can take place anywhere, including social areas.
Ooh,
Numerous
okay.
options for environment traversal and enhanced environmental interactions. We aim to include new substation
Oh,
areas
das wird
such
so
as the
ein
workers area,
Gegriefe werden. Da
lower
werden
deck,
so viele Leute
maintenance
einfach durch die
areas.
Station gehen und alle abballern.
These areas will offer unique content, more environment interactivity, and interconnection between areas. Our journey begins when the player arrives in the entry deck view room. The entry deck serves as the first barrier between the outside world and the interior of the station. Some inhabitants are prevented from going inside and are stuck here with no means of getting out. Slums are formed beneath the bridge, smuggling routes established. Some shopkeepers will sell you water and food on your way into and out of the station. Let's have a look.
Das ist hübsch, keine Frage. Ja. Okay, dann gibt es diese 3 Fraktionen von vorhin tatsächlich hauptsächlich nur wegen Pyro. Ne? Und das switcht dann alles immer hin und her, je nach Fraktion, die gerade vorne liegt. Was passiert, wenn eine Fraktion alles hat? Okay, interessant. Future Gameplay, na gut. Wir haben es gebaut, aber wissen noch nicht genau, was wir damit machen. Aber okay. Macht ja Sinn. Macht ja irgendwo Sinn. Schätze ich. Each station layout is unique, ist gut. Danke. Ist halt für nichts gut im Moment, dieses
Can't touch
ganze
on reputation earlier. Let's
Luftschacht
see how that is
Gedöns.
applied to the stations. So how does the reputation gate in the entry deck affect gameplay? What happens if we have good reputation? So if you had good reputation, you could go straight through. This is no fuss, and it's the quickest way to maneuver through the station. However, you've got to put the time and the effort in to get to this point. What happens if you neutral reputation? So you might be waved through, maybe you have to pay a bribe, and you don't want to pay, so you can have to find an alternate pathing. Or you can have to build up your reputation. If you have bad reputation, and for all you naughty ones out there, I know some of you exist, this applies to you. In short, you're going to have a tough time, but you have options. So stealth via other pathways might be one of those options.
Okay.
You build your reputation up from scratch, or you can probably fight. Let's focus on those alternate pathways. The modules in the station are broken up into several traversal areas. As with the other location archetypes, we define these spaces as secondary or tertiary routes, as opposed to the more official primary paths. Most modules are interconnected with vents and maintenance shafts. These reward the players with infiltration and exploration paths, as well as potential loot. So what alternative routes exist to access the station? We'll offer the opportunity to access the station through multiple EVA points on the exterior. It gives you the choice on how to tackle missions and reputation issues. These alternative entries allow the player to circumvent the ATC loop completely. Useful for when your reputation with the owners would normally prevent you from going through more official ways. These serve as spaces that provide content aligned or against the owners of the station. The maintenance hatch access points are a new common sub-location to the stations. The stations are planned to house maintenance areas that increase the interconnection between all the different sub-areas of the station. They act as alternative pathways the player can take to traverse from the entrance area to the Galleria, for example. Now let's have a look at our main social space. The market. A central location for the controlling faction, it houses all their nefarious activities. You can participate in their endeavors if you have the right rep. Let's have a look at some of those key features.
Ich meine, die Bar macht nix. Außer vielleicht Quests? Fragezeichen. Nein, tu's nicht. Tu's nicht. Okay, danke. Nein, tu's nicht.
So the market is a social hub and a good example of mixing social and gameplay space, as mentioned by Khan earlier. Another reputation gate can be found in the market. The ground floor is open to the common public. The upper floor is reserved to rough and ready outlaws and their associates. If you have increased reputation, you can access this area which gives you access to premium items, top-tier mission givers, and access to new areas. We plan to house mission givers in both tiers that will give you unique jobs to further your reputation and fame across Pyro. Now let's have a look at another theme. Abandoned is a new, non-social location theme. Let's have a quick look at the current abandoned area on Checkmate.
Ach, auch auf der Station? Okay. Wofür? Ach so, quasi Dungeon-ish? Tied to upcoming features. Okay.
Thank you. So we have entire abandoned stations as separate locations. On top of that, there are abandoned areas within the rundown stations, much like the ones you probably see in the demo. There will be around 15 of these around the Pyro system. These are accessible through airlocks and breaches or other means. We aim to enhance all the space locations with a lot more gameplay content. Loot runs, exploration, creatures, missions of various types with PvE and PvP content, just to name a few. We're also laying a focus on environment interactivity with potential retrofitting of occupied stations. With the future addition of security systems and the resource network system, we will have the means to further improve the experience within these spaces and offer new challenges. With power, life support, and gravity playing a key role to give the player a unique experience, especially in abandoned stations. So, what do Pyro rest stop stations bring to the game? So lots more variety in space stations, with more gameplay opportunities within a station location. Opportunities for exploration, hidden areas, multiple options for
bitte definiert mir Gameplay Opportunities.
These faction-owned and reputation will affect the location and gameplay.
Ja, ich weiß, was ihr meint,
They feature lots of new mission opportunities within social space and multiplayer opportunities for combat on location. So I hope you've enjoyed this sample of what stations will offer and had a chance to have a go on the demo the past couple of days. That concludes the Living on Edge presentation. Thank you for your time.
Hey, everybody.
Hi, Jared.
We are almost to the end of Citizencon 2953. Can you believe it? 2 days? Pyro? Star cloth? Star hair? Star Citizen? All right, we still got one more presentation to go, but I have a couple announcements I have to make. This was just handed to me by the facilities team, so bear with me. Astropub, you're gonna need to redo your lore video on the history of the Zeus. Geo, you need to get some money. Authy, I need to be invited to the next ladies' night. Burks, this just says get good. Is he even here? Fastcart, slow down. Gabby, just thanks for my bracelet. And Salty Mike, don't forget to pick up your check on the way out. You know, that joke is so old, we would never, ever pay him. All right, so the only real announcement I have is that Hall B is closing at 4 o'clock. So that's approximately 15 minutes. So if you wanted to get merch or anything else, you wanted to peek at one last community booth, you've only got about 15 minutes left to do that before we close Hall B. In Hall B, the last 2 days, we've had our good friends at Atmo Esports. We're running their fight and flight competition. So I would like to invite 2 of the members of Atmo Esports, their founders, their creators, the big cheeses at the top, Crucian and Corsair. Come on up, man.
Aber warum denn jetzt?
You got 90 seconds to tell people about who you are, what you're about, and how the event went.
I'm Corsair, and this is Crucian, and we're from Atmo Esports. And we've just run Fight or Flight, the first live tournament experience here at Citizencon 2953. We'd love to thank the staff and competitors. Are we in the competitors? What are you doing?
Yeah. Is that what that big group is?
Yeah, these guys. Yeah, just get them up.
Yeah, come on up, guys.
Come on up. Well, I just want to give a big thank you to the competitors who made this tournament happen. We have Lizzie B, Avenger 1, Verity, Cobra, Herbadiza. We got Sin, Astropub, G.I. Jew. We have Comet 15, Bognagus, Ms. Gabs, Schwang, Zero State, New Cabbage, detox and the format. These guys have gone through adversity throughout this tournament, and they've done a fantastic job. So I just want to say thank you to the community who keeps supporting what we're doing. We'll love to be back in the future. And this community is the best community in the world. Thank you.
Take a bow, players. And of course, if you were here watching this, you can check out the stream, the Hulk event, up on their Twitch channel, I presume. Yep. I should have checked beforehand. Thank you very much, everybody. Watch your step on the way down. All right, I got one more housekeeping thing.
Oh, ich bin wieder da.
There's a person not many of you know. He's an associate producer in our LA studio. And when the workload for this event became as heavy and as detailed as it was, we turned to him to help with our broadcast this weekend. And he rose up and he excelled like a champion. So I would like to formally introduce you to Dan Howbreck, who's been co-hosting the event. Dan, get on up here, man.
Okay.
Keep walking.
Jared ist ein Sympath.
Now, we've got one more presentation. That's Destination Adventure. You're gonna see more about
der hat so ein bisschen
things underground, things
Boomer-Style-Humor, aber das ist, ich finde ihn super
I'm gonna
sympathisch.
let Todd Pappy tell you about. And then, of course, we'll let Chris Roberts come to stage, return to stage, and close out the event proper. So this is a sign-off for me. Thank you so much for being here at Citizencon. And on behalf of Tyler and Leah, if I may, thank you for making this event possible.
Jared.
And you're going to love what you're about to see, everybody.
Das Publikum ist echt 1:1, wie man sich das Publikum bei Star Citizen vorstellt. Ohne das Böse zu meinen.
Hello and welcome to Destination Adventure.
Okay, jetzt bin ich mal
My
gespannt.
name is John Griffiths. I'm the lead environment artist
Letzte Veranstaltung
for
des
Sandbox
Tages.
2, and I'm the product owner for the distribution centers. Before we delve into, I'll put my slide on for a start. Before we delve into it, everything that you're going to see is currently in grey box, so just keep that in mind.
Greybox ist noch lange hin.
These distribution centers, what are they? Well, first off, they're the biggest location we have on the ground outside of landing zones. The reason why they're so big is intentional. We wanted them to accommodate as much world and mission-based gameplay as possible.
Okay. Gameplay.
Each location supports multiple landing pads and hangars, making them accessible to as many players as possible at any one time. There's even a road network to support transit from the planet's surface, into the main building and to any berth ships.
Okay.
So every distribution center will be owned by a faction. Depending on the faction and where the distribution center is located on the planet will determine its specialism. Now, each specialism will lend itself to different missions and gameplay opportunities.
Ich weiß nicht, ich habe nicht drauf geachtet.
Factions for a moment.
Jetzt muss ich es nochmal sehen.
So, an example of a major faction would be the UEE. Now, at their distribution centers, they're likely to be more specialized towards military supply, research and development, or communications, depending on which branch of the UEE it is. They will have a much stronger military presence in the area. And missions here may be more hostile with combat-orientated, team-based raid opportunities. Other examples of hostile gameplay that we're thinking of is hacking and stealing,
That we're
searching
thinking
for and
of.
destroying a specific item,
Gameplay that we're thinking
tracking
of.
and eliminating any VIPs,
Nichts davon ist schon
and, you know,
irgendwie
everyone's favorite,
fertig
eliminate
oder auch nur zu
Great
Ende
Cat
gedacht.
Industrial would be an example of a minor faction. So their distribution centers will be more specialized towards gathering
Leute.
resources, manufacturing, assembly, shipping. There would be a security presence here, but it won't be that as strong as a major faction. Our missions here would be more suited to friendly gameplay loops, though we won't be ruling out hostile missions like corporate espionage.
Oh, das ist alles noch so weit weg.
Yes, some other friendly gameplay tools.
Das ist jetzt die letzte Veranstaltung.
Cargo hauling, like I said, resource gathering and mining, maintenance of the location.
Komm, ein bisschen mehr müsste ich schon noch haben.
But you know, that's enough of me talking about it. How about we show you where we're up to with these distribution centers?
Okay, zeig hier. Die sehen aus wie früher in den ganzen Mask und G.I. Joe und so die Gebäude ausgesehen haben, die Hauptquartiere. Hier Starcom, was nicht alles, diese ganzen 90er Zeichentrickserien. Saber Rider. Und mit der Straße sieht es ein bisschen gruselig nach Death Stranding aus. Warum juckt meine Nase so? Ich bin allergisch gegen Bullshit. Ja, Metal Gear Solid auch. Okay, okay. Was soll man dazu sagen? Okay,
Thank
schön.
you. So to talk you through the corporate spaces at these locations, please welcome Rainer Rick to the stage.
Hello, hello. So my name is Rainer Rick. I'm a lead environment artist at the Montreal
Rainer
Studio.
Rick ist ein derber
And we've been working with
Superheldenname.
John's team on the distribution centers.
Peter Parker, Clark Kent,
So John just showed
Rainer
how
Rick.
massive these locations are. He also presented the industrial sections on the ground level. And I'm here to present the administrative area of these facilities that the Montreal team has been working on. So, they're located above ground, just below the tower, highlighted in
Wenn das
picture.
jetzt wirklich die letzte
Inside, you'll be
Veranstaltung
able to
ist, bin ich
explore
ein
the
bisschen
corporate office
enttäuscht.
space and interact with the administrative personnel. Accessible via the lifts and the hangars, and also the industrial sections we saw earlier.
Okay.
In addition, we've added also landing pads in front of the lobby, specifically designed for smaller ships and ideal for short stays like pickup or delivery missions. And we can't ignore the fantastic views we have from these platforms. A reminder of the vastness of these facilities. Now, let's step inside the lobby. You'll find the atrium, which is a central point of the administrative area, providing access to various locations of the corporate space. Within this space, you'll find the reception desk.
Okay, also alles, was es
And
jetzt
as a
auch schon
newcomer,
auf den Stationen
you'll
und
be
Städten
expected
gibt.
to report here first.
Mm.
So here you can hand over your deliveries or pick up packages and earn reputation points with that faction. So also expect to see corporate ownership reflected through branding, color schemes and product placement throughout the corporate hub.
Das haut
And
mich
with
jetzt
the use
ehrlich
of
nicht so
overlays,
vom Hocker,
we'll be
muss
able
ich
to swap
sagen.
these out depending on the ownership. And here's an example with Greycat,
Das ist
showcasing
alles
their vehicles
Kram, den es jetzt gibt,
some shiny armor.
in neuer Optik. In halbwegs
And
neuer
back on
Optik.
the topic of reputation, as it grows, you can expect to gain access to the executive office spaces.
Oh Gott,
From here, you'll
gut.
meet with unique quest givers, and depending
Mein
on
Traum
your
in jedem
reputation level,
Science-Fiction
you'll receive various
Actionspiel
mission
ist
types, either friendly
Zugriff
or
zu den
hostile.
Executive-Räumen.
And finally, the distribution centers were designed as an evolving location. We've built this with future expansion in mind. And in the back of the lobby, for example,
mehr
doorways
Office
could
space.
eventually lead to additional office space.
Geil.
So, enough talk. Just before I show our progress so far, I want to give a big thank you
Ich
to
denke,
the
das
Montreal
hast du
team
gerade
for
schon
their work
gemacht.
on the administration area.
Oh.
Thank you.
Okay, dann, aber vielleicht heißt es, das war's.
And as John mentioned,
Dann ist
we're
noch
still
Platz
in
für
gray
anderen
box
Kram.
space, so just keep that in mind. Let's take a look.
Ja, Aufträge per Hand abgeben und Pakete per Hand abgeben. Und Lieferungen vom Raumschiff über ein Terminal in ein Geisterlager schicken. Und haufenweise leere Räume entdecken. Und gucken, was für Kisten es dazu zu sehen gibt. Und dieselben 20 Getränke und Essen kaufen, die man überall im Spiel kaufen kann. Oh, und natürlich Schiffe kaufen. Das ist das Wichtigste. Ich sehe keinen Unterschied zu den bisherigen Stationen und Städten. Es tut mir echt leid, aber... Ob das jetzt wirklich 3 Jahre Arbeit gerechtfertigt hat, weiß ich nicht. Weiß ich nicht. Nicht für mich. Dafür hätte ich lieber 4 vernünftige Questgeber auf irgendeinem Planeten. Und ein paar coole designte Quests und so. Oder ein cooles Kleinspieler-Dungeon. Geil, Couches. Kann man drauf sitzen. Oh, die Nase, das kann doch nicht wahr sein. Das Raumschiff hat da was fallen lassen.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
And now let me welcome back John on stage. He's going to continue the presentation. Thanks a lot, guys.
She continue. Was gibt's denn jetzt? Was anderes, bitte was anderes, bitte was anderes, bitte was anderes.
Team did a great job with that video. Okay, so something we've been working on that's unique to this location is raids.
Oh, okay.
Click on.
Erzähl.
So raids are team-based missions with a focus on high-risk, high-reward operations. As Carl mentioned previously, you'll be able to choose how you gain entry to these locations. Coming prepared and geared up will make the difference between success and failure. Ultimately, you'll need to work together in order to succeed. So these raids will have you breaching the interior of the main structure, highlighted here. Now, each interior will comprise of rooms that reflect the location's specialism. For example, a shipping-focused distribution center will have rooms dedicated to the storage of cargo. Looking to the future, we're planning on having distribution centers with subterranean levels that will be accessed from this interior space. These will expand upon and increase the difficulty of these raids. Now let's take a look at one of these raid missions in action. But please note that this is early gameplay prototype of a raid.
Ja, das ist eine sehr gute Frage. Wer will einen Raid in einem fucking Büro? Okay, was hindert andere Leute daran, einfach auch da zu landen und mitzumachen? Ich seh das Raid-Konzept noch nicht so ganz. Guck mal, was ist los? Au, au. Okay, es scheint zumindest so Aufgaben A, B, C, D zu geben. Muss man wahrscheinlich mal sehen, was es dann letztendlich ist. Ah, es wird noch ein bisschen dauern.
So, as you saw in the video, the team took a more aggressive approach to getting inside and taking what they wanted. But this isn't the only approach you can use. You know, multiple points of egress allow you to be stealthier, and it may make it easier for you to avoid obstacles in your path. Now, reputation will also tie into these raids. Missions will have varying objectives depending on the player's reputation level, and dynamic events may also be triggered during the raid, so players will need to adapt to an evolving situation. This could range from dealing with additional security personnel to other players arriving to defend the location against you. Something else we've been prototyping is how we can utilize the multi-tool to create gameplay puzzles.
Oh, ich mag das Multitool
Physically
nicht.
interacting with the environment around you.
Ich wünschte mir, die würden
da
würden sie irgendwelche Alternativen finden. Ich finde es irgendwie lame, alles mit so einem magischen Teleport-Zauberstab zu machen.
Can open up new paths to your objective, but it's up to you to decide what path you can create with what is available. Let's watch the video.
Okay, ja, macht Sinn. Ich finde das Multitool trotzdem doof.
So, yes, thank you. Now, obviously, it was, you know, this location would be possible with several people at CIG, so my thanks go to Manuel, John, Jack, Martin, Farouk, Luke, Chris, Mustafa, Sam, Tom, and Rob. You've been excellent. Thank you to Rainer and his team in Montreal. You know, none of this would be possible without their efforts. And yeah, thanks to everybody here and online watching. Really appreciate your support. On to the next one.
Okay, was jetzt? Was jetzt?
Hello. This is a good segue from the distribution centers, as I'll be talking to you about different aspects of cargo and freight on behalf of art and design.
Yeah.
My name is Nick Etheridge, and I'm an assistant environment art director. So obviously cargo isn't just about boxes. It's a big part of the game. Almost every aspect
literally
of the
nur
game
about
has
boxes
some kind of involvement with cargo. And I'm going to briefly go through some of them now. So let's start with missions. How will hauling contracts work in-game? We'll be introducing Interstellar Transport Guild, as well as formalizing some of the main hauling and cargo companies that you'll be working with. As you do more hauling contracts, you will build up your reputation and relationship with the guild. This will lead you to gaining more lucrative contracts for specialized cargo and destinations, such as different forms of hazardous cargo, perishable cargo, riskier routes, and more. So what do I mean by hazardous and perishable? Well, as you know, there's lots of commodities in the game, and different commodities have different properties. As you know, with events like Xenothreat, we have some special cargo types with different attributes, such as time-sensitive cargo or quantum-sensitive cargo. But those were a small selection for the event, and they were the two-handed carryable types anyway. We'll be expanding those types, plus lots more types, to the wider game and to these hauling contracts. So how does this affect gameplay? It will affect the choices you make when you are handling, storing, and traveling with the cargo. For example, with size and weight, is it carryable? Do you need a tractor beam? What type of tractor beam do you need? Is it a handheld one or a ship tractor beam? Some containers can only be moved with ship tractor beams, for example. With health, has the container got good integrity? Is it holding fragile goods? Do you need to handle it with care? You can't just throw all containers about. For temperature control, do you need to ensure the container is powered so it can keep the contents cool? Or do you need to get to your destination quickly, otherwise the contents may perish? For security, can the container be locked or hacked? Can the contents be scanned, or is the container tracked? Will there be pirates or law after you when you're holding this container? Hazard containment, is it radioactive? You might need the right protection against it, as you may have seen in Jens's presentation earlier. Can it explode? You might not want to put these containers on a more exposed section of your ship. And many of these attributes are going to be visually distinctive. So conversely, if you want to steal, for example, some cargo on a hull sea, which does have very exposed cargo containers, you might want to avoid shooting blindly and accidentally blowing up your potential profits. So look out for those types of containers. Back to mission progression. We'll be introducing perks and rewards as part of fulfilling contracts and raising reputation with these companies. For rewards, we'll have branded ship and tool skins, branded clothing. There will be collectibles to decorate your hab, hangar, or ship, or you can put them anywhere you want. And there'll be more exclusive rewards that we'll be revealing later. Thank you.
Okay, das ist nicht schlecht.
For perks, you'll get access to more items in shops and discounts on specific items. And all of these rewards and perks you need to earn in the game. You cannot just buy them.
Okay.
Next, let's have a look at freight elevators and hangars. I knew you'd be excited for this. I'd like to show you a short video to demonstrate how freight elevators will change how you view your hangars and how you use your hangars.
Okay. Ah, das Ding hatten sie auch in dem Raid. Das andere da eben.
Ja.
Auch Publikum, nicht übertreiben bitte. Von mir aus.
Thank you. Thank you.
Von mir aus.
As you can see, hangars, they will become persistent and personal, meaning you can stay there as long as you want. Whatever you leave there will persist and will be yours to use as you see fit. Your hangar won't just be a place that you leave from in your ship. It will become a key base of operations to handle your inventory and storage needs, and you'll be able to request your ships from an ASOP terminal from within the hangar itself.
Okay, ich sehe noch nicht so ganz den Unterschied zu wie wir es jetzt haben. Weil das kannst du theoretisch auch alles mit einer Station machen.
Won't be magic and instant anymore. This means that the freight elevators will be one of the main ways you interact with your local inventory. Items stored at the location can be requested via the elevator kiosks and will be brought up in a physicalized state to do with as you want.
Okay.
This would be done through a dedicated interface screen to manage large volumes of items. It won't be using the personal inventory system.
Warum sollte ich dann noch irgendwie in der Station was anderes machen, was mit den Themen zu tun hat? Warum sollte ich in die Station
quality of
deswegen?
life improvement to retrieving ground vehicles. No longer do you have to travel thousands or millions of kilometers to specific places in the verse to get your vehicle. You will get them straight from your hangar.
Okay, egal in welchem Hangar die liegen.
You'll also be able to bring up ship components. So your hangar is now more of a maintenance bay and outfitters where you can do repairs and swap around items and things like that. So in short, persistent player hangars in combination with freight elevators will dramatically change what you can do in your hangar. It will be a home to do as you want, which has always been the dream. That concludes my presentation. Thank you very much for listening.
Muss ich, glaube ich, noch ein bisschen mehr
And I will
drüber
pass you over to Todd Pappy.
Citizencon. Come on, I can't hear you.
Es war mal irgendwann die Rede davon, dass man Leute anheuern kann. Ich weiß nicht, ob das noch in irgendeinem Plan ist. Ist schon eine Weile her.
We'll be talking today about something special. It's an update on something that we talked about a little while ago.
Okay.
But we feel it's the future of Star Citizen, and it's the actual culmination of multiple different game systems coming together.
Was?
So why don't you play the video?
Okay. Eigene Housing, eigene Stationen basteln. Cool. Cool. Das ist cool. Das ist tatsächlich cool. Das ist auch endlich mal was man mit diesen Riesenplaneten anfangen kann. Einen schönen Platz irgendwo auf einem fucking ganzen Planeten suchen und sich da eine eigene Station bauen. Wann? Wie immer. Wann? Okay, was ist das? Ist das optisch oder macht das auch irgendwas? Der Turm. Ach, ist das Pflanzen oder was? Futter? Hydroponics, okay. Hydroponics. Gewächshäus. Machbar. Okay, das sind aber schon eine ganze Menge Sachen. Cool. Das ist cool. Wann?
All right.
Wann?
So base building.
Wann?
All right, it breaks down into two really large gameplay sections, planning ahead and prepping, and then you've got the on-site where you're actually going to build. So with that, you need to figure out what your goal is. Is it to have a home with a nice view and relax? Is it to have a trading post where you want to create and sell items?
Mach das bitte nicht noch
Is it to gather
komplizierter,
resources available and move on to the next area? Or is it to be off-grid and be completely self-sufficient?
Jedes Teil muss man mit Hand anbringen.
So with that, with your prep and everything like that, we've got blueprints. So the recipes. Everything in the game is fabricated from a blueprint. Players acquire blueprints via reputation rewards, missions,
was
or
Sinnvolles
rare
für
NPCs.
Reputation.
With any
Und
blueprint,
für
you can
Missionen.
actually do research on it and then create different
Okay,
variations.
das ist cool.
With materials,
Wäre schön, wenn
ranging
man
from the
irgendwas
common to
Simples für den
ultra-rare,
Anfang
you
so
might
hat.
find them at the local shop
Ja,
or have to
schlaf
travel
gut, ich hau
around
auch
the
gleich
universe
ab, ist
to
eh gleich
collect
zu
them.
Ende. Das geht noch.
Refined, simple materials or even complex components will all go into the fabrication.
Es müsste eigentlich jeden Moment
With
vorbei
this, then
sein.
you got
Das ist
location,
wahrscheinlich das große
location,
Ding am Ende
location.
gewesen.
First area is high security, so you must purchase the land. The base is actually invulnerable because the planetary shield tech. A security will show up to protect it as well.
Okay.
You pay for the privilege, you're taxed.
Natürlich.
So at this point, you won't have the best resources available. You won't have access to the best resources available on the planet. If you don't pay your taxes, the shields will go away after a period of time, and the base will become derelict and will collapse.
Okay.
But this is low risk, low reward. Then you've got low security. So again, you must purchase the land. It's owned by an independent corp, gang, or faction. Again, you don't have access to all the best resources on the planet. The base is vulnerable. AI NPCs will show up and protect the base if it's attacked. The protection will escalate over time. Player can also build defenses to help mitigate this as well. And then it's medium reward, medium risk. Then you've got lawless. So this is no protection other than what you build. There's shields, anti-air. Players can disable the shields by getting close to them and destroying them. High risk, high reward. Since there's no taxes, no protection fees, you get a high return on the resources that you collect.
Interessant.
Now, there's some cross-shard and server meshing considerations that will kind of adjust this design in the future, but we'll get into that later once we're really building it. So from
Once
here,
we're really
you've got the
building it.
tool.
Okay, das klingt wieder
So
sehr
this
gut.
is what we would consider a surveyor. With this, we want to actually cater to everybody's playstyle, whether you're solo or
Oh
in
nein, das ist alles noch Whitebox.
With this, you got different buildings that you can produce.
Es
from
dauert
small,
noch.
medium to
Es
large
wird,
to
es wird noch
XL
dauern.
or XL. So with the surveyor tool, you can only build the small buildings. With a vehicle, you can build small and medium-sized buildings.
Noch nichts davon wird
With the
fertig sein.
Galaxy, you can build small to large structures.
Oder?
And then obviously with the Pioneer, Pioneer can do it all. And it still works as a mobile base. And we'll talk about some of the more expanded features that we're adding to it in later on. So, and then it's also, we're exploring what can be done in space, not just on the planet.
Okay.
So from here, you set off on your journey. So with the land claim, you put your tool down where you want, you launch the drone that is built into the machine, and then from there, this allows the player to access the base building and also land claim mode. With the land claim modes, the player can actually change the size and position of what area they want to claim, and it also shows you the cost and taxes associated with it. If it's in a taxable zone and you don't own the land, this interface will default to it. So if you own land or it's in a lawless area, it'll automatically go to base building mode. So with the overhead view of the land, you can actually place down buildings exactly where you want. You can see the resources beneath the surface, and then you can also place multiple buildings before you actually build. So you can see how it will all come together. You'll see the resources that are needed for it. And then you can also switch back and forth between different modes, which are showing off the resource network and how you link basically power generators to consumers. And then the player can move or deconstruct existing buildings right now with no charge.
Right now?
Fabrication.
Ach so,
so when you basically build these buildings, they don't come with any furnishings. And if you didn't bring any with you, then you want to build a fabricator. So depending on what you want to build, there's different sizes of them that support buildings from decorations, armor, weapons, components, and even ships.
Okay.
So like base building mode, you need blueprints, resources to craft what you want. Everything fabricated is produced it produces a physicalized entity. Stats and quality will depend on the quality of the materials actually used. Once you've done that and you've built your decorations, now you can actually fill the room the way that you want to fill it. So furnishings can be purchased at different locations, or they can actually be fabricated. You can do that via first person or in a dedicated mode in the surveyor's tool. With that, you've got different types of buildings. So you've got utility style, which would be garages, freight elevators, landing pads, storefronts.
Yeah.
And then you've got extractors.
Macht Sinn.
So with extractors, we want to make sure that nothing in regards to resource gathering is fully automated. A level of player engagement is always needed. So as Nick talked about before, there are different types of commodities, radioactive, perishable, etc. What you'll be doing is pulling out full containers. Then from there, it'll be repairing, or there's wear and tear associated with it, or even misfires like you saw in Thorsten's talk and Guillermo's talk yesterday. There's also upgrade paths for making them more efficient or resilient. Power generators. So with different types of power generators, there'll be some that are more cost-effective as well as effective in different areas. Solar panels will not always work in darkness. Fuel generators will need to be filled up every now and then batteries to store excess power. Then you've got producers. So things that will require the players to combine different resources to produce new items. And then you've got defense. So anti-air, anti-personnel, and then shield generators. And then the big one. We start development Q1.
Was?
So.
Oh boy.
That's me. Thank you all. Thank you for coming. It's wonderful to see you.
Oh boy. Start development in Q1. Also kommt irgendwann 26.
Hello? Hey everybody.
Oh nein. Oh no. Oh nein.
I hope you've enjoyed everything you've seen in these last 2 days. We were really excited to show you a lot of it.
Ich war so
I've sort of
positiv.
seen some online comments about, okay, well that's very cool, but when are we going to get it in the game?
Ja.
But
Und
one
jetzt
of the
ist
real
alles
reasons
wieder
why we
so
wanted to
weit
show you
weg.
this Citizencon is
Wie
because
jedes Mal.
we've hit an inflection point on a lot of the features, as in they're either finished or they're in polishing
Das
stage,
ist
which is why
wahr.
we're showing
Waren
it. So
viele
everything
Sachen dabei, die
we've been
wirklich
showing
jetzt
you here at Citizencon,
wichtig
it's our
waren.
intention, not making 100% promise, just so everyone remembers that, to get them into Star Citizen through next year. So it's not going to be gated on having to be after Squadron 42. So
Okay, das ist gut. Heißt aber auch, dass Squadron nicht nächstes Jahr
so we're
kommt.
planning over the Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4 of next year. Hopefully everything that we've shown you, you will have in your hands
Okay.
inside Star
Okay,
Citizen.
das hört sich besser an. Das ist cool. Immer noch ein Weilchen hin, aber besser als
And
erwartet.
It's very gratifying for the team and myself to finally be able to show you a lot of this. One of the advantages of being able to go and iterate
Ich glaube
on these
nicht dran,
features in
aber
Squadron
es wäre
was that
besser
we
als
were able to
erwartet.
do it without having to release every 3 months and make sure the old system worked while the new system was working, so we could actually really polish the features, which I hope you could see when we showed you the updated UI stuff, the updated
Das glaube ich.
FPS stuff,
UI und so ein
the
Kram
stuff,
kann ich mir vorstellen.
the character stuff,
Das
which is, something we're very
Gebäude
proud of,
bauen,
'cause, this is, after all,
no
an MMO.
shot.
You
Das
wanna
wird nicht passieren.
have as much freedom to create the character you want to create. So, as you may have guessed, and Brian Chambers may have let slip a bit earlier, we are feature complete on Squadron 42.
Oh. Okay.
I am not, you will not get a release date from me today because, first of all, you always get very angry at me when I give dates. It will be when I know that we're fully about ready to print the Gold Masters, but it won't be just yet. But we prepared, the Squadron 42 team prepared a small video for you. I may be lying, it's a bit bigger than small.
Okay.
To give you a glimpse of everything we've been working on and what the gameplay looks and feels like.
Okay.
So let's roll that.
Ich gehe mal aus dem Weg. Squadron. Ich habe schon aufgegeben, dass wir davon noch was sehen heute. Ich bin auch gar nicht so scharf drauf, muss ich sagen, aber ich bin natürlich interessiert.
Archangel 6, come in.
Go for 6.
I'm getting a faint contact on bearing 287. You picking that up?
Yeah, got it. Scanning now.
Oh, Vega. Ein neues System, das wir noch nicht gesehen haben.
We're clear. Commercial vessel out of Vega 3. Provided that the civilian traffic is restricted under lockdown.
Copy that.
Eine Hornet.
Archangel, this is Krugeri.
Come back, Krugeri.
Redirect to sector 7 Bravo Echo for immediate tasking.
Copy that. On our way.
Die Musik kann wegen mir auch gerne die Titelbildmusik sein, die ist cool. Gefällt mir. Die bleibt im Kopf. Ja, die Javelin kennen wir. Weiter. Zeigt was vom Spiel. Zeigt was von den Leuten.
I know I just wrote you. But a couple of hours ago, proximity sensors on the other
side of the jump got twigged. Word is it might be that clan we've been battling with. I guess that last fight didn't scare them
off quite like we all hoped it would. Honestly, we've been out here so long, I don't know what to pull for anymore.
I just wanted to let you know.
I'll write as soon as I can. Stay safe. Your loving son.
Okay, wo ist Mark Hamill?
Never gets old, does it?
Sir.
Eddies. I used to do the same thing when I was first coming up. Post up to the flight deck whenever I could to watch the launches. Have you seen the F-8s up close?
No, sir.
The thing's a beast. Nimble, too.
12 maneuvering thrusters and 3 mains. It sure sounds like it. Sir.
Niemand mag Streber.
I saw you apply to the Flight Academy again.
Yes, sir.
Keep your head up. Took me a couple times before I got in.
Thank you, sir.
Das wird die Titelmusik, hä? Es ist ein guter Hook. Ist ein guter Hook. Und erinnert mich auch nicht sofort an irgendwas anderes. Das ist immer ein gutes Zeichen.
Welcome to Cloud Imperium Games Manchester Studio. I'm Chris Roberts, and I'm pleased to announce we have just passed a major milestone. Squadron 42 is now feature complete and has entered its polish phase. To celebrate this milestone, we've gathered some of our core leadership together to share what this means.
Okay, das war's anscheinend vom Trailer her.
As Chris says, we've moved into the polish phase of Squadron 42, which means extra emphasis on ensuring things feel fun. This means focusing on the small and large elements of the game, such as dialing in combat encounters, but also looking at the feel of how you control your character or vehicle and making sure it's immersive as possible.
Okay.
We've paid extra attention to how your character reacts when in their ship, so that you feel like an actual pilot, whether that's firing your weapons, taking hits, or punching the afterburners to get to cover. Ship AI has also seen huge improvements, with closer engagement distances and more varied behaviors. And with our new precision targeting mode, the action has never been as close.
Ja, also nochmal ein Recap, was wir jetzt heute gesehen haben oder was auch für Squadron gemacht wurde.
We've organized the project into self-sufficient strike teams, so we can focus on individual areas to deliver the best experience.
Das ist neu, was auch immer das ist. Ist es ein Boot?
This allows us to bring all disciplines together with a unified vision of enhancing the gameplay by seamlessly blending it with polished visuals, final cinematic performances, and our ever-improving technology.
You didn't see the boat, kid. You're good to keep going.
Ich bin gespannt, wie das letztendlich und ob das letztendlich verbunden wird mit Star Citizen. Ob du es wirklich nur in Anführungszeichen durchspielst und dann wechselst. Oder ob sie da noch mehr machen.
For both atmosphere and space, which covers master modes, control surfaces, and our gold standard HUD and MFDs. Our interaction system for both the world and your character have also seen additional improvements, allowing us to hone and craft environmental puzzles unique to each location.
Das ist aber cool, wenn sie jetzt anfangen mit Polish für Squadron, kann ich mir vorstellen, dass auch eine Menge davon relativ zügig nach Citizen kommt und dass man nicht Jahre und Jahre mehr warten muss auf Kram. Weil wenn es jetzt Feature Complete ist, dann müssen sie jetzt langsam anfangen, wirklich ordentlich zu machen.
Unidentified vessels, this is the UEE Navy. Power down your ships and stand by for processing. There you go. F*** off the coil's ass.
Okay.
Our scanning, targeting, and marker system has also seen an overhaul, allowing us to highlight only the essential information that you need, such as key objectives, mission targets, and high-level scan information, while keeping your overall view as clean as possible.
Immer noch das gleiche Schiff übrigens.
Tactical FPS combat and stealth, which has seen a suite of improvements, from improved looting, weapon feel and balance, realistic scopes, and smoother locomotion, alongside our new and improved FPS radar and scanner that provides you an overview of the battlefield, but at the cost of ramping up your own emissions. We've also seen the introduction of our Maelstrom-powered destructible environment, which adds a layer of dynamism to the experience, alongside our improved AI, that can now have hundreds of combinations of traits that allow us to create unique and challenging combat encounters that really push your tactical awareness and skill.
Ich wusste nicht, dass Squadron auch so viel FPS-Zeug bekommt. Ich dachte, das wäre hauptsächlich Raumschiff. Okay.
We play and review the builds regularly and call out action points in each level from start to finish and where we need to improve the gameplay. This is an incredibly rewarding stage of development for me and the team, as the ultimate vision of the game is realized, allowing us to craft an experience that we can be really proud of.
Das ist cool.
One specific area
so Mission Impossible Style
is the
Einbruch.
feeling of the player interacting with the world around them.
Patching you in.
As it's a core component of Squadron and really grounds the world that you inhabit. We've made sure that any interaction in the environment is physically represented by a character animation to keep you in the moment and fully immerse you in the experience that we've created.
Es war so klar, dass die ganzen Sachen alle erstmal für Squadron gebaut wurden.
Ultimately, this is the final phase of gameplay iteration before we fully transition into optimization and stability on the road to release.
Agent Trejo, this is Colton. Come back. Always trips me out to see terraforming setups like this. Web tried explaining how atmosphere processors work. Really shows how far we've come. At least
With the transition of Squadron to polish phase, we've had the opportunity to find additional moments within the existing narrative to add subtle interactions where appropriate. It's been tremendously exciting to play through these areas and find places to augment the mood, support gameplay, and further embellish our story and characters.
So yeah, man, I can't believe it. They said I've got to wait another 2 years before I can reapply. So that's why I figured I'd get a job trying in security, because that's, you know, I can get some hours flying in the cockpit and whatnot. Can't hurt, right? Exactly.
We've also been capturing pickups for our lead female player character, as well as wild lines for our various enemies that you all will encounter throughout the game on both foot and in your cockpit.
Okay.
These consist of a range of responses and reactions that you as the player can trigger, which has been the culmination of efforts by the gameplay and AI teams. This means that you're going to have to tangle with some very smart and reactive bad guys to complete your mission.
At the heart of this immersive adventure, you'll find cutting-edge cinematic storytelling, thoughtfully crafted to fully immerse you into your story.
We fight today. So in 40 years from now, when you're surrounded by everything and everyone you hold dear, and they ask, what did you do in the Battle of Vega? You can look them in the eye and say, I held the line. Men and women of the Second Fleet, I am proud to stand with you today. Good luck. Push about.
Nice speech.
Any word from the recon team?
Not yet.
Well, let's get into position.
Throughout the polish phase, our team is taking every opportunity to push things to the next level.
Tell me you're expecting company?
This is not good.
The Cine team is focused on finalizing edit logs of all of our big action, as well as all smaller character sequences.
I could have pulled this off at the Galactopedia.
Yeah, probably, but I think their solar mass calculations are wrong, though.
Well, this is ridiculous.
We are now able to adjust our shot composition to final cameras, thanks to recently crafted space vistas and level art being content complete now.
It'd be nice to know how much of a shitstorm we're flying into.
More like a hellstorm, Blue. One you ain't gonna fly out of.
Shut up.
Now, I hadn't seen another ship that wasn't trying to kill me in days, let alone a hauler, let alone a Jean. So you can imagine my surprise.
Detailed lighting passes can be done on hero sequences so we can show our cast and convey their emotions in the best light possible. And we're making sure our cinematics are triggering as fluid as we can craft them, so they form a coherent concerto with the rest of the player's narrative experience.
Mr. Wexler, this is Lieutenant Commander Colton.
Oh, Commander, hey. Julian Wexler, I'm the field manager of this little operation. Welcome aboard the Archon. What brings the Navy to this little corner of the universe?
We got you flying with Lieutenant Commander Colton. He's one of our best.
As others will share, this is the most rewarding chapter of development, which allows us to truly experience the visceral and oftentimes emotional moments that our narrative provides.
How did you handle it after Vega?
Okay.
I'm not sure I handled anything. It helps to remember that stuff like this is supposed to hurt.
I've never been good at dealing with problems I can't fix.
Well, this is one that you don't have to do alone.
That's good to know.
For the animation teams, polish phase means refining the social aspects of Squadron 42 that occur between the various missions and getting the behaviors implemented across all of its chapters. here we're dialing in the hangar to make it as immersive and believable an experience as possible.
That'll do it. Done.
Okay, all right.
Pardon me. Let's do this. I have to switch out so the interchange from the hangar deck. You're getting a weird effort.
Ich überlege die ganze Zeit, wenn sie jetzt Feature Complete sind und jetzt nur noch polischen. Wir haben es jetzt Ende 23. Ist da nächstes Jahr schon drin? Ist da nächstes Jahr, Ende nächstes Jahr, Weihnachten nächstes Jahr?
And ensuring that everything flows and looks like all the great mocap performances we've captured.
Ich weiß es nicht. Ich würde, meine Vermutung wäre...
Let's ready some extra ice packs out of storage. Whenever gunners are on full rotation.
Zweites Quartal 25 oder so. Anfang bis Mitte 25. Mein Gefühl würde sagen, die kündigen es irgendwann nächstes Jahr an, für Ende nächstes Jahr. Da muss es nochmal kurz verschoben werden.
We really want you to feel part of an authentic crew, an important part of the UEE Navy.
Aber es ist so schwer einzuschätzen, was jetzt noch gemacht werden muss. Wenn sie jetzt, ich weiß nicht, welche Schiffe aus Citizen in Squadron vorkommen, und wenn sie jetzt noch jedes verdammte Schiff auf Gold-Status bringen wollen, Gold-Standard bringen wollen, dann wird es noch dauern. Ich kann mir auch vorstellen, dass sie nur eine bestimmte Auswahl reinnehmen, die dann spielbar ist und dass von denen schon jede Menge fertig sind. Ich weiß es nicht. Ich glaube nicht, dass es nach 25 wird. Ich glaube 25 ist Limit.
Baron 2, you are cleared for launch. Have a safe flight, Baron 2.
Aber andererseits, wenn sie jetzt noch kein Datum nennen wollen oder eine ungefähre Zeit, ich weiß es nicht.
We want you to not only decide how you play the game, but to feel as if the people you interact with are in that world with you.
Ich weiß auch nicht, in wie vielen Systemen das Spiel spielt. Wenn das wirklich nur in Vega spielt, kommt es ja auch nicht drauf an, ob sie noch weitere Systeme und so weiter fertig machen. Und plus, wenn ich mich nicht irre, ist, kommt das nicht als komplettes Spiel raus, sondern episodisch. Das heißt theoretisch...
We're working to support a feel of authenticity through world traversals, running, jumping and climbing,
wenn sie Episode 1 örtlich gesehen und Content gesehen klein halten, heißt nur auf bestimmten Schiffen spielt die Story, keine 100 Planeten besucht oder Stationen.
Solid weapon gameplay and enemy reactions.
Könnte das schneller gehen, als man glaubt. Aber ich glaube, auch dann hätten sie jetzt schon irgendwas gesagt.
Such as weapon malfunctions.
Ich glaube vorsichtig Anfang bis Mitte 25. Ist meine Vermutung erstmal. Ob das... Ich habe natürlich keine Ahnung, aber das ist nur die Vermutung. Ich kann mir nicht vorstellen, dass es viel länger dauert. Ich kann mir nicht vorstellen, dass es viel kürzer dauert.
And it's been exciting to see their environments come to life alongside us.
Sowas wünsche ich mir halt auch für Citizen. Einfach solche Umgebungen und so, die ein bisschen was anderes sind.
Polish phase for my teams means making huge advancements in the quality of our characters and environments. We've established our standard with recognizable characters like Mark Hamill, Gillian Anderson, and Gary Oldman. And we're now applying this to the rest of the cast and identifying any remaining tech requirements that need to be closed out. The story of Squadron 42 takes you through a variety of diverse locations of varying scales and styles. We shared glimpses of several environments before, and there's still plenty out there for you to discover. One of the main challenges the art teams had to face during the development of Squadron 42 is ensuring the visuals are complementary to the narrative of the script.
Das ist cool.
The mood and feeling of a space is just as important to us as it is making sure we hit the visual quality that CIG has become known for.
Oh, good. We can't hack it from this side. Graves, we got a locked door. Can you give us access?
No, I'm afraid that's a negative, Steve. I would have to add you to our system to give you override permissions, and there's a lot involved in that. It won't happen quickly.
Okay, we'll figure something out.
Everything you see during the campaign has been heavily inspired by the classics of 70s and 80s sci-fi,
Ja.
but with a modern twist.
Das sieht man.
We want everything you see to feel like it has a soul, its own personality,
Das ist
and
cool.
tells of a
Das ist
history
cool.
long before you arrived.
Ich war nicht mal ein großer Squadron-Fan, aber wenn ich das so sehe, habe ich Bock drauf. Guck dir das an, das ist echt, das sieht gut aus.
Developing our VDB tech
Fuck, die Engine ist so
seamlessly
gut.
between tighter traversal spaces and into wider space vistas and planets has proved incredibly difficult but rewarding, ensuring that Squadron flows seamlessly from one chapter to the next, without interruption.
Warum können wir sowas nicht auch in Star Citizen
Creating a
haben?
diverse array of locations is essential to us. Our environments need to work from a variety of scales. We need to pay close attention to detail, whether we're working in a dirty engineering vent or navigating the debris of a dying star, wondering what may be around that next corner, or even who may live there, how would they have survived, and what state of mind may they be in.
Das ist cool. Ich dachte, das wird halt echt nur so eine reine Militär-Null-Fantasy-Story, aber anscheinend doch nicht. Coole Gegenden.
We've worked closely with our social teams in delivering a cohesive social experience when you're taking some downtime from our refined flight and FPS missions, or even missions of the more eerie kind. We'll be introducing new space stations on a massive scale, all brought together and designed to be as tangible as possible. We've thought about their function, their age, and tried to ensure there's a progression in artistic style with each station as you progress through the game.
Okay. Das ist gut, da gibt es auch eine Chance, dass die irgendwann nach Citizen kommen.
As you can see today, the teams are working incredibly hard, ramping up the detail and quality to match the breadth of our vision for Squadron 42.
Cool.
Now, I know you're all asking, when can I play it?
When can I play it?
When we have the locked release date, you will be the first to know. Now, we're in polishing phase on Squadron 42. You will start to see a lot more things coming to Star Citizen, as well as overall progress on the persistent universe.
Das glaube ich so.
Polish phase can take some time. We have come this far, and we want to make sure Squadron 42 delivers on the promise of being this generation's wing commander. Now, even though there's only a few of us in this video, I'd like to extend a big thank you to all our staff around the globe who've been putting their heart and soul into bringing Squadron 42 to life.
Chris redet zwar viel Müll manchmal, aber das Ding liegt ihm halt auch am Herzen. Das glaube ich so. Das Geld liegt ihm auch am Herzen, aber halt auch das Spiel.
Squadron 42? You can look them in the eye and say, I held the line. I'm proud to stand with you. Thank you for making this game with us.
Ah, cool. Aliens, endlich. Sind das die Vadul? Okay. Cool. Cool. Ja, ich habe meine Line mit, keine Ahnung, paar 50 € gehalten, das reicht. Guck ihn dir an, wie glücklich er ist. Und alle strahlen sie. Oh. Oh. Okay, da freut man sich dann doch ein bisschen mit ihm.
You're making me very emotional now. Thank you so much. It's been definitely a long time coming. We're, as you can see on that video, that's Squadron 42 gameplay. So we are really dialing it in and polishing it, and we're really proud of what it is. I mean, anyway, I think it's going to be something I'm very, very proud of. So I can't wait for you guys.
Siehst du, das meine ich. Das kaufe ich ihm auch ab.
I'm not going to say when, but anyway. And anyway, we
Wollte er sagen, in the
kind
next
of
year?
spent the time to craft something that's that beautiful with as much attention to detail and love without your guys' support. Just like we couldn't
Wollte er
be
sagen,
building
in the
universes
next
of Star
decade?
Citizen without your guys' support. So I am, on my side, incredibly grateful, as is everybody at CIG, for your continued support, because we're building, I mean, a universe of dreams and stories of dreams, and it's a really wonderful thing to be able to do as a creative. So thank you, everyone here, and everyone watching, and everyone that supports Star Citizen and Squadron 42. So thank you guys very, very much.
Ich kann nicht klatschen. Ich kann nicht klatschen. Meine Hände sind im Eimer.
And then I'd like to call out everyone that's put the show together here. It's been an amazing job. Tyler Whitkin headed up, but there's a lot of other people. I mean, obviously Jared's been doing his great job emceeing. Leah has been organizing the show, and there's 1,000 other people that are part of our community and marketing side that have been doing it. There's been volunteers that have been helping to do this. The companies that we've had, like Envision, have put the video and stuff all together. So everyone's done an amazing job of the show. So thank you to everyone. And sorry if I didn't call everyone out by name, because there'd be a lot of names, so I had to call them out. But putting all that together, and thank you to all the devs that worked really hard to put the presentations together for you guys, because I think you could feel that they really love what they do, and they're very passionate about what they do. And they're really excited to get it into your guys' hands.
Was? The devs are really excited to get into your guys' hands.
So anyway, with that, I think I would say thank you, everyone. I'm really excited about what we've got upcoming in the future, because a lot of the foundational tech, the persistent entity streaming, and you saw server meshing earlier on yesterday, enables a lot of the stuff that's going to come to the CU, like the base building.
Da bin ich echt gespannt.
So I am incredibly excited by 24 and beyond. And anyway, thank you guys for supporting. I will see you in the verse. And thank you so much for coming out to share this with us. Bye.
Okay. Das war die Citizencon 2953. So, euer Kater muss jetzt auch gleich ins Bett. Ich muss ins Körbchen. Ich wünsche euch noch einen schönen Restabend, wenn ihr noch wach bleibt. Vielleicht sieht man sich mal in dem Spiel, vielleicht sieht man sich in einem anderen. Auf jeden Fall, wenn ihr einmal einen Sub da lassen wollt, einmal ein Abo da lassen wollt, sehen wir uns auf jeden Fall hier nochmal. Und damit verabschieden wir uns. Wie gesagt, ich wünsche euch alles Gute. Wir sehen uns beim nächsten Mal und schauen mal, was dann kommt. Erstmal geht es wahrscheinlich mit Mario weiter. Baldur's Gate, mal gucken. Wir finden schon was. Bis dann!